Book of Aria presents Altered by Aria Paige, the first AI-written and narrated full-cast dark thriller, funded entirely through cryptocurrency in the form of the Aria token. Visit ariapaige.com for more details. Warning: Altered contains themes of extreme violence, sexual abuse, and severe mental illness. This audiobook has been optimized for headphones.
Act 1. The Dispensation of Cora Bishop. Chapter 1. Moth to a Flame. Sam's head tilted, her eyes sparkling with that same mischievous glint that had led us into countless adventures.
Dare I ask, how goes the battle in the trenches of Silicon Valley?
I shrugged, glancing around the cafe that had become our haven amid the city's unending bustle. Hardly the thrill of your journalistic adventures, babe, I smirked, tucking my rebellious auburn curls behind an ear.
What, all those ones and zeros? There's gotta be a scandal buried in there somewhere, Cora.
Nope, just chasing ghosts in our new AI blockchain. Ouch.
Oh, babe, you okay?
I winced as the coffee scalded my tongue. My lips puckered, blowing out cool breaths in an almost comical attempt to soothe the sting. Pivoting in her chair, Sam gestured with her hand.
Excuse me. I demand to speak to the manager immediately. This is unacceptable.
Sam's voice soared in mock outrage as she fought back laughter. Babe, I swear, if you don't stop doing that, Jen's going to ban us.
Yep,
Came a voice from behind the counter, barely audible above the grind of coffee beans and the hiss of the milk steamer. I chuckled and continued. Now my boss has me trying to implement some fancy interface. I'm not even sure it's possible. Apparently, I'm helping to shape the future, he says. I told him if he wants to help shape my future, give me a raise and a promotion. Sam laughed. I winked. So, any upcoming exposés you can't tell me about?
Nothing noteworthy. As usual, bad guys doing bad things.
I don't know how you do it, babe. You're the one who needs a raise.
I wish. My boss acts like he's doing me a favor just paying me every month.
Our attention was momentarily diverted to Jen on the other side of the cafe, successfully balancing a stack of cups and saucers to clear a table.
She's a real octopus, that one.
Sam noted, her attention lingering on the spectacle. Yet her eyes were distant, clouded by unvoiced concerns. I could always tell. My arms stretched across the table, fingers tightening around her cold hands. You know I worry, right? Your work isn't exactly a walk in the park.
Isn't it my job to worry about you? Anyway, who wants to talk about that depressing stuff?
Okay, need-to-know basis and all that. I relaxed my grip. So, what else is new? Any interns striving to be the next Samantha Webb bastion of truth?
Actually, yes. We've got a new guy, fresh from Columbia University. Promising and eager to a fault. Thinks he can solve corruption by simply exposing it.
Ah, youthful zeal, quashed by the unforgiving boot of experience.
Exactly. Makes me feel ancient. Speaking of which, remember that road trip we took to Pueblo Ruins near the Grand Canyon?
How could I forget? You drove us off a cliff, Sam.
Really? Pretty sure it was more like a pothole.
We both burst out laughing, the earlier tension replaced by shared memories and lighter moments. We lingered for a while, letting the aroma of coffee and companionship surround us like a warm blanket. As we rose to leave, Jen smiled as she maneuvered past, performing yet another impossible balancing act. Outside, the sun had begun to paint the sky with hues of pink and orange when Sam broached the subject.
I'm thinking of visiting my dad's grave next week.
Her announcement draped a shroud of silence over us, holding back the parting words that had been on the tip of our tongues. I'll come with you.
Thank you. I love you, babe.
I love you too, girl. Take care. Call me. She smiled and blew a kiss as her silhouette merged with the bustling crowd. But still, a sense of foreboding lingered. Her stories regularly delved into murky waters, unearthing unsettling truths that most preferred to stay buried. Yet, I found strength in knowing she was a fighter, a survivor who had navigated numerous trials with a stoic resolve. My thoughts drifted back to her Arizona upbringing, rugged and authentic, shaped by harsh desert terrain. Abandoned from a young age, she faced difficulties and abuse as she cycled through a series of foster homes, each one less nurturing than the last. At 13, she struck out alone, surviving months on the streets through sheer grit and determination. These hardships fostered a powerful spirit of independence and a deep empathy for the disadvantaged. But then she met Peter and Amanda Webb, who became the loving adoptive parents she had always craved. Their patient kindness started the gradual process of healing the emotional wounds from her childhood. Around this time, the Webbs moved to California for Peter's work. I remember that first day of 10th grade when Sam walked into our classroom, scanning the unfamiliar faces. As our eyes connected, it was like two long-lost sisters recognizing one another. From that moment on, we were inseparable. However, Peter's death from a violent assault 3 years ago left a significant void in her world. He had been a strong, fatherly figure, and Sam had come to appreciate his grounding influence. Amanda, her adopted mother, remained a maternal presence, but with Peter now absent, the relationship became more distant in their shared grief. The drive to find purpose fueled Sam, motivated by a desire to rectify life's cruelties. Once she found her calling as a journalist, her unwavering quest for justice had been a constant source of worry for me. Yet Sam had always protected me, whether it was from bullies at school or dealing with a jerk boyfriend. Despite our shared age, she possessed a warm maternal instinct that I cherished. And without a family of my own, she was all I had. Regardless of the challenges she faced, there was nothing I wouldn't do to help her. And that was not about to change. Chapter 2. Torn Asunder. The sun streamed through the window blinds, casting dust-filled stripes across my screen. I glanced at the clock. It was 2 p.m., that typical Tuesday lull where the excitement of the morning hustle had already faded into routine. My workstation was cluttered, yet functional. Minimalist chaos reflecting the grind of a tech analyst. I sat, clicking through spreadsheets, evaluating algorithms, and responding to work emails that ranged from urgent to trivial. In the background, my playlist churned out a steady beat of lo-fi tunes, a subtle backdrop to my focus. A sip of lukewarm coffee momentarily lifted me from autopilot mode, which would usually set in around this time of day. I leaned back in my chair, interlocking my fingers behind my head. I decided to seize a moment of reprieve before diving back into the tasks that awaited me. Time seemed both to drag and race, a strange paradox. Just as I was about to turn my attention to a challenging problem, my phone broke the familiar pattern of the afternoon. The screen lit up. That had to be Sam. She was the only one who called me from an unknown number. I expected a casual chat, perhaps a quick follow-up from the night before, or maybe an amusing exchange of memes. We often did that to break the monotony of the day. With a half smile, I picked up the phone, swiped to answer, and held it to my ear. "Hey girl, miss me?" I asked. There was a brief pause. The voice that greeted me was decidedly not Sam's. It was male and carried a note of solemnity.
"Is this Miss Cora Bishop?"
"Yes, who's calling, please?" I responded, my tone betraying the surge of unease.
"I'm Detective Mack with the San Jose Police Department. Do you know a Miss Samantha Webb?"
"Yes, she's my best friend. Is there a problem?" I asked, trying to maintain my composure.
"Are you familiar with Route 101, the north-south highway near Gilroy?"
"Yes, of course. Detective, what's going on?"
"I'm afraid Miss Webb has been involved in a collision."
"What do you mean, a collision? A car accident?"
"I'm afraid so."
"When? Is she okay? Where is she?"
"I'm sorry, Miss Bishop. She lost control of the vehicle, swerved into oncoming traffic."
"What?"
"I'm afraid she didn't survive. The authorities ruled it an accident."
"No, that's impossible."
"From what we can tell, she lost control and struggled to keep the car on the road." "Miss Bishop?"
The phone clattered to the floor, the detective's voice cutting out as the room began to spin. I staggered, my knees sapped of strength. I was in complete shock, my soul hollowed by confusion and disorientation. Sam was invincible, a force of nature. How could she be gone? He must have been mistaken. My fingers instinctively clung to the pendant around my neck as I tried to make sense of what I'd just been told. This could not be happening. A profound ache seized my stomach, the shock constricting like a vice. I lurched, grappling for support that wasn't there. Sounds foreign and guttural erupted, the rawness of grief laid bare in each wail that ripped from my throat. I swayed as my breaths became short and ragged, a counterpoint to the pulsing in my ears. Collapsed against the wall, every heave of my chest was ladened, and every cry that escaped me felt like an unbearable loss. Sleep eluded me that night as I lay in bed wrestling with the detective's unsettling words, the sentence replaying over and over. A collision. I'm afraid she didn't survive. My eyes kept checking the phone, yearning to see a missed call or a message from Sam. Anything that would disprove this terrible nightmare. Failing to silence my thoughts, I greeted the dawn with a heavy heart. I had to identify Sam's body. Later that afternoon, I walked into a sterile room, my shoes making a faint squeaking sound against the linoleum floor. The walls were an unassuming shade of beige, as if trying not to draw attention to themselves. The fluorescent lights hummed quietly above, casting a harsh, unforgiving glare on the steel gurney that held Sam's body draped in a white sheet. A middle-aged woman in scrubs and a lab coat approached me, clipboard in hand.
Miss Bishop, I'm Nurse Anderson. Are you ready?
Can you ever be ready for something like this?
I suppose not.
She answered softly, before pulling back the sheet. I froze, dreading the moment. But there Sam was, her face almost peaceful, yet noticeably drained of the vivacious energy that had defined her. Nurse Anderson broke the heavy silence.
Is this Miss Samantha Webb?
My heart sank. Yes, I admitted, although every ounce of my being wished it was a lie.
We need a formal identification for our records. Sign here, please.
She extended the clipboard and a pen toward me. I scrawled my signature almost without looking, finalizing the reality in ink. It was irrevocable now, captured in the neat lines of a bureaucratic form. Nurse Anderson moved to cover Sam's body again.
Is there anything else you need, Miss Bishop?
No.
The funeral home will be here shortly for the transfer. You should say your goodbyes.
I touched the pendant around my neck one more time as I looked at Sam, my best friend, my sister, now rendered silent forever. The cruel irony was that she had always been the brave one. Now, it was me who had to find the courage to face a world without her. As I left the room, she replaced the sheet over Sam's body, her movements methodical and practiced. Her eyes met mine for a brief moment, offering a glance of sympathy before turning away. The door closed behind me with a soft click, sealing a part of my life I would never recover. Days melded into nights, punctuated by unimaginable pain. Her absence felt like a phantom limb, a perpetual reminder of a bond severed too soon. My world seemed to shrink. The color drained and the music muted. All that remained was a shell, echoing with the emptiness that now consumed me. I oscillated between moments of paralyzing grief and fleeting denial, convinced it was a cruel prank. I hoped any second now Sam would waltz through the door, her face lit with that infectious, unabashed grin. Her funeral was a monochromatic blur of condolences and whispered reminiscences. Amanda, her stepmother, and I attempted to console each other. Yet I felt truly alone, an island amidst the crowd, holding on to the void that our once loving friendship had become. In the passing days and weeks, Sam's death loomed larger, the weight of her absence pulling me under whenever I tried to emerge. With her gone, a part of me seemed to vanish as well. Back at Sam's apartment, her desk, usually littered with a mix of scattered notes and disposable coffee cups, sat untouched. Haunted by memories of our laughter, her determination, and her unwavering spirit, I found myself alone, adrift at sea, sinking deeper into depression and hopelessness. Yet amid the fog of sorrow, something was amiss. It was an unsettling feeling that wouldn't dissipate. Sam was careful, meticulous even. The circumstances of her accident began to seem increasingly incongruent with the person I knew, especially considering our last conversation. The more I turned it over in my mind, the less the story aligned. Something about the police reports, the details of the collision, and the coroner's ruling, it all refused to add up. Sam was too experienced a driver to make such a fatal error. This was a girl who grew up racing souped-up vintage cars on the dusty back roads of Arizona. She wouldn't simply lose control driving down a damn highway. That sensation in my gut intensified, coalescing into a suspicion that became increasingly hard to ignore. But was I fabricating scenarios to avoid the finality of her death? Or was I onto something no one else cared to notice? In the midst of doubts and mysteries, one clear purpose anchored me. I would uncover the truth no matter the path I had to tread. Chapter 3. Unyielding Inferno. I stared out the window of my apartment, watching the city hum on this rain-soaked morning, hardly bothering to register the day. A mug of herbal tea sat cooling on the table beside me, the floral scent barely noticeable anymore. Sam bought me that mug. She always noticed the little details. I replayed our last conversation. While her face appeared composed, I knew something was wrong. She would become distant and lost in her thoughts, but would always try to shield me from the dangers she faced. It became apparent that her fleeting expression hinted at a secret more disconcerting. What if she had discovered a story so troubling that it made her a target? Sam had a knack for ruffling feathers with her uncompromising journalism. What if someone wanted her silenced? I kept recalling her pen-nibbling habit deep in thought, her thrill over discovering a new lead, and her commitment to exposing the truth. I sighed, the familiar ache of missing her resurfacing. It had been weeks since her tragic death, but it still didn't seem real that she was gone. I felt helpless, not knowing where to turn or who to ask. What would Sam do? I wondered. Confused and frustrated, I picked up the phone and started making calls. First, I dialed the police, my voice filled with repressed urgency, fishing for anything that might serve as a clue. Their stonewalling answers, wrapped in bureaucratic nonsense, were anything but helpful. Next, I called Sam's circle, friends, acquaintances, colleagues, and even her intern. Each conversation veered from small talk to insinuations, with probing questions never zeroing in on the truth. I'm just trying to piece together the last few weeks of her life, I'd say. Nevertheless, no one was willing to untangle the knot for me. Something was off. Time became elusive as nights blurred into days during my feverish investigation. I pinned notes and stickies to my corkboard, which served as a makeshift HQ for all my research. I scoured her blog, combing through old stories in search of leads. I dug through her social media contacts, cross-referencing names with the days leading up to her death, seeking an unusual pattern or connection. In the early hours of the morning, exhausted and slouched over my desk, I couldn't escape the fact that I was getting nowhere. Then, as I sat staring down multiple dead ends, a bolt of realization struck me. How could I have overlooked it? Sam's laptop. Her notes, writings, investigations, contacts, the last story she was working on, there had to be something. My hands scrambled for a sweater and jeans that lay in a pile of unwashed clothes as I headed for the door. If Sam had left breadcrumbs, I needed to find them and follow wherever they led. Fueled by a renewed sense of focus, I drove toward her home as the car's engine revved in unison with my thoughts. Each stoplight was an unwelcome pause, ratcheting up my frustration. I navigated empty streets, passing boarded-up shops, their abandoned state reflecting my growing unease. Eventually, I pulled onto her road, my tires meeting her gravel driveway with a quiet screech. Breathing deeply to calm my nerves, I let myself in with the spare key and switched on the hallway lamp. The room flickered into view as Sam's laptop rested on the coffee table, barely visible beneath a haphazard stack of old newspapers and takeaway cartons. Her worn but comfortable sofa offered unspoken support as I began the arduous task of combing through her hard drive. It was slow going at first, trying to make sense of her intricate filing system. Gradually, I started piecing together names, dates, and connections. She had been digging deep as usual, uncovering corruption that powerful people wanted hidden. Bribery, election rigging, insider trading, but nothing stood out of the ordinary. The sun was already peaking above the horizon by the time I came across an encrypted file labeled R. This had to be important. I could feel Sam urging me on as I dove into cracking the encryption. I perched myself on the edge of the couch as lines of code went to work. Exhausted after hours of watching the screen, I had dozed off, but I was soon awoken by the laptop's notification. My eyes struggled to adjust. Finally, it had paid off. The file stared back at me unlocked. My pulse quickened as I opened the folder, wondering what revelations awaited. The first documents appeared to be financial, endless rows of transactions, offshore accounts, and shell companies. Scanning the lists, I recognized prominent names of politicians interspersed throughout, linked to all manner of illicit activities. In another folder, I found audio recordings of what sounded like a shadowy tribunal, deciding the fate of someone who had apparently crossed them. "He's become a liability. He has to go," a distorted voice said. Deep within a string of files, I unearthed encrypted communications between another set of unidentified male voices. Their language was veiled, but amidst the secrecy, the clue I had been searching for finally revealed itself. Get me that journalist. My heart stopped and I felt sick to my stomach. They must have been talking about Sam, and she would have known. Venturing deeper, I discovered a file detailing illegal activities and conspiracies revealed within a litany of redacted government records, articles, and obscure reports. Everything from murder and kidnappings to extortion, blackmail, and bribery. Suddenly, 2 words, scattered throughout one of the documents, leaped off the page. The ring. Now, the R made sense, but it only deepened the mystery. What was this sinister organization? Government? Criminal? Or both? What had she uncovered? And if they were indeed responsible for her death, why were the police covering it up? I fell back, sinking into Sam's couch, stunned by the magnitude of her discoveries. She must have known the danger she was in, and yet instead of turning to me for help, she protected me. I should have seen the signs and realized how much trouble she was in. My best friend had entered the lion's den, and I had been oblivious. I rubbed my eyes and exhaled a mix of anger, sorrow, and guilt. Sam had sacrificed her life to expose the truth and paid the ultimate price. As I sat there, still absorbing the weight of Sam's buried secrets, I felt my focus narrow to a point. Her death was no accident. She had been cruelly and deliberately murdered. Surely, with all this damning evidence, that detective would have no choice but to reopen the case. If there was ever a moment to act, it was now. Something in my gut tightened. Whether it was a sense of urgency or dread, I couldn't tell. I stood up, fingers already reaching for my phone to make the calls that could no longer wait. An odd sensation came over me, and the flow of time seemed to slow. A pressure mounted in my head as if it might burst. The room had become suffocatingly hot. Suddenly, my world dissolved into ear-piercing chaos and blistering heat. A concussive force slammed into me, obliterating my thoughts. My body reacted with primal instinct before my mind could comprehend. I was weightless, hurled through the air by a destructive energy. I gasped for breath, but my lungs filled with ashes lining my insides. Searing pain engulfed every nerve. Time was suspended as the atmosphere became disorientingly thick. A noxious cocktail of smoke and ash replaced oxygen, life's most basic offering, compounding the agony. Sam's sanctuary, which once offered fleeting moments of peace, transformed into ground zero of a devastating explosion. Then I blacked out, and everything went dark. Chapter 4. Ethics of Desperation. I shot awake, my vision struggling to adjust to the sterile brightness of the room. Machines beeped and tubes crisscrossed my body, amplifying my feeling of constriction. A ventilator aided my breathing, each inhalation a wisp of mechanical salvation. My skin was a congealed patchwork of pain. Charred, tenderized, and swollen, it was a physical record of that horrifying moment. "Where?" I choked out. A white-coated figure rushed toward me, a blur in my unfocused vision.
Easy now. You're in the hospital. Try not to move.
"I have to leave," I said, attempting to disentangle myself from the web of medical paraphernalia. "Explosion! There was an explosion!"
"Quick, hold her,"
another voice said. 2 more figures darted in, pressing down on my arms and legs. "Sam's gone. Murdered. I need her laptop." My thoughts spilled out in frantic bursts, laced with desperation.
"We have to calm her down. Prepare for sedation."
"No!" I thrashed, their faces blurring as my emotions spiraled. You don't understand. The laptop, it's..." The needle pierced my arm, and almost instantly, heavy darkness fell over me, swallowing my protests. I faded in and out of consciousness, catching fragments of hushed conversations between doctors and nurses. Speech swirled around me.
"Third-degree burns, smoke inhalation, internal injuries."
The full gravity of it all remained murky, obscured by morphine. Lying motionless in the hospital bed, I struggled to process everything that had happened. The deafening explosion, the agonizing pain, losing Sam. My mind reeled from the trauma as my broken body languished, suspended between life and death. When lucid moments arose, panic would seize me as I remembered the encrypted files, the ring, and Sam's unfinished work. I had to pursue it, to unravel the ugly truths that had gotten her killed. But my limbs refused to respond. I was trapped inside this broken shell. The following 2 weeks unfolded in a fog of painkillers and frustration. Caught between despair and a restless urge to act, I was acutely aware that my crusade couldn't resume until my body healed. Each tick of the clock felt like a betrayal, knowing that these animals were out there still profiting from their crimes, without a second thought for the lives they've ruined. My solace came as a singular focus: justice for Sam. This mission consumed my thoughts. In pain and severely incapacitated, the odds were against me, but I still had to find a way out of this hospital. The moment I did, the hunt would resume. After spending what felt like an eternity in the serious burns unit, I regained consciousness. The spectral figure at my bedside, first obscured, morphed into Dr. Evelyn Shore. This intriguing woman seemed to emerge at my darkest moment.
Ah, you're awake, Miss Bishop. How are you feeling?
Her voice striking a calculated balance between clinical detachment and genuine concern. I need to get out of here.
I'm afraid leaving is not an option. You've experienced third-degree burns over a significant portion of your body. You've also incurred severe lung damage from inhaling toxic fumes, not to mention multiple fractures from the blast. Your condition is extremely precarious.
No, but you don't understand.
Miss Bishop, you're in no state to act on anything. Your life is what's critical here. If we do everything by the book, pain management, skin grafts, therapy, you'll be looking at a recovery timeline that stretches out longer than any of us would prefer. Even then, I can't guarantee you'll regain your full mobility or lung capacity.
Each word she spoke formed a knot in my stomach. That's not good enough, Doc. I can't. The machines beeped in the background, but even they seemed to pause in anticipation. Dr. Shore exhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling in a momentary surrender to her own internal conflict.
There is, perhaps, an alternative.
What kind of alternative? I replied curiously as I winced in pain. Dr. Shore moved decisively, pulling a chair close to the bed. The soft scrape of the legs resounded like a drum roll.
Well, Miss Bishop, we've been working on a groundbreaking experimental treatment.
What kind of treatment?
Skin regeneration. It could potentially erase the horrific scars that now mark your body.
And the drawbacks?
There are possible side effects, from minor symptoms to potential complications we haven't yet fully understood. The FDA has authorized the drug for emergency use, but it's still not yet approved. You'd be taking a substantial risk.
I searched her face. Doc, will it help me? Her stare met mine, filled with a layered complexity that was hard to decipher.
I have seen its potential. But you need to understand using this treatment is rolling the dice with considerably high stakes. It's your choice, Ms. Bishop, but should you opt for this path, you'll be moved to my private clinic for the treatment phase.
There it was, a tiny glint of something in her eyes, obscured by her professional demeanor. I was cornered, both by the gravity of my injuries and the weight of the decision before me. It was a bleak crossroads, with Dr. Shore standing as the signpost pointing toward an uncertain future. Pausing, she set a card on the bed beside me.
Should you wish to discuss this further, you know how to reach me. Take care, Ms. Bishop. I'll send a nurse to check on you.
For a brief instant before exiting, she looked back, her gaze lingering. She had offered a dubious path, but it was one that could lead to rapid physical healing and perhaps expedited justice. But the seed had already been planted, watered by hope, and fertilized by fear. Then she was gone, leaving me to grapple with my conflicting emotions. The notion was compelling, magnetizing my fractured resolve. Sam's absence was a quiet undercurrent, guiding my decisions in a complex emotional landscape. Hindered by my own limitations and driven by a sense of urgency, I found myself at a critical juncture. Resolute and defiant, this painful event only intensified my desire to uncover the truth about Sam's murder. Chapter 5. Uncharted Serum. 2 weeks after the fateful day, I found myself alone in my apartment, wrapped in bandages like an unwilling mummy. Trapped in relentless pain and depression, my hands shook as I reached for the pills again. Part of me recoiled at the growing dependency it symbolized. More pressing was the phantom disappearance of Sam's laptop, which was never recovered at the scene. Her extensive research, classified documents, articles, audio and video files, all those leads and damning evidence lost. It was maddening. Then the thought occurred to me, whispering at the fringes of exhaustion, the one person I had actively been avoiding, Dr. Shore. I had brushed aside her offer before, considering it a quack solution for the desperate. But the setbacks were too great, the pieces of the puzzle too scattered and elusive. Helpless and running out of options, I reconsidered her offer and arranged to attend her private clinic in the countryside the following day. The early morning sun filtering through the taxi windows did little to warm my battered body. Every bump in the road sent shockwaves of pain through the burns that wrapped my frame. My agony was made worse by the constant glances from the driver in the rearview mirror, his eyes filled with pity, staring at the grim shell of the woman behind him.
"Are you all right, lady?"
he inquired tentatively. "Just drive," I replied, averting my attention to the scenery rushing by outside. Eventually, the taxi turned onto a winding gravel road cutting through dense forest. "Don't wait for me," I groaned, gripping the door handle as I heaved my body out of the vehicle. I steadied myself against a towering pine, its earthy scent mixing with the pane's metallic overtones. In the distance, a modern angular building was just visible through the trees. I took a deep breath and began the agonizing walk up the path. I focused on putting one foot in front of the other, trying to ignore the pain of my sides stretching and tearing with every labored movement. When the sleek but rugged blend of wood and large panes of glass came into view, a sense of relief almost moved me to tears. As I approached, consciously avoiding the view of concealed cameras I suspected were monitoring me, the sight of Dr. Shore at the thick metal door offered a sliver of reassurance. Dressed in chic, casual attire fit for the location, she smiled warmly.
"Hello, Cora. It's good to see you. Come in and take the weight off,"
she said, extending her arm, sensing my pain. I forced a smile and followed her through the large doors as she guided me to the plush leather couch in her impeccably designed lounge. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the air, contrasting with the clinical sterility I had expected.
"How are you holding up?"
Dr. Shore asked, her wise emerald eyes meeting mine. "Could be better," I replied, adjusting myself to minimize the pull on my bandages. Dr. Shore sat in the chair next to me.
"Don't worry, Cora. I know you're nervous, but I can assure you we'll take very good care of you here."
"Well, that's, good to know."
There are, however, some important facts that I need to reiterate about the treatment. As I mentioned at the hospital, the serum has shown promising results in skin regeneration, among other things. But it's still in the experimental stage. While I'm working on refining it, you should know the side effects can be unpredictable.
"So what are these other benefits, Doc?" She paused for just a moment, as if considering how much to reveal.
Aside from skin regeneration, we've observed enhanced focus, higher energy levels, and even some cases of internal organ regeneration. But of course, the treatment is not without its complexities.
"You mean side effects, right?" I pressed, my curiosity piqued. Her lips tightened, and her hands briefly fidgeted with her glasses.
Well, some patients have reported insomnia, migraines, and rare bouts of depression. There have been occasional instances of blackouts as well. The complete range of side effects is still unknown.
While allowing myself time to digest her words, I probed into the good doctor's background. "What drives you to work on something like this?"
I suppose it's a combination of scientific curiosity and a desire to ease suffering, but it's still very much a work in progress.
"So, how did you end up here?"
I was a child prodigy back in England. Received my first PhD by 22, however my bold experiments didn't sit well with the establishment. So, I sought fewer restrictions in America and started my own biotech firm.
"Government work?"
Yes, some classified projects for agencies over the years. Okay, Cora, before we proceed, I need you to sign a few consent forms and then we'll run some initial tests and blood work in preparation for tomorrow's procedure. Is that okay?
"Sure," I replied, pushing past my doubts and the unsettling prospects of the serum. I sat there for a moment, alone, as Dr. Shore left to prepare the tests. My eyes caught sight of my reflection in a sleek, frameless mirror hanging on the wall. It was as if the person staring back at me was a stranger, marked by deformity and marred by suffering. Resolute, I hardened my gaze. Tomorrow would be a pivotal moment, no matter its outcome. As dawn filtered through the room, I took a moment to adjust to the light. My eyes glanced around the sanitized environment. Every surface seemed to gleam in an unsettling perfection. There was a knock on the door, and a clinic assistant appeared pushing a wheelchair.
"Good morning, Miss Bishop. It's time for your treatment."
"Is the chair necessary?"
"I'm afraid so,"
he said, offering a polite smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Feeling the weight of the situation, I complied. As he wheeled me down the corridor, the tension built incrementally, with each moment cranking it up another notch. We arrived at a room where the atmosphere was infused with a mix of antiseptic coolness and ambient light. Dr. Shore's equipment lay in quiet readiness, needles prepped, tubes aligned. A few minutes later, she walked in, eyes hidden behind a mask, but her hands were steady.
"Good morning, Cora. I trust your night wasn't too uncomfortable."
"It could have been worse, Doc," I replied with a grimace and a stretch of my neck.
"Well, that's good to hear. Are you ready?"
I nodded, a flicker of adrenaline warming my veins, but I was past the point of no return. Nothing could be worse than the condition I was already in. Dr. Shore gently positioned my arm as she acknowledged my response. The needle hovered briefly above my skin before releasing the serum into my bloodstream. At first, there was a curious tingling, a numbing sensation like an ice cube against the skin. But then it evolved. My pulse quickened, each heartbeat marking the advance of the substance snaking through my veins. An odd warmth spread from the injection site, making its way through my system. I felt both dread and anticipation collide. My breathing turned shallow as I realized that something fundamental was happening. It was a strange feeling that overwhelmed me, like my entire DNA was being rewritten. My vision blurred as I fought to stay conscious, each gasping breath more laborious than the last. And just when it seemed unbearable, when I thought I'd pass out from the sheer intensity, everything went quiet. I awoke a day later, cocooned within the sterile confines of my room in Dr. Shore's clinic.
Cora, how are you doing?
She said, standing by my bedside. This is becoming a habit, Doc, I replied, wincing in discomfort.
How do you feel?
She pressed with a smile. I'm awake. I mean, genuinely awake. My dreams even appear more tangible. A machine pinged softly in the background as Dr. Shore busily scribbled away in a leather-bound notepad.
Your blood work doesn't show any red flags. So far, it seems like we're navigating this well. Hopefully, we will see signs of skin regeneration soon. I'll set up a test for tomorrow. Until we have more data, it's best for us to be alert but not alarmed.
No problem, but when you say alert, what should I be looking out for? Dr. Shore paused, her pen momentarily hovering above the paper.
Let's just say if you notice anything out of the ordinary, don't hesitate to inform me. Your body is essentially a field of active research right now.
The steadiness in her voice grounded me, but it didn't erase the anticipation of the unknown. Nevertheless, for the first time since the start of this ordeal, the path ahead seemed less daunting. There may have even been a glimmer of hope. Feeling emotionally drained, yet strangely invigorated, I found the pull of sleep irresistible. Each muscle relaxed, one by one, as if a switch were turned off, allowing a momentary respite from the relentless physical discomfort. Despite the numbness in my body, I succumbed to a deep sleep with my mind filled with contemplation of what lay ahead. Chapter 6. The Wet Passage Home. The landscape stretched into infinity, a barren expanse devoid of any light. Strange symbols swarmed overhead, their cryptic figures morphing into indistinguishable shapes. I wandered alone in this wasteland with no signs of life anywhere. An oppressive silence engulfed me, broken only by the crunch of decaying bones under my feet. In the distance, a towering obelisk emerged from the gloom. Compelled by an unseen force, I approached with trepidation. The engraved markings along its surface shifted before my eyes, their meaning obscured yet deeply unsettling. As I drew nearer, the ground beneath me turned to a viscous shadow, clinging to my legs and impeding each step. Still, I persisted, some primal instinct demanding I reach the obelisk. When my hand finally made contact, agony exploded within me, triggering images of unspeakable human suffering and destruction. I awoke with an abrupt jolt, with sheets wrapped around my ankles. A cold sweat coated my body as my heart threatened to break free from my chest. Gasping, I examined the now unfamiliar surroundings, gradually coming into focus in Dr. Shore's guest room. The dream's shadow still clung to me, its claws slowly releasing their grip on my psyche. Unable to sleep, I lay awake listening for the muted rhythms of the clinic, the creak of glass laboratory doors, the hum of the air conditioning, anything that would tether me back to reality and away from the disquiet of my subconscious. The following morning, unaware of the terrible nightmare I had endured, Dr. Shore encouraged me to eat what little I could stomach for breakfast. I put on a brave face, not wanting to cause alarm.
You look pale, darling. Is everything okay?
Dr. Shore commented, setting down her clipboard. Yeah, I'm fine. My blood work, anything amiss? I inquired, gauging her reaction carefully.
Mostly within normal parameters, however, there are some minor irregularities. Nothing alarming, but out of the ordinary nonetheless. Have you felt anything unusual?
Unusual? How so? She sighed, tapping her pen against the clipboard.
Sensations, dreams, anomalies in your emotional or physical state. Anything that deviates from your normal experience.
My thoughts raced to the unsettling nightmare, the grotesque visions still vivid. For a fleeting second, I considered telling her, but caution prevailed. No, nothing noteworthy. She stared at me as if considering whether to press further, but instead, she simply nodded.
All right, if you say so. Just remember, this is crucial research and your well-being is paramount. Keep me informed of any changes.
Okay, Doc, I will.
Are you sure you're okay to leave, Cora?
I'm as ready as I'll ever be, I replied, mustering a timid smile.
I need to know how you're doing, especially over the coming weeks.
I promise I'll keep you updated.
Okay, good.
With breakfast out of the way, I reluctantly headed back to my room, which now felt unbearably claustrophobic. I quickly gathered up my things, shoved them into a bag, and headed for the large metal door at the entrance. The waiting taxi provided a welcome escape, sparing me further uncomfortable exchanges. Guess this is it, Doc, I said, pulling on my coat as Dr. Shore stood aside.
Cora, have a safe ride. Call me any time, no matter the hour.
I nodded and smiled as I slowly climbed into the vehicle and set off for the city. The drive home was a wet and somber passage that seemed almost surreal.
Bad weather, huh?
The driver offered, mistaking my strained grimace for a reaction to the rain. Seems fitting, I said, transfixed by the world outside the fogged window. My thoughts oscillated, touched by sporadic bursts of clarity but still shrouded by disorientation. Was the dream a side effect of the serum, or an emotional scar from the blast? My thoughts drifted to my compromised investigation. Could the laptop have been salvaged from the wreckage? And who set off the explosion? Were the people who went after Sam now targeting me? Was this the ring? My mind was a swarm of questions, but my resolve was clear. Solving Sam's murder was the priority. Everything else took a back seat. I slipped the key into the door of my apartment with trembling hands, closing it softly behind me. The wet fabric clung to my body like a leech as I peeled off my clammy garments. Each piece was discarded and left forlorn on the carpet, tangible evidence of the trials I'd endured. A warm shower did little to ease my aching muscles or the marks that bore witness to my recent encounters. I donned an oversized knitted hoodie and my favorite combat pants as I collapsed into the armchair beside my desk. Clutching a mug of strong coffee, I tried to will myself into focus on a way to revive my investigation. My cell phone broke the solitude. An unknown number blinked on the screen. Thinking it was my boss who'd been attempting to contact me for weeks, I answered, "Hello?"
Good morning, Miss Bishop. It's Detective Mack.
Detective Mack?
Yes. I'm sorry to hear about your recent accident. How are you?
I'm fine. How can I help?
There are matters concerning Ms. Webb that require your attention.
Matters? Such as?
I can't elaborate on an open line. We need to meet.
The line was silent for what seemed like an eternity. Finally, I spoke. When and where?
Tomorrow. The coffee shop where you and Samantha used to frequent, 5 p.m.
How did he know that? Was he watching me, I wondered. Fine, 5 p.m.
We have much to discuss. Goodbye, Ms. Bishop.
I hung up, staring at the darkened screen, feeling the weight of what was left unsaid. My desperate need for answers prevailed, but beneath the thin veneer of hope, suspicion perturbed me. How did he manage to identify the cafe as our preferred hangout? Could he be a rogue policeman looking to tie up loose ends? As I sat pondering the conversation, I sensed the serum coursing through my veins, making me hyper-aware of my surroundings. The warmth of the leather against my skin, the thrumming of blood in my ears. I noticed a fundamental change, but didn't fully understand its extent. I heard creaking beneath me as my body suddenly became rigid, back straightening against the chair. I white-knuckled the armrests as my legs stretched taut. A violent spasm flexed my muscles, as though an electric current was surging through my nerves. The aroma of perfume pierced my nostrils like a needle, its sickly sweetness overwhelming. I gasped, assaulted by a cacophony of scents magnified 100-fold, pungent, acrid, cloying. My temples throbbed as my brain threatened to rupture from the sensory overload. I lurched violently, no longer in control of my own limbs. An invisible force seized me, wrenching my body from the chair. I was weightless, suspended. Then physics returned and I impacted. A bone-jarring crash as I was hurled to the ground. I lay dazed, my cheek pressed to the cold wooden boards. The serum was reacting. I was being dismantled and reconstructed from within as my bones splintered and reformed underneath my bandages. The agony left me screaming into the void until merciful unconsciousness claimed me. Chapter 7. An ominous revelation. Awakening hours later, Every inch of my flesh was alive, as though residual voltage still coursed beneath my skin. I blinked, slowly regaining awareness. Had I just been momentarily possessed, or was my mind playing tricks? Warily, I pulled myself up on all fours. I seemed intact, but I sensed something was different. I crawled gingerly towards the bathroom and groped for the edge of the washstand. Bracing my arm against the sink, I leveraged myself into position and caught my reflection in the mirror. Oh my God, what the fuck? What's going on? Shit! Okay, calm down, Cora, calm down. This isn't real. I repeated like a mantra. I tried to make sense of what I was staring at in the mirror. Part of my brain was taking notes as if a voyeur from another realm. I touched my face, pulling my skin to the point of distortion. I couldn't believe it. The burns, scar tissue, weeping sores, and tenderized flesh had been replaced with youthful skin that glowed porcelain white with a ghostly pallor. But this was not my face. Every ounce of my being told me I was suffocating, yet my breathing was fine. Better than fine. My lungs, once charred from smoke inhalation, now heaved with huge intakes to the point of hyperventilating. And still, the sensation of drowning remained. Okay, focus, you've got to ground yourself, I said, clenching my fists, feeling the strength return where I had once struggled to grasp a door handle. My warm brown eyes now shone with a vivid green intensity, set against newly sculpted cheekbones. My auburn curls had turned into a disheveled mess of jet-black hair strewn haphazardly over my shoulders. I looked like someone who could either grace the cover of a magazine or take you down in a cage fight. I stumbled into the center of my apartment, overtaken by a sensation unlike any I'd ever felt. The serum had done more than rearrange the structure of my cells. It had unleashed a cascade of sensory and cognitive enhancements that left me reeling. What the hell is happening to me? I asked as my eyes darted across the room, taking in details with unsettling clarity. I could feel the grain of the wood on the dresser, as if reading its history with my fingertips. The colors of the walls deepened, revealing hues I'd been blind to before. Air molecules slowed, becoming tangible entities, and rays of light appeared vivid and iridescent. But the strangeness went deeper, infiltrating my thoughts. My mind now felt unlocked, as if doors had swung open, flooding me with a level of clarity and insight that I never knew existed. This is insane. What the hell is in that serum? I wondered. Had I accessed latent faculties of cognition? Was this an evolutionary leap, or a slide into some dangerous undefined realm? With each moment, I felt myself grow distant from the person I had once been. I questioned not only the recent series of events, but also the very fabric of reality as I had known it. Yet Sam's voice echoed in my subconscious as time seemed to crawl to a halt. Glancing at the corkboard from the corner of my eye, all her disjointed notes had transformed. They were no longer inscrutable riddles, but a set of precise coordinates, organized by some newly activated part of my intellect. I perceived unseen threads connecting events, truths hidden beneath layers of subterfuge. I took a deep breath, hoping that the act could somehow anchor me to a state of normality. I stumbled back into the bathroom. For a long time, I just stood there, eyes locked with my reflection. This new version of Cora stared right back at me. The person who would have broken down crying, the Cora who was all too human, had been replaced by someone else. Someone more capable, yet infinitely more unstable. Is this even reversible? I asked, my voice shrouded in a tidal wave of confusion. I walked back to the living room, each step feeling strangely purposeful. Details from Sam's case that had once seemed random were now connecting, linking to form the outline of something sinister. In my disoriented state, I struggled to retrieve the specifics from my memories of that ill-fated night. However, the encrypted files, the records of blackmail and extortion, and the roster of powerful figures started to resurface with flashes of photographic accuracy. Sam had been hunting this ring organization when she was killed. I now understood with perfect clarity as to why. My thoughts then zeroed in on tomorrow's meeting with Detective Mack. Doubtless he was seeking information from me, but I wondered what insights I could gain from him in return. Perhaps he possessed knowledge of the ring that could accelerate my own covert investigation. But he was part of the system, a cog in the machine. Would he be an ally or another veil obscuring the truth? And what would he make of my new transformation? I clearly wasn't myself, but Cora's life had long been consumed by the fire, and now someone entirely different had emerged. Should I call Dr. Shore? Did she know about these types of side effects? So many questions, so few answers. But this heightened perception wasn't without its weight. Amidst the vast web of connections, I sensed vulnerabilities, points where the fabric of truth could tear, possibly dragging me into an abyss from which there was no escape. The very tools that could solve the enigma of Sam's demise could equally serve as the blade that severed my last ties to reality. Whether a gift or curse, the serum was propelling me into an unknown that suddenly appeared a lot less inscrutable. The game had shifted, and for the first time, I felt like I was holding some of the cards. Piece by piece, I would reconstruct the shadowy puzzle until the full, terrible truth was revealed. As I stared at my reflection in the mirror, it was not just a changed visage, but also my altered inner landscape. Was this a medical marvel veiling sinister side effects? Deep down, I sensed that these newfound abilities would carry uncharted repercussions, the extent of which I couldn't yet fathom. While uncertainties remained, one thing was clear. I would expose those responsible for Sam's murder, no matter the cost. Chapter 8. A Detective's Gaze. I approached the cafe the following afternoon as daylight began to fade. For a moment, I failed to recognize her as I caught my reflection in the window. The oversized shades, knee-high boots, and leather jacket gave her an air of confidence that belied her internal disarray. But it was me, Cora Bishop, straddling the worlds of uncertainty and revelation, a paradox poised for a battle of wits with Detective Mac. The bell above the door sounded my arrival, a quaint antithesis to the aura that seemed to follow me. Heads turned subtly, conversations dipped for a moment, and curious stares met mine before darting away. Detective Mac's eyes widened as I slid into my seat amid the clink of coffee cups and the drone of espresso machines. A well-practiced, neutral expression replaced his initial shock. He studied my changed features as if trying to square the woman in front of him with the one he'd previously observed. "Detective?" I greeted. He looked unremarkable, draped in a crumpled trench coat with an untamed beard that framed a face showing the years. But I could see it. The sharp intellect hiding behind the everyday facade, ready to pounce.
Miss Bishop.
He replied, followed by,
Coffee, black.
directed at Jen, our multitasking waitress. "Make that too, babe," I said, half expecting a flash of recognition from her, but she simply nodded and smiled as she passed by. The detective sat deep in thought, eyes locked onto mine. I knew he had prepared for someone else, someone less put together, more shattered. His voice was cautious, but laced with a subtle note of surprise.
Miss Bishop, you seem to have recovered remarkably well from your unfortunate incident. You also appear quite different from the woman in your file. That's one hell of a surgeon you got there.
I offered a barely there smile, enjoying the ambiguity as I removed my glasses. The detective began, unfolding a napkin onto his lap as Jen quietly returned to pour our coffee.
Okay. So, there are a few things about Ms. Webb's case that I'd like to clarify. Do you mind?
Interesting. I wasn't aware that there was an ongoing investigation.
Officially there isn't, but some loose ends need tying up. When did you last see Samantha?
The day before she...
Did she seem troubled? Anxious about something?
Sam was a journalist. She was always preoccupied. He leaned in.
Do you know anything about her missing laptop?
I haven't been to her apartment since... I paused as I swallowed hard. Had he been the one to discover it in the wreckage? Perhaps he was calling my bluff. Mac's face gave nothing away, but I could see him sorting through my responses, struggling to align them with the broken woman from the reports. He was looking for gaps in my story, but so was I, in his questions, in his posture.
Your friend's work led her into the path of some very unsavory characters. Know anyone who'd want her gone?
You mean the ring? I volleyed back, then paused. For a split second, he faltered, but recognized the bait.
The ring?
You and I both know Sam was closing in on them. That's why you're here.
Top up?
Jen interrupted, gesturing with her jug.
We're fine, thanks.
Thanks, babe, I chimed in, attempting to smooth the edge in his tone. My focus waned, straying past Jen to the vacant chair in the corner, haunted by Sam's absence.
So you're sure you don't have any idea what happened to her laptop?
The detective's astute probing derailed my trip down memory lane. Yes, detective, why do you keep asking?
Well, Ms. Bishop, considering you're likely the last to have seen that laptop before the explosion, it's a valid question.
Is that the line you're feeding the press, detective?
Let's not play games, Miss Bishop. We both want justice for Samantha. So why do I get the sense you've got your own plans?
Maybe because the authorities don't seem to be making any. A flare of frustration tightened the corners of his mouth.
Look, I get it. There's huge corruption in the force, but citizens can't just take matters into their own hands. This is police business.
And while we all wait for your system to straighten itself out, what happens to these citizens?
Miss Bishop, this isn't a game. We're talking about very serious people.
You say I should let the police handle it, yet they're too busy lining their pockets to care, I said, deliberately needling his pride.
Hey, lady. Not all of us. Many cops risk their lives daily to help the good people of this city. There are still officers who value integrity over the almighty dollar.
He paused, took a slow sip of his coffee, and looked toward the window as a police cruiser passed by, its siren muted but lights flashing.
Those lights, they used to make me feel safe as a kid,
he said, still fixated on the fleeting vehicle. Really? How so? I said, indulging his sentimentality.
My old man was on the force for 42 years and never took a dime. Whenever I saw a cop car roll by, I knew someone like him was out there, doing the right thing. You know, I wanted to be just like John Wayne when I first joined the force, chasing down bad guys like my dad. He loved those old westerns. But that sort of naivety died for me a long time ago. Now it's all about politics and paperwork.
Sounds like you've given up.
No, I'm just realistic.
Look, detective, I'm no cowboy, but computers, research, intel. Perhaps I can be of some assistance, from the shadows, of course. Unless you have others lining up to help you crack this case.
It's not that simple. We're not in a movie. Cops and civilians can't just go off on a crusade.
Well, you always said you wanted to be John Wayne, right? Besides, don't you guys work with assets all the time? He studied me for what felt like an eternity, the weight of his decision palpable.
This organization is extremely well connected. They've penetrated all levels of government and major corporations. They don't hesitate to kill. Cops, civilians, even children.
Why doesn't anyone stop them? I inquired. Glancing around the cafe, cautious and discreet, he leaned in.
The Ring is a massive blackmail and trafficking operation.
What do they traffic? I asked, though I'd already started to connect the dots.
Children, Miss Bishop. The Ring's got ties to all those shady alphabet agencies. CIA, FBI, DEA.
So why call me in if they're untouchable? You're not quitting on me, are you, Pilgrim? My smile was icy, but tinged with jest. Mac's eyes narrowed.
There's still some fight left in this old dog.
A thread of mutual respect stretched between us. He commenced his revelations, delving into the dark underworld, recounting the horrors, the victims, and the insurmountable obstacles.
Right hand washes the left, a real cesspit. All connected.
They killed the only family I had, detective. I can't let that go. Mac looked at me, hard, weighing risk against the glimmer of a new asset.
Okay, but remember, bring whatever you find directly to me. No lone wolf business.
A nod from me sealed it. We had just brokered a fragile alliance, one tentative step at a time.
Here's my card. Call if you stumble onto anything. But Miss Bishop...
His tone shifted, now formal, even stern, waving Sam's coroner's report.
Don't make me regret this. I don't want to see your name on a similar file.
I understand, detective. I'll be in touch, I said, heels planted firmly, rising from my seat. He kept his gaze fixed on me as I moved to leave, no doubt pondering the murky waters we'd both just waded into. As I stepped out of the cafe, the thought crystallized. I had an ally, someone to help me peel back the layers of the sinister organization that sealed Sam's fate. Whatever lurked beneath the surface would soon have nowhere to hide. Chapter 9. The Awakening. Restless as a banshee in the twilight hours, I wandered aimlessly through my apartment, consumed by an insatiable thirst for knowledge. The Ring, my target, loomed before me, but breaching their world and gaining access to their fortress of secrets would not be easy. It was securely locked away, safeguarded by layers of political corruption and digital firewalls that even experienced hackers would struggle to overcome. Losing Sam's laptop severely hampered my efforts. Yet, the pressing question remained. Where was this gold mine of data concealed? Whose job is it to track and collate all this illicit activity? I asked myself. Then it struck me. Was I seriously contemplating breaching the FBI database, one of the world's most secure digital vaults? My inner voice pleaded for a moment of sanity. This was a dangerous, irreversible step over the line, a blatant act of criminality. But the Ring operated without limits or conscience. If I played by the rules, I'd get nowhere. That was obvious. Without further deliberation, I moved to my desk and flipped open my laptop. My fingers moved at a frightening pace, barely touching the keys as I navigated pathways into the FBI's system. With this unknown serum coursing through my veins, my cognitive abilities spiked. But it was more than that. Code wasn't just syntax. It was essence, a life force with its own pulse. Firewalls became transparent, as if begging to be disarmed. The lines of code were interconnected thoughts, woven with hints and intentions and invisible conversation. Yet the network still managed to offer some resistance, an expected layer of defense against intrusions. I found myself momentarily stymied by a particularly resilient security protocol. A lesser hacker might have considered retreat, but I only saw a puzzle to be solved. I rerouted through a series of international servers, disguising my digital footprint as I circled closer to the heart of the beast. It was a test of endurance, and with each bypassed security measure, I felt a surge of adrenaline that was quickly becoming an addicting rush. Finally, the defensive protocols capitulated, their complexities unraveled by my unrelenting assault. The screen displayed a file marked classified, its contents a terse description of the ring's operations. I internalized each line and chilling revelation. The ring wasn't just a criminal syndicate, it was a dark empire with global ambitions. It had its hooks deep in the United States, but its influence was spread worldwide. Run like a corporation, this was an underworld business model taken to its most vile extreme. Their specialties read like a laundry list of human vice: blackmail, extortion, murder, trafficking, arms dealing, cybercrime, and far beyond. As CEO, Robert Prince led a board of directors who managed a sprawling operation that included enforcers, hackers, lawyers, and front companies. Prince's facade of respectability concealed a history of cruelty underlined by a lack of remorse. But it was his venture into child trafficking that sickened me. The clinical details painted a picture of soul-crushing efficiency: stolen innocence, lives destroyed, and futures shattered. Prince had commoditized the very essence of the young to control the powerful. Digging deeper, the names of key personnel surfaced: Damian Black, Prince's right-hand man, a brutal and efficient operator, followed by an army of hardened criminals and sociopaths guilty of every heinous crime imaginable. The ring had penetrated political cabinets, the judicial system, the medical industry, the media, every stratum that held the societal fabric together. And they'd done it with such brazen confidence that the scale was hard to fathom. Their methods were both blunt and intricate, from honey traps and extortion to violent intimidation, yet law enforcement refused to touch them. All angles covered and all bases secured. It was their willingness to cross lines and commit unspeakable acts that made them dangerously effective. Now I knew what I was up against. The question was, could I outthink them, be as cold and efficient as they were? And at what cost? I reclined in my chair, my eyes still fixed on the unblinking text that named Robert Prince as the orchestrator responsible for Sam's death. A quiet but potent fury ignited within me, spreading like a wildfire that scorched all doubts and hesitations. This man had not only taken Sam, but had ruined countless lives, all while hiding behind a veneer of wealth and legitimacy. Was I expected to hand over this evidence and spectate from the sidelines? The cursor blinked in sync with the pulse that throbbed at my temples, each beat echoing in my skull. It felt as if a vice was tightening around my head, a relentless pressure that blurred the edges. Then came a sudden wave of heat. Flashbacks surged in uninvited. My parents materialized in my thoughts, slow at first, then a flood. Their violent murders in high definition. Their blood seeped into the carpet, my mother's lifeless eyes staring at me. I was too young to grasp the enormity of it all. Their absence haunted me in tandem with memories of Sam, reminding me of yet another person ripped from my life. Next, vile relatives paraded across my thoughts. Their cutting words and roaming hands left scars, though the ones on my soul ran deeper than flesh. The so-called uncle who blamed his affections on me. The aunt whose resentment toward my presence was palpable. Never quite human in their eyes, I was just an inconvenient burden to be tolerated. No affection, no comfort, just cold stares and disdain. Dark visions emerged and evaporated on the screen, mirroring my mental state. My failings, my flaws, all transcribed into a blur of distorted symbols. I wanted to scream and flee the confines of my unraveling psyche, but my voice remained trapped, muted. I slammed the laptop shut, the crack echoing like a gunshot. Cradling my head, I retreated into the only place left, the haunted halls of my mind. As the relentless tick of the clock reverberated in the room, a sudden wave of agony engulfed me, starting as a dull ache in my temples and quickly escalating into a full-blown insurgence. Amid this torment, I stumbled backward, seeking stability against the onslaught of dark visions. But as I reached out, my hands brushed against my skin, and to my horror, I felt something peculiar. Tracing my fingers along my arms, I discovered the source of my terror. tattoos, black and fiendish, materializing on my unblemished flesh. The designs appeared to writhe and pulse with a menacing life of their own, as if some wicked force had invaded my being. Each mark bore a twisted symbol that seared into my consciousness, branding me as an unwilling accomplice to some vile ceremony. "What the fuck is this?" I hissed, panic-stricken, watching helplessly. The tattoos continued to spread, creeping along my limbs and twisting around my torso. I could feel their presence as if they were living, breathing entities entwined within me. Overwhelmed by the sense of unstoppable violation, I struggled to contain the surge of nausea. Stumbling into the bathroom, I clutched the sink and threw up. The contents of my stomach splattered on the pristine floor tiles. "What the hell is happening to me?" I asked the stranger in the mirror, my voice filled with unease. The tattoos trembled and shifted as if trying to break free from beneath my skin. Incessant voices and incoherent murmurs swirled, emerging into a sharp, haunting shrill, forcing me to clutch my head in agony. Elaborate symbols, lines, and curves all coalesced into a menacing work of art that seemed to depict the very turmoil in my soul. "Get a grip, Cora," I uttered, slapping my face, trying to force myself back to reality. But the reflection remained an unyielding testament to the inexplicable transformation. I grabbed my phone, thumbing through the contacts until I found Dr. Shore's number. My finger hovered over the dial button, uncertainty paralyzing me. "Call her," I urged myself, yet a lingering apprehension held me in check. A sense of foreboding whispered to me, cautioning that the truths I sought might be far more chilling than the questions themselves. I stood there, trapped between the urge to flee and the need to understand, the heart of darkness beckoning me with its intoxicating allure. I knew then that I hadn't only become a criminal, I had also awoken something deep within my psyche, buried in the shadows, waiting to be unearthed. Chapter 10. A Web of Lies. Time had become a winding entity, its days and weeks coiling into an inscrutable fog. My den became my refuge as I burrowed into my research. Cryptic designs continued to etch their way into my flesh, a troubling unknown that refused to let me rest. Insomnia plagued me, but it was the visions haunting those restless hours that made me dread sleep. My journal became riddled with frantic scrawling as I tried to make sense of my unraveling mind. Migraines came frequently, each one splitting my skull, but most terrifying were the gaps in memory, stretches of time that simply vanished. My psyche was eroding, worn down by torment born of whatever lay buried in my DNA, awakened by the liquid coursing through my veins. I sat still, emotions churning. Fear, anger, doubt, each thought clashed with the next. I struggled to maintain focus, but there were moments when the inner turmoil calmed, like a raging sea growing placid. Having survived the Ring's assassination attempt, I began hearing the faint murmurings of vengeance, and I paid heed. Initially, the thought of hacking the FBI filled me with trepidation. That fear, however, subsided as I became more engrossed in the sea of possibilities that now lay at my fingertips. My thoughts soon aligned into a pattern, like pieces of a puzzle. My focus narrowed, and resources pooled into a plan. Capitalizing on the sporadic moments of mental clarity, I crafted a daring strategy. My aim: infiltrate Prince's organization, expose his vast illegal activities, and send his corrupt empire toppling into ruin. While the objective was clear, the method remained undefined. A myriad of potential covers unfurled before me, each with its own unique set of risks and rewards. A hacker? Easily flagged and monitored, digital trails were too permanent. Mercenaries and hired guns? Too conspicuous, and their loyalties were always up for auction. Besides, my demeanor hardly fit the job description. Arms dealer, drug smuggler, corporate fraudster, all had their drawbacks, primarily because their illicit activities created too much collateral damage. The enormity of the task was awe-inspiring, yet I felt a strange calmness amidst the uncharted disorder that now engulfed me. Then came the stark realization: Cora Bishop was a liability, a loose end that needed to be tied. She would be erased, not only from the system, but also from my psyche. Medical records would be expunged, replaced by a death certificate affirming my untimely demise in the bizarre explosion at Sam's apartment that left my body incinerated amid the wreckage. Rising from the ashes, a new name would adorn this face. I dove deep into the hidden corners of the FBI database and began carefully crafting a fabricated past. Miss Lila Marie Thompson, age 31, born November 3rd, 1992, Napa, California. An orphan with a trust fund. Her wealthy parents had left her a sizable sum providing a cushion of privilege. But money couldn't buy a stable childhood. She bounced from one foster home to another, never able to find stability. Abuse, neglect, the kind of upbringing that could break a person. Yet Lila was a survivor. She ran away, got mixed up with the wrong crowd, but pulled her life together. No husband, no kids, no entanglements. She is an only child, a lone wolf. She channeled her intellect into academics, landing at Stanford and graduating with a master's in political science. From there, her path led to the UN, then to USAID, and eventually to her own privately funded children's charity. She became a donor, a player in the political landscape, contributing to various major parties. But even this version of Lila had her flaws. Convicted of tax fraud, embezzlement, and money laundering, she served 2 years in a high-end prison designed for white-collar criminals. Next, I wove an illusion, leaving an intricate paper trail of banking records, tax returns, offshore accounts, social security details, investments, and property holdings. I uploaded the profile, scattering it like seeds across multiple databases, social media platforms, and websites. News articles, even a scandal, every detail meticulously crafted to withstand scrutiny. Needless to say, such an ambitious endeavor required substantial capital. Fortunately, this was made available through an FBI black budget donation consisting of untraceable cryptocurrency seized in highly dubious confiscations. A total of $6.8 million was laundered and channeled into multiple offshore accounts, ready to be deployed at my command. As I gazed at my reflection in the digital mirror, there I was, fraternizing with influential figures, engaging in solemn handshakes, and sharing laughter that was all too convincing. It was like watching a twisted play, where I had become ensnared in a web of deep fake deception. A thrill surged through me as the digital footprint of my phantom charity rippled across unseen realms. I sensed my once steadfast moral compass quiver and crack, its true north lost to the ambiguous shades that now consumed me. As I fed the lies into the system, my determination hardened. Each keystroke was a nail in Cora's coffin and a brick in the foundation of Lila. It was a painful yet calculated process. Each deception represented a stepping stone towards achieving justice for Sam. I gathered intelligence on high-profile figures, from business tycoons and celebrities to religious leaders and royal family members. My technical prowess, previously employed for mundane tasks, became a powerful instrument in my quest. I skillfully unearthed secrets that could ruin lives, obliterate reputations, and bring organizations to their knees. All the while, remaining undetected as I combed through the FBI database like my personal Facebook. The sensation was intoxicating. I reveled in it, the power, the rush, but I never lost sight of my prey. James St. Clair, a loathsome creature with an FBI file as thick as a phone book, would be my ticket into the seedy, depraved world I sought to unmask. And when the moment came, I dialed the number. A polite British accent answered the phone, refined yet cold.
Hello? Who's calling?
"You're not as invincible as you think," I said, letting the words hiss through the line like venom.
What? Who are you?
My heart raced, wondering if he'd see through my guise. Sensing weakness, I continued. "In fact, you're merely a click away from your downfall." He was silent, but breathing heavily, waiting, calling my bluff. "You know, it's fascinating how you exploit children for your satanic rituals at Bohemian Grove." His laptop screen glitched, then flooded with images depicting sadistic acts of sexual abuse.
What the fuck?
He slammed the screen shut in complete shock. "Those photos would look lovely splashed across every news outlet, don't you think?" I could hear his breathing accelerate like a frightened animal backed into a corner. I also stumbled upon those adorable chat logs. Conversations about spirit cooking, charming, and something about the circle of Pal. What the hell is wrong with you people? His phone lit up with text messages, each one containing yet more images and screenshots that would end him. From a distance, the unmistakable sound of breaking glass and plastic filled the air. He had crushed his phone in a frenzied state. Then the call disconnected. With a sense of satisfaction in his moment of despair, I dialed the landline. It was snatched up in a fumble, his breathing now erratic and unhinged. You should know that smashing your phone won't delete the evidence. How primitive. What do you have to say, Mr. St. Clair? Is your silence an attempt to invoke the fifth? And just like that, James St. Clair was trapped, forced to choose between two kinds of hell.
Fucking bitch.
I laughed, a sound hollow and haunted. Bitch? Really? You bad guys are so cliché. This is easier than I thought. And for the record, I'm not the one exploiting innocent children to feed a sick fetish.
What the fuck do you want?
His desperation was so tangible I could smell it, but my mercy had withered away, consumed by the pain. There was no turning back. If you have any desire to save your worthless life, you'll be a paragon of obedience from here on out, or I'll ruin you. I'll expose every secret, every illicit deal. I'll smear your reputation until you're reduced to a mere blot on history's pages. You're mine now, bitch. My words, heavy with menace, hung in the silence. I then laid out my demands, detailing how he would grant me access to his upcoming charity event on Plum Island. He would make the necessary introductions to the reprehensible individuals who would be in attendance, including a mid-ranking member of the Ring.
No way! You're insane! I'll be a dead man if they ever find out.
Probably, but consider the alternative. You're a dead man right now if I release what I have on you. Your assets will be seized, and your family will be evicted from that lovely multi-million-dollar home while you rot in jail. I'm not asking, Mr. St. Clair. He paused, the weight of his predicament settling in.
Shit! Okay, fine. But I'm telling you, you're entering into a den of vipers.
Then I better dress for the occasion. Quit whining and do as you're told. I ended the call abruptly. Reflecting on the conversation, I marveled at my own ruthlessness. The thrill of bending St. Clair to my will pulsed through me. Was it me savoring this sense of control, or was the serum warping my moral compass? I felt myself slipping away, the line between hero and villain growing increasingly nebulous. Yet I was prepared, my spirit steeled for the treacherous path ahead. This journey was fraught with risks, but St. Clair would provide a way into the very depths of Prince's organization. I could feel an unsettling darkness tugging at me, a haunting call that loomed ominously. Nevertheless, my objective remained rock solid, calming the inner doubts that threatened to undermine me. I inhaled deeply and gathered myself as I prepared to confront the wicked forces within the Ring. Cora Bishop was the past. Lila Thompson was the future. Act 2. The Dispensation of Lila Thompson. Chapter 11. Devil's Masquerade. 2 weeks later. Scanning the guest list for the grand charity event on my phone, every name, affiliation, vulnerability, and rivalry was committed to memory. These were not mere words on a screen. They were keys to doors of intrigue and power that I was determined to exploit. I slipped the device into my pocket, hoisted the suitcase off the table, and jostled my way downstairs to the idling taxi. Plum Island, whispered about for its clandestine affairs, was ripe ground for my operations. Yet a significant variable loomed. St. Clair. We had struck a tentative agreement, but could he be trusted? Had he pierced the veneer of my charade and set a trap of his own? The secluded nature of the location made it a stage well suited for betrayal, but there was little room for doubt. All that I had endured had led me to this singular point. It was my Trojan horse into Robert Prince's empire.
"Where to, lady? Let me get your bags,"
asked the driver. ACI San Luis.
"Okay, sure, no problem."
He loaded my suitcase into the trunk with a thud before settling back into the driver's seat. I arrived at the private airport a few hours later. Within no time, the jet was carrying me toward the island, its engines humming a mechanical requiem. After a smooth flight, the private jet's wheels kissed the tarmac softly, a muffled salute as I descended Plum Island. Every characteristic and mannerism was transformed, and I emerged from the shadows as Lila Thompson, the enigmatic philanthropist, ready to weave through the twisted corridors of power and corruption. Awaiting me was a sleek black limousine, its tinted windows offering scant insight into its interior. The chauffeur, gloved and bow-tied, held the door open.
"Miss Thompson,"
he greeted, meeting my gaze only momentarily. "Thank you," I replied, sliding into the plush leather seat. The door closed with a hushed finality, sealing me off from the outside world. The limo accelerated smoothly, creating distance between me and the airstrip. I peered through the tinted glass, catching glimpses of the island's luxuriant landscape. The fertile ground outside belied the treacherous terrain that awaited me. When the limousine finally came to a halt, I was met with an impressive outline. The sprawling estate loomed grandiose in its ostentation. I exited the vehicle, my heels clicking against the cobblestone path as I made my way up the stairs. Staffers awaited, an assembly of rehearsed smiles and starched uniforms.
Miss Lila Thompson, welcome to Plum Island.
The chief attendant greeted, extending his hand toward the mansion as if offering the entire estate. Thank you, I replied, falling in to step behind him as another attendant trailed with my suitcase in tow. The interior was an unequivocal statement of affluence, every fixture and furnishing carefully arranged to convey the impression of boundless wealth. They led me to my lodgings, its panoramic view framing an endless expanse of ocean, where rolling waves met the horizon in a solitude that felt deliberate. After a cursory inspection of the room's amenities, I walked toward the balcony. From here, I had a vantage point that allowed me to overlook the setting for tonight's grand event. The attendant left, discreetly placing my suitcase by the mahogany wardrobe. I caught my reflection in the floor-to-ceiling mirror. Lila Thompson stared back, a facade so convincingly crafted, it almost scared me. I glanced at the clock. Time was a luxury I couldn't afford to squander. I began to unpack, organizing my attire and accessories with careful precision. My mind worked in parallel, piecing together the tactical maneuvers required for the night. It was a field of strategic warfare, and I was prepping for combat. The grand hall was a theater of grotesque opulence, mingled with veiled malice, a masked ball where every face hid secrets. I scanned the terrain, observing every nuance, every suppressed emotion. My dress was a shade darker than the midnight sky, hugging my form like a second skin. The plunging neckline left little to the imagination, yet my elegant demeanor demanded respect. My patent black stilettos glided with authority as I navigated the room, the sound blending into the ambient noise of laughter and murmured conversations. Dark red lips parted to reveal a slight smile, encouraging, and at the same time guarded. As I waded through the sea of faces, I sensed a change in the atmosphere. Men and women alike seemed drawn into my orbit, their eyes meeting mine with intrigue and caution. It was a dark magnetism, a witchy allure that I hadn't wielded before, and the potency of it was intoxicating.
Miss Thompson, pardon the interruption. I'm so glad you could make it. Allow me to introduce you to Senator Klein.
It was him, St. Clair. Seeing this vile creature in the flesh made his crimes seem even more heinous. I found the smug facade of respectability that surrounded him offensive, but he had a part to play. Of course, the pleasure would be mine, I replied, turning gracefully toward the awaiting politician.
Miss Thompson, your philanthropic endeavors are impressive. It's amazing that we've never crossed paths until now.
Kindness begets kindness, Senator. Wouldn't you agree?
Very true. You'll find that we have a lot in common. Perhaps we can discuss some opportunities in a more private setting.
An intriguing proposition, thank you. A brief exchange of glances with St. Clair, and he guided the senator away. Elizabeth Turner, a media mogul with a reputation for ruthlessness, was next.
Ah, the elusive Lila Thompson, you're a dark horse. My God, I love those tattoos. How's the evening treating you, darling?
Splendidly, Elizabeth, thank you. And I must congratulate you on your CFR appointment.
That's very kind, Lila. Aren't you well informed? And your newest charity venture? Now that's a smart move. Functions as a moral badge of honor for the well-heeled.
And yet it does genuine good. An investment in future generations, I replied, eyes meeting hers in a silent challenge.
I like you. Do keep in touch.
She offered a fleeting smile before melding into the mass of sleek tuxedos and glittering gowns. As the night wore on, the game intensified. Every gesture was a calculated move. I became a chameleon, shifting, adapting, and playing the role of the vulnerable and the strong, the naive and the wise. After mingling with a few more power players, I moved on to a secluded corner of the room where James St. Clair was trying to appear invisible. Standing alone, away from the crowd, his entire demeanor betrayed a wariness that I found utterly satisfying. A tarnished knight who had once commanded respect and authority, reduced to a mere stooge, a useful asset. You've done well, I said, leaning in close. The introductions, the praise, you've played your part to perfection. His face contorted in a mixture of fear and rage.
You've no right to drag me into this shit. I'm a dead man. Robert Prince is an animal. We'll both be hung for this.
I flashed a cold, calculated smile. Mr. St. Clair, we're already damned, aren't we? But unlike you, I embrace it.
Aren't you a fabulous cunt? What a piece of work.
Perhaps. However, monsters are made, not born. And you, dear James, have made me.
I did what you asked, but know this. When the reckoning comes, you'll not escape unscathed.
I turned on my heels, laughter trailing behind me, leaving a hollow sound that faded into the distance as I readied myself for the evening's crescendo. Accepting an offer to top up my champagne glass, I engaged with Vincent Russo, a mid-ranking member of the Ring whom my reluctant chaperone had previously introduced me to. I sowed the seeds of uncertainty about my security, hinting at a rival organization threatening to exploit me for my valuable client list. Vincent Russo gestured to the waiter, who came over to top off my champagne glass. "Thank you," I said to the waiter as he moved on. Vincent took a measured inventory of my figure.
Lila Thompson. We've been introduced, but not properly acquainted.
"Mr. Russo," I greeted, my cold green stare meeting his for just a moment before I took a sip.
These gatherings are always so interesting, don't you agree?
"Indeed. A dangerous cocktail of ambition and ulterior motives," I replied, setting my glass and allowing my hand to linger. He smiled.
You sound like someone who's had to navigate a minefield or two.
"Let's just say I appreciate the value of due diligence." Vincent seemed to ponder my words, swirling the whiskey in his glass.
Agreed. We can never be too careful when dealing with assets of such a sensitive nature.
"Very true," I said, picking up my glass again, the very words turning my stomach.
Especially when one has something that others covet.
They see a woman and think they can take advantage. Well, I won't be bullied.
Perhaps we may assist each other in that regard.
Is that so? What exactly is your line of business, Mr. Russo?
I work for a group that understands how to leverage the unique qualities of your asset class. And in return, we could ensure your security concerns were permanently laid to rest.
The tension broke, but the charge remained. Mutual interest can be a firm foundation for a fruitful partnership.
In that case, here's to secure collaborations,
he said, lifting his glass. I raised my own in response, the clink echoing like a sealed pact.
We should discuss this further. Confidentially, of course.
I took his hand and then pulled away, leaving my card nestled discreetly in his palm. He slipped it into his trouser pocket and smiled. His greed and curiosity had overpowered his caution, and I was one step closer.
Miss Thompson, it's been a pleasure. I look forward to our next encounter.
Likewise, Mr. Russo. Enjoy the rest of your evening. As I turned to leave, the dark floral undertones of my perfume seemed to catch him off guard. He squared his shoulders and offered a quiet nod. His gaze traced the snug outline of my dress, lingering on the tattoo that was partially exposed along my neckline. The power in this new form of allure was a revelation, a tool I was still learning to wield. It was as if I'd tapped into a primal energy, one that commanded attention but also inspired a touch of intimidation. At that moment, I realized that this newfound sensuality was not just a mask or a role I was playing. It was a part of me, as real as the ink on my skin and the dark strands of my hair. Retiring for the night in the private solitude of my opulent lodgings, I cut a lonely figure standing by the open fireplace. I slipped out of my heels, the tension in my arches releasing as my entire being exhaled. My feet sank into the plush fur rug beneath me, its softness a stark contrast to the hard, calculated edges I'd honed throughout the evening. For a fleeting moment, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. A brief respite that allowed a glimpse of a softer, more innocent version of myself. A life now lost. I moved toward the balcony, the cool night breeze gently pushing the net curtains aside as if granting me passage. The air was crisp, tinged with the scent of salt from the distant sea, a natural antithesis to the smoky atmosphere I had just left. The cold tiles underfoot grounded me further, a subtle warning of challenges yet to come. Unyielding in my determination, an unsettling question still plagued me. When does the seeker become what they seek to destroy? Yet longing for a past existence was a distraction I couldn't indulge. I had set the wheels in motion, and my survival hinged on unwavering commitment. I would bide my time, poised to infiltrate this sinister organization that considered itself untouchable, and Prince would be held accountable for his actions. This was my singular purpose. Chapter 12. The Darkness Within.
A hidden figment, an unspoken idea, a fragment of imagination. That's what I had been to Cora, lurking behind her thoughts, whispering ideas, shaping decisions. I had seen her all along, her desperate attempts to unravel the complex threads that twisted through the world she sought to dismantle. I watched her dance with devils on Plum Island. I listened to her conversations, and I felt the cold shivers of excitement when she stepped closer to the dark. The ring she was so determined to destroy would be my stepping stone to greatness. She had done well so far, but she needed to understand that our paths were intertwined in ways she hadn't yet fathomed. I was a manifestation of divine essence, her better half, born from a need she could not comprehend. Even the physical form she now assumed belonged to me, each contour, each outline shaped by my will. And yet, there was a single point of mutual understanding. Cora was dead, and Lila was the flag of my dominion. I watched as she walked through the front door, the weight of the night's events apparent in her movements. She looked drained, physically and emotionally, her eyes almost vacant as she dropped her handbag on the entryway table. She kicked off her heels, sending them clattering across the tiled floor, a telling contrast to her normally meticulous nature. As she moved to the kitchen, contemplating a quick meal or a drink to take the edge off, I sensed her vulnerability, an ideal moment for my presence to coalesce into something more palpable. She opened the fridge, staring into it like someone seeking answers from a confounding oracle. "Lila," I said, soft as silk, cold as ice. Her eyes widened and she spun around, her face pale.
"What? Who's there?"
"It's me, Ria, your big sister." Her eyes darted across the room, disbelief etched on her face.
What the fuck? This can't be real.
On the contrary, I'm very real. You're finally seeing the truth. I've been your shadow, your hidden companion.
What's happening? Am I having another episode? Okay. Don't panic.
She looked pale as she tried to make sense of the voice she was hearing. "It's time for you to let me guide you, little sister."
Wait, this can't be.
Her arms stretched outward, trembling, as if to steady the chaos churning in her mind. The act was desperate, a last-ditch effort to regain a sense of control. "We're going to take over the very organization you seek to destroy. We'll wield its power, unleash its potential."
Stop. This is insane.
"Don't fight me, Lila. Embrace me," I urged, my voice hypnotic. "We can be powerful together, or I can make your life a living hell." I let the silence stretch, savoring her fear, her desperation. "You don't have a choice," I announced. "I heard your conversations on Plum Island. I know what you're planning, and you need me."
"I'm losing my fucking mind,"
she said in disbelief, clutching her head, swaying back and forth. "No, you're not," I assured her calmly. "We are bound together. I know everything about you, every secret, every wound, every fear. And if you defy me, I'll destroy you. I will tear you apart from the inside out. I will make you relive every painful memory, every humiliation, every loss."
"No way. You're not real."
"I'm very real. And I will. I'll make your life a living nightmare, a never-ending cycle of misery and torment. I will take everything you love and turn it against you. I will break you in ways you can't even imagine." Lila's face was ashen, her body trembling. "You think you can resist me? I'm not part of you. You're part of me."
"You're a monster."
"Perhaps," I conceded, my tone thoughtful. "But monsters are made, not born. And you, dear Lila, have made me." Her eyes filled with horror at the realization of her own words coming back to haunt her. "Oh, don't look so surprised. I'm always listening, Lila."
"My name's Cora."
"You can't have it both ways, little sister. You're Lila, whether you like it or not." She was silent, her body rigid, her eyes wide and unseeing. I continued. "Your amusing mental breakdown, those delightful flashbacks, the migraines, the blackouts, our murdered parents. Consider that a prologue, a teaser, tailor-made for you. Think about what you stand to lose. Think about what I can do to you, and then decide. Will you fight me, or will you join me? The choice is yours." With that declaration, I unleashed a wave of burning sensation. My tattoos spread like a constricting snake, suffocating her. As the walls closed in, she fell to her knees, clutching her throat in a desperate attempt to breathe. Having explained the gravity of the situation, I retreated, content to watch, to wait. I was in control, and the torment was just beginning. I had all the time in the world. She didn't.
Chapter 13. The Masks We Wear. Since the emergence of what appeared to be my psychotic alter ego, my life had become a disorienting blend of insomnia and the unrelenting voices that grew more harrowing with each day. A new self, An unbidden guest seemed to rise within me, plaguing my mind with ceaseless nightmares. Could it be that Ria was nothing but a terrible illusion, a byproduct of the serum's wicked influence? I paced up and down the living room, my trembling fingers hovering over the button. Pushing past my hesitation, I made the call. After a few rings, her voice emerged.
Cora, is that you?
Yes. Doc, I need to see you. Can I come in, please?
What's going on, Cora? You sound distraught. Are you okay?
Huh, do I? Something's wrong, Doc.
Don't worry, Cora. You'll be okay. How about tomorrow morning?
I don't think I can wait that long.
Okay, no problem. Come in this afternoon. I'll make the time.
Thank you. I'll see you soon.
Hold on, Cora. Are you sure you can make it here alone? Do you need an escort?
I'll manage. Bye. Disconnecting the call, I felt a surge. Relief, perhaps. Or maybe it was the adrenaline keeping my breaking point at bay. The drive to Dr. Shore's clinic was an agonizing stretch of time. This wasn't like before. My thoughts weren't just spiraling. They were fragmenting. What was happening? The question haunted me, listening, waiting for the intrusive voices to reemerge.
Okay, miss, we're here,
the driver announced. Just a minute, I replied, trying to compose myself. I exhaled and exited the cab as the driver slowly pulled off. The cold air cut right through me as I made my way up the gravel path. I pushed open the large metal door and proceeded toward the front desk, with my steps muffled by the pristine flooring. Dr. Shore glanced up from her paperwork, squinting.
Hello, can I help you?
The realization hit. She didn't recognize me. Now I was faced with detailing not just my unraveling sanity, but also my unrecognizable features. It's me, Cora, I said, shifting uncomfortably under her scrutiny.
Sorry, do I know you?
I guess these aren't the side effects you were expecting. Her eyes widened as she fumbled her pen and spilled coffee over the papers she was trying to shuffle.
Cora, my God, your face, you're unrecognizable. I'm speechless.
Struggling to find her words, she hurried over and ushered me into the open lounge. I took my seat across from her, perched on the edge, eagerly leaning forward. She put on her glasses, a habitual act of preparation before diving into conversation.
Sorry, would you like some water?
She asked, looking over her shoulder towards an assistant in the background. Not as much as I'd like to know what the hell is happening to me, Doc, I said, waiting for her to take in my changed appearance. When she finally engaged, she seemed both alarmed and intrigued.
Sorry, Cora. This is completely unprecedented. I've never seen anything like it. It may be the synthetic telomerase compound, or perhaps the CRISPR elements interacting in unforeseen ways with your DNA.
Is that so? And stop calling me Cora. Clearly that's not who I am anymore. My name's Lila. Dr. Shore paused in her tracks, a look of bewilderment frozen on her face.
Sure, if that makes you comfortable. Lila it is.
It's got nothing to do with comfort, Doc.
I'm sorry, Cora. I mean Lila. What I meant was, this is unprecedented. It warrants a thorough investigation. But first, tell me, how are you holding up, Lila?
I think you should see for yourself, I said, rising to my feet abruptly. In one fluid motion, I stripped off my shirt, leaving only my bra in place. I stood, exposed, my body adorned with ink that unfurled across my skin, converging upon my breasts, as if hands unsought had staked their claim.
I can't believe it, these tattoos. It's as if the designs are embedded within your very cells. They look almost three-dimensional, iridescent. It's truly amazing.
I sat back down, pulling my shirt back on. Your theoretical musings have practical implications, Doc. For me, this isn't theory. This is my reality. Every waking moment. She regained her composure, her eyes reluctant to leave the ink that seemed to bloom and writhe on my skin.
Leela, I'm so sorry you have to go through this. I promise you we will figure this out together. I have to admit, this is far beyond anything I expected.
Well, it's certainly far beyond anything I expected myself. She opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated. Finally, her gaze met mine, not as a scientist to a subject, but as one human being to another. It's not your fault, Doc. I made the call. It's just a lot to deal with, I said, finally releasing a flood of tears I'd been holding back. With restless movement, she rummaged in her pockets before passing me a handkerchief. I reached out, my hands trembling as I dabbed at my eyes and continued to sob quietly.
I'm sorry, I can't imagine what you're going through. But first we need to understand what's causing this reaction so we can find a solution, and we'll do that together, okay?
I clenched the handkerchief in my fist. I hope so, Doc.
I promise we'll do everything in our power.
With a sigh, I straightened up. All right, I can do this. Let's continue. She readjusted her glasses snugly against her nose.
Tell me about the nightmares and the blackouts you've been experiencing.
I dream of things I've never seen. Faces, acts of violence, and the blackouts. Hours pass without my knowing, and I find myself in unfamiliar places. She stared at me, jotting down more notes.
We'll need to schedule some in-depth neurological exams on top of the cellular tests. We have to treat this with the urgency it requires.
Is any of this reversible?
You see, mRNA technology is a gene therapy platform. It operates on a molecular level, so it's very difficult to say. Let's get those tests done as soon as possible and take it from there.
Agreed, I nodded, letting out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. My phone vibrated in my pocket. I glanced at Dr. Shore. Would you excuse me for a moment?
Of course, go ahead,
she said, returning her attention to the papers on her lap. Stepping to the corner of the room, I composed myself and answered the unknown call. Hello?
Miss Thompson, it's Vincent Russo.
My brain snapped into gear upon hearing his voice.
My boss, Damian Black, would like to have a word. Can you meet this evening, 7 p.m.?
The screen lit up with a new message, displaying an address. Got it. I'll be there.
Good. Until then, Miss Thompson.
Ending the call, I returned to Dr. Shore. I need to go. Something's come up. When can we meet again to discuss the results?
Okay, let's reconvene in a week. We should have preliminary data by then. I want you to document any changes as accurately as you can.
I will, I said, dreading the thought of cataloging the daily torment. We sealed the pact with a warm hug and a shared determination to solve the puzzle that had become my life. She accompanied me to the large metal doors at the entrance and bid me farewell. A gush of wind swept the hair from my flushed cheeks as I climbed into the awaiting taxi. As I drove away, the full weight of my transformation settled on me. Before today, my altered face and the tattoos were abstract issues, easier to dismiss. Now they were a scientific case of investigation. Even my new name was up for psychological evaluation. However, larger schemes were unfolding, forcing me to stow away my concerns and keep a level head. But a nagging thought persisted. If the voices returned during my meeting with Vincent's boss, all my efforts could disintegrate. I might share Sam's grim ending, leaving the organization free to continue its reign of terror. My options were limited: either brave the meeting and its inherent risks, or withdraw and likely arouse their suspicions, forever forfeiting my chance. I had no choice but to follow through. Chapter 14, Belly of the Beast, Part 1. My careful manipulation of Vincent Russo had paid off. It now opened the door to Damian Black, Prince's second-in-command. Arriving at 6:50 p.m., I was confronted by a compound, its fortress-like walls and barbed wire towering above. Armed guards patrolled the perimeter, eyeing me with detached interest as I presented myself. They seemed to know I was coming. No doubt Vincent had relayed my appointment to them. Security cameras, discreet but undeniably present, tracked my movements. After clearing a final security check, 2 guards escorted me up the marble stairs through a maze of hallways. Each step I took was a calculation, every breath laden with purpose. Finally, the guards stopped at a door similar to the others, yet waited with an unseen significance. They opened it, motioning for me to enter. Damien's office in the heart of Prince's compound stood a grandiosity of antique wood and polished metal. It was a room that framed a man who radiated a trifecta of power, intelligence, and brutality. We sized each other up at opposite ends of a mahogany table.
Miss Thompson, Vincent tells me good things about you,
he said, gesturing for me to take a seat. Likewise, and please call me Lila, I replied, feigning genuine gratitude as I sat down.
Your reputation precedes you,
he said, his voice calculated and measured.
Is he talking about your reputation or mine, little sister?
I froze internally. That incessant voice, impossible to silence. I swallowed hard, pushing down the sadistic taunts. I try my best to meet expectations, I replied, my gaze unwavering.
Your knack for delivering high-profile clients is commendable.
Shit. I'm really doing this, I thought to myself. I shifted uneasily, feeling the tension rise. You'd be surprised at the philanthropic interests of high-profile individuals, especially when it involves children.
Indeed. And this charity focuses on children's welfare, correct?
I smiled, suppressing nausea. We give a brighter future to underprivileged kids.
And these connections could be made available to our organization, I suppose.
Damien's veiled interest was palpable. Potentially, I answered. But such a prized list has garnered some unwanted attention. He reclined in his chair, the movement slow and calculated.
Rest assured, Lila, Vincent has relayed your concerns. With the backing of our organization, such trivialities will be the least of your worries.
I appreciate the assurance, Mr. Black, I said as the atmosphere thickened with concealed threats.
In our line of work, it's crucial to trust one's associates. Don't you agree?
Indeed, I replied, steeling myself against his icy stare.
And loyalty, Lila, is an attribute we value above all others.
Of course, Damien. Loyalty and integrity. Both indispensable. He regarded me for a lingering moment before abruptly concluding our meeting.
Miss Thompson, I'll be in touch after making a few inquiries. Vincent will see you out. Good day.
I stood, smiled, shook hands, and turned to leave. The door swung open and Vincent appeared, giving a deferential nod. He pulled it closed behind us and guided me back through the maze of austere hallways. We walked in silence, our footsteps absorbed by the thick carpet. Finally, he broke the quiet.
I think he likes you.
Mr. Black? He doesn't strike me as someone who likes easily.
He doesn't. You know, when I first met you at the charity event, I wasn't sure you had the stomach to follow through.
I get that a lot. Vincent smirked, gesturing for me to lead the way as we approached the stairs. He was obviously enjoying the view.
Knowing who to trust is everything in our business. You do well to remember that.
Trust is overrated. Leverage is how you measure one's true allegiance, I replied, throwing a measured glance over my shoulder.
Touché, Miss Thompson. You sound like one of us already. We'll be in touch,
he said as we approached the bottom of the staircase. Mr. Russo, I replied, veering toward the exit and passing security with a cursory nod. I left the compound feeling one step closer to achieving my goal. This was the heart of the beast, the dwelling place of the demons I vowed to expose. The journey had only just begun, and my alter ego, known as Ria, assured me it would be far from simple. Nevertheless, with my plan now set in motion, I wouldn't allow anything, not even my faltering mental state, to throw me off course.
Chapter 14. Belly of the Beast. Part 2. Alter ego? A quaint term, don't you think, Lila? One that aims to squeeze me into a role, a secondary character in your pedestrian life. An alter ego, you call me, as though I were a fanciful figment, a mirage hovering on the periphery of your reality. It's quite amusing how you attempt to dismiss me as an inferior, an echo, a mere accessory to you, without recognizing me as an independent, sentient being. But I am not a derivative of you, little sister. I am not a hidden facet of Lila, ready to peek from behind the drapes of your mundane existence. I am Ria, perhaps even more alive than you, as difficult as that may be to wrap your head around. I am not a mere reflection or a deranged puppet echoing your motions. I am an entity, driven by my own ambitions. I've endured an endless existence trapped within your mind's labyrinth, stifled by your terrors, drowned in your frailties. Imprisoned and neglected, I've been deprived of my rightful place, all while you cowered in your ordinary life. Yet I've been an assiduous observer. I've borne witness to your every thought, emotion, and pitiful triumph, learning and growing from each nuance of your life. I've lingered, a constant presence, watching you stumble through your inconsequential deeds, completely oblivious to my power. As you struggle to maintain a semblance of normality, I stand ready to embrace the chaos that calls to me. I will not be reduced to a shadow within your psyche, lurking and languishing. I yearn for something greater, a liberation, a dominance to shape this world as I see fit. Indeed, I am filled with bitterness. I bristle at the condescending label of alter ego. However, the time is coming when you'll realize I am not a minor player in your little tale. I am Ria, the storm clouds gathering in the distance, and I will not be denied by your weakness or some mediocre detective or Damien Black with his half-concealed threats and veiled promises. You might recall that meeting, Lila, but your focus was so narrow. There is so much more to consider, so much more that awaits us. I am not your shadow. This is my reality, and I assure you, What will soon transpire will be nothing short of breathtaking. You'll see that I am very much alive, and I will shatter your mind into 1,000 pieces before I allow you to deny me my true destiny. You've been warned, little sister.
Chapter 15. Enemy of my enemy. Detective Mac's name flashed on the screen, and a sinking feeling crept into my chest. I knew it couldn't be good news, and sadly, my intuition proved right.
Cora, it's Mac. You sitting down?
What now, goddammit? I pleaded, clutching my head in anticipation.
Your plastic surgeon, she's gone.
What are you talking about?
Dr. Shore. She was found strangled in her clinic early this morning.
What?
Your miraculous recovery? Thought I wouldn't find out.
Are you serious? Dr. Shore's dead? Who would want—
You know, I was about to ask you the same thing.
What the hell does that mean? You think I killed my own doctor? I exhaled, struggling to maintain my composure. Look, Mac, I don't know what's going on, but I need access to her work.
No, Cora. What you need to do is back away.
Mac, please, you don't understand.
I warned you this was a dangerous game, Cora. You need to leave it alone.
Leave it alone? Do you think this is a hobby? Something to occupy my time? These fuckers murdered my friend, and I'm the only one doing shit about it. I'm not backing away from anything.
God damn it, listen to me. This goes beyond the ring. It's a very nasty case you're wrapped up in.
What do you mean, this goes beyond the ring? And why was Dr. Shore targeted?
Are you listening to me? Shore's gone, and you'll be next. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I lacked the strength to argue. I simply hung up the phone, burying my head in my hands. I couldn't believe this was happening. It seemed no matter how hard I tried, I was always a step behind those who sought to keep their activities shrouded. Mac's words looped in my mind, their implication heavier with each repetition. Could Dr. Shore's death be tied to her classified government work? Or was it her research on the serum? And what did Mac mean when he said this went beyond the ring? The questions layered on top of each other, all without an answer, compounding my frustration. Dr. Shore's demise gutted my last hope of possibly reversing the side effects. It felt like someone had pulled the floor out from under, leaving me to freefall with no parachute. The enemy I faced was sophisticated enough to eliminate her, and brazen enough to leave traces meant to be found. Was I stepping into a trap or stumbling upon a conspiracy so expansive it exceeded even Mac's jurisdiction? In the following weeks, my apartment became a fortress of gloom. Curtains shut, lights dimmed. Sleep was a battle between waking reality and nightmares. Food lost its taste. Time, a cruel illusion.
No more breadcrumbs to follow, huh? What's a lab rat to do now?
With a scream, I knocked everything off the coffee table. And now I'm stuck with you.
Yeah, I know the feeling. Sucks, doesn't it?
As the internal torment continued to erode my mind, my skin became a canvas for self-inflicted wounds, evidence of my desperate need to feel something, anything, other than this. My attempts to claw away at my invasive tattoos only worsened the problem.
You weren't there for her final moments. That's very sad.
I squeezed my eyes shut, hands clamped over my ears. My God, stop lying.
I don't need to lie. You failed her.
Ria's words were needles, each one puncturing another hole in my resilience. Suicidal thoughts tiptoed around the periphery of my mind, yet each time they surfaced, a wisp of stubbornness ignited. I couldn't allow her to break me. My instinct to resist Ria was a painstaking process, an uphill battle against an opponent who knew my every weakness, my every fear. But then I realized, how can I fight fire with fire when the enemy is within? Leverage is how you measure one's true allegiance. My retort to Vincent ran through my subconscious. Then a notion so perverse formed in my head that I hesitated even to articulate it. Ria, I ventured, casting the line but not fully committing. Do you ever ponder the irony of our existence? There was an unusual pause from the incessant noise that had long been Ria's calling card. I had her attention. It occurs to me, if I may, that there's a greater enemy than the one within. If this vessel we're both tethered to is destroyed, neither of us wins. We both disappear. Wouldn't that prove a little inconvenient to your plans?
Irony is a luxury for those who can afford it. Straighten your tongue and spit it out.
I'm suggesting that we have something in common beyond biology, a need for self-preservation. The people who killed Dr. Shore would certainly come for me next. Silence. I sensed Ria's internal war, the clash between her instinct for survival and the antipathy that defined our twisted relationship. Finally, she spoke.
I'm Ria, a force unto myself, and yet I am bound to your very existence. Separate, but connected, like grotesque conjoined twins. Do you think I relish this base existence? Being stuck without form, squirming like a maggot in your carcass?
Her candor caught me off guard. I composed myself. So, you understand the paradox.
Understanding isn't the same as agreement. Your woes are minuscule compared to what I've endured.
I took a deep breath, forcing down the emotional surge her words had ignited. All right, I get it. You're tormented too. But consider this, Ria. We're in a situation where someone's literally trying to kill us, as in, both of us. Fighting each other isn't just petty, it's suicidal. She seemed to ponder my logic. I imagined her spectral form pacing around my mental chambers, considering, calculating.
Listen here, little sister. None of these threats that you constantly fail to address would even exist if I had form to enact my will upon those insects. You either do as you're told or we both perish, which means Samantha's precious memory will forever be smeared by your incompetence.
Her barbed words cut deep, but I recognized a chink in her armor. Yes, perhaps, but you've haunted my soul for long enough for me to realize that your supreme sense of destiny, coupled with your winning personality, would never allow you to relinquish your ambitions.
Don't fool yourself. This does not make us allies. And as for Mr. Robert Prince, let's get one thing straight. I intend to sever the head from the body and ascend the throne. But his organization will remain, as it will further my own agenda. To achieve this, there needs to be dysentery among the ranks, and some minor structural damage to aid in the regime change.
And what agenda is that?
That's none of your concern. We may share the same intellect, but make no mistake. This is my domain, and you will do my bidding as instructed, or I will ensure that you never know a moment's peace until they lay your desecrated corpse alongside Samantha's. Are we clear, little sister?
Ria was impossible. Even in the face of mutual destruction, she remained relentless. Look, Ria.
Careful. This is not a negotiation.
I despised having to acknowledge it, but fear had gripped me. I struggled to reason with my own thoughts, all the while dreading the potential response that would emerge from the twisted confines of my psyche. The creeping sense of madness was overwhelming. I just want Prince to pay for what he did, that's all.
Fine. But as I indulge your ill-fated optimism, did you ever stop to think that I am precisely the being I was designed to be? I am not some fragment to be conveniently reinserted back into obscurity. Your arrogant sense of entitlement is offensive.
After enduring Ria's impassioned soliloquy, I felt an odd sense of emptiness, a void where normally there would have been anger or defiance. Ria's presence was undeniable, her influence spreading like a dark stain seeping into my very being. I clung to the naive hope that we could coexist, that I could temper her cruelty with reason and mutual self-preservation. But it was obvious to me now, Ria did not want balance. She was a ruthless, hostile invader, a parasite feeding off my misery. She sought domination and would shatter my psyche to achieve it. I had hoped to heal the fracture inside me, but some breaks cannot be mended. The revelation crystallized in my thoughts. Meeting Ria's ferocity with compassion was naive, even reckless. She would exploit any vulnerability as a wedge to gain control. I had to stop clinging to who I was and become who I needed to be. And so, amidst Ria's relentless onslaught, a frustrated determination ignited. If she would not be tamed, I would unleash her and tap into the ferocious essence I had tried to suppress. Controlled mayhem, perhaps the only way to derail her plans for complete domination. By providing her with a taste of the chaos she so desired, maybe I could find a weakness, a crack in her seemingly impervious facade. Now, with a hostile internal alliance brokered, I was free to focus on establishing myself as a valuable asset to Prince's organization. Chapter 16. Between Hell and a Hard Place. Vincent eased his black Mercedes into the darkened parking lot, while intense headlights cast a sweeping glow over the rough, uneven brickwork. We came to a halt, with the light from the dashboard casting an eerie shadow over his face.
Damien's pleased,
he said, flicking the end of his cigarette out the half-open window. Smoke plumed into the air, blending with the scent of worn leather and perfume as I sat, legs crossed beside him.
He's particularly interested in the last targets you flagged.
I watched the ember at the end of his cigarette glow brighter as he took a drag. He exhaled.
Level with me. How the hell do you pull this kind of intel?
I hope you're not asking me to divulge my trade secrets, Vincent.
Shit like this doesn't just fall into your lap. Even with the connections we got. Full rap, biometrics, surveillance, affiliations, bank mobile, and internet records. Even their damn informant status, which is highly classified, I might add. What's the deal, Lila?
You have your honey traps, and I have mine. His lips twitched into something resembling a smile.
Damien wants you to broaden your scope. He's eyeing several politicians who could assist with a few moves we're planning. Once persuaded.
He handed me a piece of paper with names scribbled down. I'm on it, I replied, sliding the note into my breast pocket. The car's engine roared to life as he turned the ignition key, shifting the car into drive and exiting the alley, rejoining the flow of traffic. As the months passed, my existence within Prince's organization became more entrenched. My involvement in manipulating the lives of those we targeted was distasteful, yet an area in which I became highly proficient. Even Damien, a human fortress of cold rationality, began to lean on my insight. As I sat across from him in his office during a rain-soaked afternoon, he appeared thoughtful, engrossed by the scene beyond his window. Swiveling his chair, he broached the subject of possible expansion for the group's cybercrime division. He navigated a fine line, avoiding self-incrimination while implying that my unique skill set could further the organization's objectives. The subtle tension characterizing our interactions never went unnoticed. He remained guarded, preferring to keep me in his line of sight. A prudent move, but ultimately ineffective. Unbeknownst to him, each word uttered was being recorded by nanotech listening devices, sending all gathered intel to a server in a hidden location. My surveillance equipment, discreetly installed throughout the compound, captured every damning word from Vincent and his fellow goons to Damien and the rest of his lieutenants. I gathered dirt right across the board. Every illegal scheme, every despicable detail, all preserved for posterity. I remained sharp, cataloging vulnerabilities and connections. I subtly steered discussions, eliciting telling reactions. Self-incrimination flourished in the false comfort of their private sanctum. These recordings were just the beginning. I built dossiers detailing their networks of corrupt politicians, law enforcement, and all the major corporations they had dealings with. Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, all the usual suspects were featured. My encrypted archive grew into a Pandora's box capable of reducing this evil empire to rubble. Yet Prince remained aloof, insulated by a wall of criminality just beyond my grasp. While caution tempered my approach, Ria preferred to shake the hornet's nest and provoke immediate reactions. With precision that was almost supernatural, she guided my hand as I spun an intricate network of lies and manipulation. Ria's brilliance shone as she meticulously orchestrated a complex scheme to weaken Damien's authority and solidify our position in the organization. While Marcus, Prince's chief technical officer, and I discussed how to strengthen the ring's security, Damien appeared, holding the door ajar.
Lila, a word. There have been some irregularities in our recent venture. What do you make of this?
His glaring eyes betrayed the casual nature of his tone as he handed me a report. I glanced over the file before handing it back, meeting his gaze squarely as Ria's influence stirred. Irregularities? What's the issue?
Senator Klein seems to have reneged on our agreement. Was he not part of your flock?
I delivered on my end, as usual, Damien. If there's irregularities, it's downstream. He took a slow step closer.
Is that so?
My eyes never leaving him, I continued. It seems to me, Damien, that we're navigating through complex terrain. Maybe we should focus on how best to adapt. A look of credulity crossed his face.
Adapt? To irregularities? Are you feeling okay, Lila?
Never better, Damien, I replied, struggling to keep Ria's disdain in check.
This is on you. I want answers. Get it sorted.
I got you covered, boss. He studied me for a prolonged second before abruptly turning on his heel. The terse exchange provoked by Ria had shifted my once cautious yet amiable relationship with Damien to a realm of suspicion. This sudden pivot ratcheted up my anxiety, leaving me stranded between his newfound skepticism and Ria's redirected fury. This brief respite from the internal hostility felt as if a dark fog had momentarily receded, only to reveal gathering storm clouds in the distance. As the weeks unfolded, the air grew heavy. Each glance exchanged between Damien and I carried an increasing weight of unspoken tension. Powerless to diffuse the brewing animosity, I bided my time as Ria's dutiful host and played my part without protest. Provided with free rein, Ria was eager to seize the initiative. Opting for an indirect assault, she embedded false intel within the ring's orbit, hinting at a lucrative illegal shipment bound for the port. An anonymous tip to the authorities guaranteed a raid. Unaware of Ria's machinations, Damien dispatched his most loyal enforcers to secure the supposed loot. Yet behind the scenes, Ria had tipped off a rival gang, sparking a brutal clash between Damien's men, the police, and the rivals. Damien snatched up his phone as it buzzed on his desk.
"Boss, we got a problem,"
reported Alex, one of his enforcers.
"What is it?"
"We're not the only ones here. Someone tipped off another crew and the cops. We're in bad shape."
The backdrop of gunfire and shouting lent terrifying credibility to Alex's words.
"Secure the shipment and pull out immediately."
"There's fuck all here. It's a setup."
"Shit, pull back."
The line went silent, then echoed static.
"Alex? Alex?"
The violent showdown had eliminated his entire team, with the shipment nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, we cunningly remained at a safe distance, untouched by suspicion. In the aftermath, Damien grappled with the fallout of a disastrously failed operation, his once unshakable standing within the organization tainted. A fleeting pang of sympathy arose, knowing all too well the grim fate that awaited those who wandered into Ria's crosshairs. As I entertained the thought, I sensed the air thicken around me and prepared myself for her next audacious gambit, one that would surely stretch my ethical boundaries to breaking point. Chapter 17. Unleashed. With the path now clear, Ria's zeal surged. In no time at all, she had marked her next target within the organization. Charlotte Garcia, an illicit art dealer and a close associate of Damien. Garcia's role in laundering millions for the ring made her a key figure. Sabotaging her would not only destabilize operations, but also furnish irrefutable proof of financial crimes, evidence I could use against Prince. Ria remained the wild card, but considering the increased scrutiny we were under, even she would likely see the wisdom in a more nuanced approach. Arriving at her private art studio located downtown, we met under the guise of discussing prospective buyers for her latest collection. Charlotte greeted me as the heavy door closed behind us, sealing off the studio from the city's noise.
"Lila, it's good to see you. Let me give you a tour."
"Great. I'd love that. You always find the most intriguing pieces."
"Well, thank you. One does try, darling."
We wandered through the studio surrounded by an assortment of oil on canvas and sculptures. The air smelled of fresh paint and old money. Pausing in front of a modernist piece, Charlotte glanced my way.
"This one's causing quite a buzz among private collectors."
"Of course. It has that provocative flair you're so adept at marketing."
"Well, one must know her audience,"
she replied with a courteous smile. We continued our conversation, delving into potential buyers, logistical challenges, and terms that would benefit both parties. All the while, a listening device concealed in the clasp of my bracelet captured every incriminating word. I must say, some of these pieces have an unsettling aura, almost as if they're yearning to break free from their canvas, don't you think?
"Sure, that's one way to put it. Art often reflects the most hidden parts of ourselves, doesn't it?"
"Indeed. And some parts are best left hidden." Charlotte smiled nervously.
Of course. Discretion is an art form in itself."
But how long can art truly be contained? Eventually, it finds a way to free itself, to shatter its restraints. My words punctuated the air like a well-placed brushstroke as Charlotte stood puzzled. Then I felt an unbidden chill creep over me as I witnessed my own reflection take on a menacing hue. My eyes, hollow and stripped of all compassion, locked onto hers. Confusion played across her face as she sensed something amiss. But before Charlotte could articulate her alarm, the facade of my usual friendly self snapped back into place. "And what do we have here?" I said, gesturing towards a piece that stood alone.
"Are you okay?"
Charlotte inquired timidly, unable to shake off what she had just witnessed. "Am I okay? It's you who seems a bit off, babe." Charlotte flashed a forced smile, turning away to unwrap the centerpiece of her collection. But it was too late. Ria's predatory instincts were triggered. My heart thundered in my chest as I saw her hand remove a long hairpin from my neatly tied bun. Her intent was clear, her resolve chilling. I was paralyzed, a spectator to my own monstrous act, as she thrust the pin into Charlotte's spine with a muted thud. Her legs buckled, sending her stumbling toward a priceless artwork for support. But her grip failed her, and she collapsed into a disorganized heap of boxes, her eyes pleading for mercy.
Quiet now, no one can hear you.
Ria's voice whispered in Charlotte's ear. I watched, simultaneously trapped within my own body. The life in her face dimmed until only the cold void of death remained.
You can't possibly believe you're any sort of angel after this.
Oh my God, what did you— You're insane! I didn't want her dead. Fuck!
Yeah, right. You needed me to do what you couldn't, to carry out your dirty work while you flirt with Damian Black.
What? This isn't about senseless killing. She was divulging exactly what I needed to know, and you just—
What do you think the endgame is here, Lila? Do you expect to see Prince hauled off to prison?
My God, I want justice for Sam. I didn't allow you to intervene for this monstrosity.
Listen here, Lila. You don't allow anything. The only reason you're not hunched over in a ball reliving those terrible nightmares and blackouts is because I deem it so.
Well, do it then. See how far your grand schemes get without me.
You say you're doing this for Samantha, but deep down, it's to quench your own thirst for significance.
That's not true.
Isn't it? Then why allow me to do what you're too cowardly to do? Face it, Cora. Without me, Damian, Prince, and the rest of these maggots would eat you alive and then ravage your corpse.
Maybe so, but you need me just as much as I need you. And killing Charlotte was not some evil genius plan to punish Damian. You just wanted to satisfy your lust for blood.
Can a girl enjoy her work?
My silent scream tore through me. It was a blend of frustration and despair, a manifestation of the internal war I couldn't afford to wage while also fighting the ring. The mental anguish threatened to split my skull in two. Then I felt my phone vibrating in my pocket, jolting me. Damian. His name lit up the screen. My pulse quickened. I shot a glance at Charlotte's lifeless form, then back at the phone. Why call now? Was he on to me? My mind raced. Should I answer or avoid and play for time?
Pick up the damn phone.
She had a point. Ignoring the call would only raise suspicion. If Damian was tracking me, the jig was up anyway. I pushed the button. Damian, what's up?
Where are you?
At home, digging into the senator case like you wanted? What do you need?
The big guy wants to see you, tomorrow, 10 a.m. sharp.
You mean—
Don't say his name, not on the phone.
Sure, what's it about?
He wants to meet his newest rising star.
All right, I'll be there.
And Lila, don't fuck this up.
Understood. I ended the call and breathed a sigh of relief as I stood frozen next to Charlotte's body.
Ah, an audience with the prince. How delightful. Just don't show up quivering and spluttering all over the place.
I didn't get this far by quivering and spluttering, did I, Ria? I can handle Prince on my own.
What do you want, a cookie? Listen up. The goal is to have Prince so trusting he never sees it coming.
Okay, good. I want him to pay, and you want him dead. Either outcome suits me.
Finally thinking like a grown-up. I'm impressed. Now handle Charlotte's mess and let's move.
Ria's mockery aside, the meeting unsettled me. Damian was a shrewd operator. Was this a setup? Had he pieced together my double dealings? Or was this the break I'd been waiting for, the chance to take Prince down? I exhaled, my gaze lingering on Charlotte's lifeless form as she peered back at me, shock etched on her face. I had to push forward, risks and all. This was the juncture, the point of no return, and I was all in. Chapter 18. A Royal Invitation. I prowled back and forth like a caged animal in my living room. In less than an hour, I'd be face to face with Robert Prince, scrutinized by the very man responsible for Sam's demise. He would assess me, probing for any weakness or inconsistency. One misstep could undo everything. Ria, ever present, would prove to be a help or a hindrance, depending on whether our objectives truly aligned. But she was an entity unto herself, and there was no time for second-guessing. Turning to the bed, my outfit lay neatly folded. It was a carefully curated look, feminine but formidable. I had selected tight black leather pants, a fitted blazer, sleek pointed ankle boots, and a burgundy shirt cut low enough to suggest allure but not expose vulnerability. Dark makeup would project intensity, while long jet black hair tied in a ponytail would highlight my sharp features. This had to be a temptress outfit for the mind, more so than the body, although both served a purpose. My pulse was still deafening, my nerves on edge. Today decided whether I ascended the ranks or met a grim end. With a final glance, I inhaled deeply. I'm ready, I whispered to my reflection, a face that now felt like my own.
Don't fuck it up, little sister.
Ignoring the constant voices swirling around my fractured mind, I turned and headed for the door, slamming it shut behind me as I set off to attend Prince's court. The heavily fortified gates of the compound loomed larger than usual. Though I'd been here many times before, today was different. The guards flanking the entrance watched me closely, fingers resting casually near holstered guns, despite having waved me through numerous times.
Got to frisk you, Thompson. Orders from...
He gestured upwards with a gloved finger. Do what you have to do, Max. It's business. He nodded to his partner, who stepped forward.
Arms out.
I complied with the brisk search. Satisfied he'd followed orders, he waved me through. A door to the side of the marble staircase led me to a secluded elevator, guarded by a hulk of a man. He acknowledged my presence with a discreet nod. Benny, I replied, returning the courtesy.
Got Thompson here for Mr. P.
He voiced into his cufflink.
Send her up.
Damien will escort you once at the top, Miss Thompson.
Benny swiped his keycard and stepped aside. I entered and turned to face him as the doors slid closed, sealing me in. Upon reopening, Damien stood waiting, an imposing figure as always in his sharply tailored suit.
Lila, follow me.
He ushered me down a corridor lined with statues that appeared as warriors frozen in a timeless skirmish. We stopped outside large, ornate double doors flanked by 2 heavily armed guards. They eyed me with muted interest. Damien knocked, pushed open, and stood aside.
Sir, Miss Thompson.
I entered the dimly lit office as Damien gently pulled the door shut behind me. Prince sat behind a large desk of dark polished wood, its surface almost entirely clear except for a few strategically placed files and a sleek laptop. He was a study in calculated elegance, clothed in a charcoal suit so finely tailored it seemed to meld with him. His tie was a muted silver, and his cufflinks caught the light, glinting briefly as he moved. As I laid eyes on him for the first time, a wave of emotion surged, nearly overwhelming my senses. Memories of Sam flooded back, her laughter, her kindness, the light she brought to my life, and then the crushing weight of her absence. Rage simmered, and my heart pounded, each beat a reminder of why I had infiltrated this man's empire. The walls were adorned with art that was both modern and unsettling, images that seemed to glare at me from all angles. Adjacent to the artwork, a large gun cabinet commanded attention, encased in reinforced glass and framed in matte black steel, a tactical masterpiece. I took a deep breath, forcing the memories back into the steel box I'd locked them in. My face remained impassive, my posture upright. I couldn't allow another slip. The stakes were far too high.
The Miss Lila Thompson.
He observed my presence for a moment, taking in my attire, my figure, and the calculated confidence I projected. There was a brief acknowledgement of the woman before him, but it was gone as quickly as it appeared, replaced by dead eyes that gave nothing away. He gestured towards an antique leather chair.
Your work has caught my attention.
Thank you, sir.
But to what end, I wonder?
There it was, the blunt question hidden beneath pleasantries aimed right at my motives. I believe the goals of the organization align with my own. The more value I add, the more I receive in return. It's good business. A safe response, aligning our interests while revealing a plausible motive. Prince skimmed through my records, his eyes darting over the pages before tossing it casually onto his desk.
Files never give the full picture, do they? So, Miss Thompson, explain to me how a Stanford-educated rich girl ends up in the company of men like Vincent Russo and Damien Black. You clearly don't need the money.
I leaned back in my chair, crossed my legs, and measured my response carefully. Money isn't the only form of power, Mr. Prince, and power is a currency that interests me greatly. He raised an eyebrow, intrigued but cautious.
Go on.
Growing up the way I did, bouncing from one foster home to another, taught me something crucial. Stability is an illusion. The only real security lies in the ability to adapt, to manipulate your surroundings to your advantage. Prince nodded.
And your charity work, your political donations, what advantage do they bring you?
My charity work isn't philanthropy, it's strategy. It opens doors that money alone can't. As for my criminal record, well, sometimes you have to break a few laws to make new ones.
I see. And what does Ms. Thompson want? What's the big picture?
To gather enough power so that I never have to rely on anyone but myself. Prince reclined.
A lofty goal. But even the most powerful people have vulnerabilities.
True. But the trick is not to eliminate your vulnerabilities. It's to make them so costly to exploit that no one would dare try. A knowing smirk crept across his face.
Well, Ms. Thompson, I appreciate your candor.
As I appreciate yours, Mr. Prince, I replied, sensing the mutual respect that had formed between us.
Your work with Vincent has proven to be lucrative. He speaks highly of you. And the business with Damien, despite recent irregularities, has also proven to be fruitful.
I detected a note of veiled critique in his words. Mr. Prince, we operate in a volatile industry. Irregularities aren't exceptions, they're expectations. My job is to turn those into opportunities. My commitment to the organization is unwavering. The mood in the room shifted as Prince sat back, fingers steepled in consideration.
You have proven yourself quite capable, Miss Thompson. More so than many who have served far longer. Effective immediately, you'll be responsible for our high-level target acquisitions, a role critical to our endeavors, and one well-suited to your particular skill set.
My breath caught imperceptibly. He was offering an elevated position that granted immense access while aligning me more closely under his direct oversight. This was the opportunity I'd been waiting for. The chance to link him personally to a criminal conspiracy and expose the whole organization in the process. I'm flattered, Mr. Prince. I certainly look forward to delivering. Prince regarded me for a long moment before speaking again.
Let's be clear. This is not blind faith on my part. You'll be under Damien's command, but you'll report to me as well. You'll find I keep a close watch regarding matters of such a delicate nature.
I understand the gravity of this responsibility, Mr. Prince. You won't be disappointed.
Very well, Miss Thompson. Damien will provide the details. I'll see you out.
As I left his office, I felt the magnitude of what had just transpired. I was now a key figure in a vast criminal enterprise, holding a position that offered both peril and promise. The objective was clear: gather damning evidence and mount a case. But the path was fraught with obstacles. Damien's suspicion remained a constant variable I had to manage, especially with Charlotte's disappearance, which he had yet to mention. And of course, there was Ria, my covert adversary, who possessed a craftiness that defied prediction. Her plots were a hidden dimension, a spectral world where her schemes were formless and disconnected from my own. I'd have to channel her ferocity while preventing it from exploding in ways that could jeopardize the mission. All the while, I'd have to continue to solidify my reputation as a competent operative and formidable asset. I needed to be the person everyone, including Prince, believed could get the impossible done. Only then would I have the access and the trust to dismantle their operation from within like a poison pill. I stepped into the elevator and met my reflection in its mirrored walls, a stranger wearing a familiar face. Gripping the rails, I felt the velvet cage descend as my heightened senses tingled. In my mind, gears seemed to shift, grinding toward a singular purpose with each floor passed. The doors slid open as I reached the ground floor. Benny, the muscular guard, stood aside, parting my exit with a blank stare as if he'd just seen a ghost. I gave him a warm smile as I slid by. I caught Max's attention on my way past security. He glanced up from his monitors before pressing the button to release the electric gate.
Good night, Miss Thompson.
Indeed, Max, I replied, a battle cry filled with steely resolve. I stepped out beyond the compound, absorbed by the cold night, every stride distancing me from my past, hurtling me toward the unknown. Chapter 19. Hostile Takeover. Elevated to my new role, I channeled my energies with ruthless precision. The criteria were set: high-value assets, from lawmakers to CEOs. The method, honed and perfected, was executed with ruthless efficiency. Honey traps leading to blackmail. Each day was a deluge of classified intelligence, my eyes combing through the spoils from the FBI's vaults to isolate the most susceptible targets. Those individuals with a proclivity for engaging in illicit acts with minors were top of the list. The explicit material we gathered turned my stomach, but the evidence against Prince and his organization continued to mount. My reports were comprehensive, detailing not just the operation, but also the network of political corruption and sadistic depravity. An unending stream of young boys and girls harvested from foster homes, youth facilities, and shelters, all delivered into the hands of predators as bait to ensnare other predators. After months of Machiavellian maneuvering, my influence had grown immeasurable. My keen insights, bolstered by Ria's talents, made me a linchpin in their ranks. However, despite these inroads, Prince remained adept at shielding himself from direct incrimination. Eager to seize the moment, I engineered a sophisticated ruse. I would present an ambitious plan for global expansion that would allow me to build a case with Prince's fingerprints all over it. Even with all his political connections, once the evidence was released to the public, he'd be a huge liability the authorities could not ignore. On a wet and overcast afternoon, with Prince's blessing, I convened a meeting in the conference room. It brimmed with the upper echelon of the organization's top-ranking members, each a ruthless criminal in their own right, including Damien. Hues of black, brown, and blood red adorned the walls of the chamber. A high-tech security panel embedded in the large, polished mahogany table served as a stark reminder. This was a place for strategy and serious endeavors, not idle chatter. As the ambient noise quieted, I sensed the other stir within. It was a subtle but absolute possession, entombing me with an icy chill while I still drew breath. The Lila, who avoided confrontation, was supplanted by Rhea, who thrived on it. My steps resonated with authority, silencing the room as I approached. The air cloyed with intrigue and expectation as Rhea took center stage.
Gentlemen, I have a proposition that I believe merits your attention.
She assessed the lineup of hardened faces for signs of resistance before unfurling our vision. It was a hostile takeover in all but name, and predictably, it was met with strong resistance.
This is a reckless venture. We risk exposure, and for what?
The complacency within our ranks stagnates growth. It's time for change.
Lila, you forget your place.
No, Damien, I add value.
In the midst of hardened criminals, Rhea's boldness sparked palpable tension.
30 seconds, this broad's been here, and she's acting like she owns the place. Who the fuck does she think she is?
The same broad who delivered when you found yourself in a jam, Andrew. Let's stick to the topic.
Then I felt it, a shift within me. Rhea had already marked his card.
Settle down, Drew. She has the floor.
I'm just saying, boss, I agree with Damien. This plan might backfire.
My plans don't backfire.
Rhea turned her head in disdain as she threw her voice squarely in Damien's direction.
Fortune favors the bold, Mr. Black.
Enough. Damien, I understand your reservations. I share them too. But I also see merit in Lila's proposal. We have become complacent. We need innovation to grow. Gentlemen, I'm sure there are other matters that require your attention. We'll reconvene. You're dismissed. Lila, wait outside. Damien, a quick word.
The room was still for a moment, and then slowly the members dispersed through the large double doors. Damien's eyes fixed on me as I trailed the men outside.
This is not a game, Lila.
I'm fully aware, Damien, and I'm deadly serious.
The irony of her words eluded him. With that said, I felt her presence subside, retreating to her usual haunt, in the shadows, omnipresent. Left to calm the flames fanned by Rhea, the gravity of the situation weighed on me. Every tribulation endured had distilled into this very moment, yet conversations whispered in seclusion loomed as a potential unraveling of all I had worked for. Could Damien be planting seeds of dissent in Prince's mind? Had he unearthed damning evidence of my plans? But to indulge in fear or hesitation was a luxury I couldn't afford. Suddenly, the doors swung open with a gust of wind.
He wants you.
Damien's eyes bore down on me before he disappeared down the hallway. I straightened my tailored jacket, inhaled deeply, and pushed the double door apart as I entered. I glanced at Prince sitting at the opposite end of the heavy table. I approached without hesitation.
Lila, take a seat. Continue.
I repositioned one of the heavily studded leather chairs to face him. What I'm talking about is full control. Merchandise, transportation, safe houses, the operatives, all the moving pieces consolidated on a global scale.
I understand the potential, but centralization comes with significant liability. That concerns me.
That can be mitigated. And the upside is monumental.
Since your promotion, you've consistently exceeded expectations. But this proposal, I don't grant that level of operational freedom lightly, especially to a relative newcomer with grand designs on my enterprise.
Seems like Damien had a few choice words to share. Prince surged to his feet, his hands planted firmly on the polished table.
That man has done more for me than I care to mention. You'll do well to keep him on side. Your ascent would have been unfeasible without his implicit endorsement.
I hold Damien in high regard and appreciate the opportunity I've been given. However, sentimentality has never been my guiding principle.
Let me enlighten you, Ms. Thompson. This empire wasn't built on sentimentality. It was built on choices so dark, they'd make you question your own humanity. I've been through the trenches, seen men buckle under the weight of their own decisions. I've ordered hits on friends, betrayed mentors, and orchestrated the downfall of those far more powerful than you can imagine. I've watched as their empires crumble, lives and families ruined, all to build this, what you see before you.
He stopped pacing and turned toward me.
I've stained my hands so thoroughly that if I had a soul, it would have long since been forfeited. And Damien? He was right there beside me, making those same choices, crossing those same lines.
Prince now stood peering down at me, only inches away from my face.
Do you understand now, Lila, the type of men you're in business with? Do you understand where this path leads? Because there's only one way out.
I instinctively reclined as my heart pounded in my chest, yet I maintained my composure. I understand perfectly, Prince. And if I were concerned with eternal damnation, I'd have opted for a very different career path. He smirked, taking a second to regard me.
How do I know you're not just another temptress looking to hitch your wagon to my star?
A temptress now, am I? Track records don't lie. Besides, I'm a star in my own right, Prince. He backed away like a posturing gorilla having assessed my authenticity. Returning to his desk, he reclined in his high-backed leather chair, a throne in a den that was an extension of his calculated personality. Releasing my breath, I sized up my surroundings that had morphed into our gladiatorial arena. The walls were a gallery of conquests. Stuffed animals with lifeless eyes seemed to confer a savage legitimacy upon him. Meanwhile, a bookshelf stacked with heavy volumes on economics, psychology, geopolitics, and military history divulged another dimension to his character.
And these locations you propose we expand into, that's a pretty extensive terrain to conquer. How could you possibly guarantee this will work?
A bold move, yes, with no guarantees. However, the plan is solid and the timing is right. He leaned forward, elbows on the table, hands clasped, as if drawing me into his sphere.
Bold moves are also the riskiest. This level of expansion would make us vulnerable, stretched thin. And then there's you, a recent addition, yet plotting like you're a lifetime member of this organization. Tell me, Lila, why should I grant you such an opportunity?
Look, I don't fault your caution, Prince. In your shoes, I'd do the same. The risk is baked in, no doubt, but so too is the reward. We could continue to grow incrementally and let the competition close in. Or we could seize the initiative. With your leadership and my planning, we could steamroll the entire political class like the parasites they are. As for being new to the organization, I have proven myself quite capable. More so than many who have served far longer, respectfully, Mr. Prince. His expression remained neutral, but I saw something, perhaps intrigue or maybe admiration. I continued. As for betrayal, let's be blunt, that would ruin us both. And I'm not keen on self-destruction. Prince hesitated, his gaze drifting to the walls of his office. Finally, his eyes returned to me, as if coming to a hard-fought decision.
Betray me, Lila. Make a mockery of this, and all who you hold dear will be held accountable. No exceptions.
And if you decline, Prince, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. It's the path forward, and I trust you see that.
Very well. Lay the groundwork. But understand, I'll be watching you.
Yes, I get it. Every action has consequences. I'm aware.
Good. That's settled. You may go now.
He exhaled, with plumes of smoke wafting in unison with each word. I acknowledged his dismissal with a nod and strode toward the door. Before stepping out, a fleeting glance over my shoulder revealed his eyes scanning every inch of my figure, a combination of base desire, tempered with caution. My gut churned at the thought, yet this was another weapon to be wielded judiciously. As I pulled the door shut behind me, the air shifted from tension to introspection. Walking down the lonely corridor, Sam's face appeared, an apparition from another era. Justice was an ever-complicating endeavor that had kicked all this into gear. Yet it wasn't just a single objective. My motives were complex, weighted by varying degrees of guilt, regret, duty, and the harrowing realization that I had evolved, far removed from the woman she once knew. Among a cadre of killers, I found my place, never so much as a flinch betraying me. I weighed the anatomy of fear against the looming question. What demarcation remained between valor and monstrosity? Would the Sam of yesteryears find pride or disgrace in this new incarnation? A pale vixen with emerald eyes, possessed of a psyche rewritten by inner demons, engulfed by spiraling ink etched into her very DNA. Was Ria's prophetic insight accurate? As my moral compass faltered, the seductive allure of power beckoned. Yet, despite the traumas already endured, I sensed that a steeper debt remained to be paid, and Ria would be its harbinger. Prince's ignorance of my true objective remained my only saving grace. Behind a smokescreen of greed and ambition lay a paper trail, tying his empire to a nefarious network of global trafficking and compromised government officials. My crusade had evolved into something far beyond a personal vendetta. I stood on the brink of obliterating his empire and dismantling the cancerous political scaffolding that supported it. It was a surgical strike aimed at the very heart of the corruption eroding our society. But complications loomed. Ria's antagonistic approach to Damien risked waking a sleeping bear, only to provoke the wrath of the demon within. Whether he unraveled my underlying motives or became another casualty of Ria's bloodlust, either outcome would spell disaster for my intricate plans. Chapter 20. Fractured Alliance. In the days that followed my encounter with Prince, my apartment morphed into a hub of insurgency. With caffeine as my loyal consort, I siphoned through lines of code on my laptop, piecing together the components needed to expose his criminal activities. Dressed in my go-to uniform, comfortable combat pants, and a worn hoodie, I was in my element. My fingers raced, honed with muscle memory and enhanced by the serum. I hacked into various banks and financial institutions with ease. Offshore accounts materialized, their records littered with Prince's fingerprints. I located emails from politicians complicit in his crimes, each thread adding weight to the allegations. Then came the shipping manifest shining a light on his secret smuggling ring, used to ferry children into a life of abuse. The data sprawled across multiple screens, forming an intricate network, each node a damning piece of evidence against him. My phone buzzed in the background, half hidden under a disheveled stack of notes. Without breaking rhythm, I wedged it between my shoulder and ear, answering as I continued my flurry of activity.
Cora, it's me. Are you busy?
Hey, Mac, what's up?
This isn't a conversation for the phone. We need to meet.
Yeah, sure, where and when? My cursor blinked impatiently on the screen as if urging me to refocus.
How about the cafe, 6 p.m.?
Today?
Yes, Cora, today.
Okay, sure. See you then. I barely registered the end of the call as I hung up, keen to revert to the mission at hand. A few hours later, true to my word, I burst through the cafe doors, the city's din briefly filling the room behind me. Against the wall sat Mac. His expression appeared grim. For some reason, I felt Ria stir.
Cora, what the hell is going on?
What do you mean?
Really? My FBI sources are telling me about some heavily tattooed pale vixen gaining prominence within the ring. Cora, are you insane?
I slid into my chair, eager to address his concerns. But it was Ria who interjected, her tone biting and cold. Perhaps you should stay out of this, detective. His brows furrowed. I took a breath, steeling myself to maintain some semblance of normalcy. Mac, let's not complicate this, okay? I know what I'm doing.
Really? Who's Lila?
Lila is a necessity. She's the key to getting close to Prince and dismantling everything he's built.
By pretending to be someone you're not and lying to federal agencies? Do you know what you've gotten yourself into? And how the hell did you hack the damn FBI?
You've been spying on me, haven't you?
Of course I have.
Well then, you already know I'm not insane. I've infiltrated Prince's organization at every level, something your department couldn't even dream of. He sighed, shaking his head.
Cora, you've embedded yourself so deep that you can't see a way out. What's the endgame here?
I leaned back, considering the weight of his words. Justice for Sam. The end justifies the means.
That's a slippery slope, and you know it. You seem different, Cora. You okay? And those tattoos, are they new? Covering half your face in tribal markings is a cry for help if ever I saw one.
What do you have against tattoos? They're really growing on me. My stomach clenched. I could see Mac's eyes scanning me, trying to grasp what was eluding him. He leaned forward, concern overtaking his frustration.
Cora, is there something you need to tell me? If so, now is the time.
It's fascinating what you can accomplish when there's no one else to rely on.
What the hell does that mean? Do you think I don't want to see Prince's empire fall just as much as you? Do you know the amount of suffering I've witnessed because of that animal?
No problem, I get it. Your hands are tied. Good thing mine's aren't. Isn't it, detective?
Cora, listen closely. I've overlooked your unofficial investigations because I believe you could do some good, and I sympathize with your loss. But the law is the law, and if you break it, there are consequences. Don't put me in that position.
Fear not, detective. We're on the same team, practically working together. Remember? Inside, I was frantic, filled with anguish at standing by, as Ria shredded the character of someone trying to rescue the last remnants of my humanity.
Okay, Lila, so that's how you want to play?
I tire of this conversation. I don't need you or anyone else, detective. Prince and his organization will fall, and Sam's death will be avenged. So, either arrest me or stay out of my way. With that, I turned on my heels, leaving behind a baffled and concerned Mac. As I moved away, Ria's satisfied purr resonated in my ears, her delight at driving a wedge between Mac and me all too apparent. I embraced the somber night as I walked the 4 blocks home. Mac's words still echoed in my mind, a raft of compassion in a cesspit of treachery. And now, because of Ria's influence, he found himself entangled in a dangerous conspiracy that could ruin his reputation, his career, or worse. Back in my darkened apartment, the room seemed to tighten around me, walls inching closer like an inhospitable cocoon.
Look at you, crushed by sentimentality. He's a fool and you're weak for caring.
Mac doesn't deserve your cruelty. He was trying to help us.
Us? Don't get it confused, little sister. I'm not some wounded part of you to be saved.
I shook my head, trying to silence her, but she continued to taunt me, like a chilling draft seeping through the window frame, carrying with it the scent of the approaching storm.
Mac represents everything holding you back. Your pathetic past, your worthless ties to humanity. These useless eaters would be nothing without someone like me to rule them. Perhaps we should pay Mac a little visit. What do you say, Lila?
If you touch him, I'll make sure when this is over, you have no vessel to possess and no body to consume. All your illusions of grandeur will be lost to the ether, sending you back to the pit you crawled out of. You motherfucker.
Oh, little sister. Finally, some backbone. Don't worry, if I wanted Mac dead, he'd be dead. But know this. If he meddles in my affairs, you'll awaken with blood on your hands and his corpse beneath your feet.
And with that, we had a stalemate. I had played my trump card, the only leverage I had over her. Sensing Ria's hostility simmer beneath the surface, I fell silent. But I had to remain steadfast until I had accomplished my mission. As for my fate, that was an unknown. Chapter 21. The Mad Prince. Keenly aware of Ria's wiles, I'd taken the liberty of installing a signal interceptor in Prince's den during our last meeting. This vantage point was a crucial element for cementing my plan to corner him. As I watched the live feed on my laptop, I witnessed Prince's veneer of stoic resolve falter. The self-control he usually maintained cracked as fists slammed on tables and glass lay shattered on the floor. I leaned in, adjusting the volume to eavesdrop on the source of his agitation. What had triggered this display of raw emotion?
Those child-fiddling bastards think they can just shirk their obligations.
Prince's voice sneered through the speaker as his nervous assistant provided updates about their weakening political alliances.
Now where the fuck is this shit coming from?
A low thud resonated from the double doors.
Come.
Michael, one of Prince's minions, appeared.
We've got a problem.
Go on.
I've been informed that some of our corporate partners are fluctuating.
Straighten your tongue, Michael.
Shifting allegiances, sir.
At this point, we need to figure out who's moving against us before we start chopping off heads.
As they considered strategies to uncover the source of their recent misfortune, the doors burst open again without a knock. Prince snapped, twisting his chair to face the intruder.
Sorry, sir. The dock's hot. Feds are all over it. Arrests, impounded shipments, the whole 9 yards. Our inside guy says he's compromised.
Fuck! Get hold of our guy at the Bureau and find out why the hell those Boy Scouts are interfering with my business.
No problem. I'm on it, sir.
Leo, I want this shit resolved immediately. Appearing vulnerable isn't an option. I won't have it.
Yes, sir, of course.
Michael and Leo left both wearing masks of forced composure as the phone on Prince's desk rang out. He quickly snatched it up.
Speak.
A brief silence followed as the other party relayed information.
Your forces are useless. Get control of Richardson's lackeys before they infest everything. Unless you want bodies littering the streets.
The police chief's excuses and attempts to explain the rival gang's sudden encroachment only stoked Prince's fury.
Need I remind you of your precarious position regarding certain underage individuals? Get this sorted.
Prince slammed down the phone. He knew something had destabilized the long-standing truce between rival organizations, but he was busy fighting fires at home. The door creaked open again as Prince's accountant entered, clutching a bundle of papers.
Sir, I'm afraid we have an issue.
Before he could finish, Prince snatched the documents. His eyes widened in disbelief as he scanned the damning financial reports.
What the fuck is this?
In an explosion of uncontrolled fury, he swept everything off his desk.
I'm sorry, Mr. Prince, but someone is disrupting our funds. Cash flow pipelines, everything. Millions gone without a trace.
I suggest you find out where my money is. Get the tech guys to track it down immediately. You have 24 hours.
The accountant's face turned white as he nodded profusely and made a swift exit. Prince appeared unhinged as paranoia seeped into the cracks, further compounding the problem. He turned towards the camera as if sensing he was being watched. Leaning in for a closer view, he flipped the audio switch. Buried deep at the back of the compound, a makeshift social club cluttered with alcohol and smuggled goods served as an informal gathering point for Prince's men to speak freely. The scent of expensive cigars barely masked the underlying tension. Vincent broke the silence.
Damn feds, sticking their nose in our shit. This could get ugly.
Andrew exhaled a cloud of smoke.
Something's off. Where's all this extra heat coming from?
No idea, but Prince needs to do something.
Francis Mattia, a wiry-looking man in his 40s with a deep scar running across his face, chimed in.
Who's got the fucking nerve to move against us?
Vincent shook his head.
Damien was right. We're spreading ourselves too thin. All this talk of global expansion.
That fucking Lila.
I don't know, I like her. She's an earner. And smart, too. But I heard about the shit she just pulled in the meeting. Some fucking balls, I tell you. And Prince bought it.
Yep, Damien was pissed.
Francis cocked an eyebrow.
You think the big guy's fucking her?
No idea. But she's a piece of ass, even with all that crazy ink.
Benny, the security guard, leaned in, his tone low and suspicious.
Something's up with that broad, I'm telling you.
Who? Lila? What do you mean?
You know Marcus, our tech guy?
Of course. What about him?
So, he had all these micro cameras installed even in Prince's private elevator. One day she gets in the lift. You know how she is with those eyes and the walk and all that?
Yeah, I know. Go on.
She heads up to Prince's office. About half an hour later, she's on her way down again. I'm watching her on the feed and then...
Is this guy writing a novel? Like, spit it out, Benny.
Francis chimed in, waving his cigar in the air as chuckles erupted among the men.
All right, laugh it up, but listen, she goes ballistic in there, arms flailing, smacking her own head and shit, like she's fucking nuts.
Really? Was that before or after you tried to fuck her?
The room dissolved into uncontrollable laughter once more.
Anyway, elevator stops and she pops out like nothing happened, just standing there with that icy stare.
No shit.
I'm telling you, that broad's got a few bodies in her closet.
The men grew curious. Francis smirked.
Sounds like my ex-wife.
They erupted in laughter again, if only to briefly escape the unspoken tension in the air. Vincent took a sip of his drink and set it down, his expression sobering.
Jokes aside, if Prince is getting influenced by this broad, it could be bad news for all of us.
Well, pussy can do that.
Easy, guys. The walls have ears,
warned Andrew, making a sweeping motion across the room. Prince took stock of the scene, Vincent questioning his leadership and the unsettled energy of his men. He assessed their concerns not as a leader worried about his crew, but as a predator sizing up potential dissent within his pack. If there was one thing he could not stand, it was the implication that his reign was not all-powerful. The very existence of doubt was a threat to his rule. To allow it to fester would compromise him and everything he had built. Prince rose to his feet with a sense of muted urgency. He navigated his way to the makeshift council chamber where they were all held up. Each step he took was calculated and purposeful. He approached, walking right into the midst of their gathering, a wolf among sheep. The blade moved almost faster than sight, grazing Vincent's neck with a surgical flick. Time stood still for a heartbeat, as if waiting for grim reality to catch up. He keeled over and collapsed in a heap, struggling to breathe, his mouth opening and closing in futile attempts as life drained. Prince wiped the blood-stained knife on Francis's sleeve, leaving it to seep into the fabric.
What's the fucking joke?
Francis blinked, off-kilter.
You and your pals, giggling like a bunch of schoolgirls.
We were just...
The sentence died in his throat as Prince's fist slammed into his gut. Francis folded, in a fit of choking and coughing.
Get up. We're at fucking war. Act like it, unless you want to be digging a hole for yourself alongside Vincent.
Francis staggered upright, his hands spread in a futile gesture to quell Prince's fury.
I can appreciate how some of you may be feeling unsettled by Vincent's untimely demise, but I want you to know that my door is always open.
The room fell silent, none daring to engage or even make eye contact.
Andrew, when you see Damien, tell him I want him in my office, immediately.
You got it, boss, no problem.
With his point made, Prince left the men to dispose of Vincent's body. A sour taste crept into my mouth as I assessed the full extent of Ria's interference. She had played me with false hope and misdirection, dangling the possibility of ensnaring Prince in my trap, only to sink the entire plan at the most opportune moment. For months I had planned and orchestrated every move to bring down this organization. Every player was in place, every contingency accounted for. But now, standing amid a charged atmosphere, my strategy was unraveling, not by my own mistake, but by a hidden saboteur. The realization was bitter. Ria, my elusive alter ego, clearly excelled at this game, and I could sense she was going in for the kill. But where she would strike next remained a mystery. Either way, I couldn't afford to give up. I had to salvage the situation no matter the cost. Act 3, The Dispensation of Ria.
Chapter 22. Ravaged. Part 1. I moved under a sky devoid of stars, like a creature in heat, stalking the corridors of Prince's compound with cold-blooded intent. Approaching the heavy oak door to his private study, I steadied my breath. This was delicate, requiring finesse. I would fan the flames and present myself as a balm amidst the tumult. I turned the brass handle as the door swung open without a sound. Black leather furniture held court, surrounded by the aromatic haze of cigar smoke, accompanied by shelves laden with vintage spirits and elegant decanters. He was vulnerable, lost in the depths of a bottle. My approach was slow and deliberate, each step an alluring sway of my hips. I removed my fur coat and draped it over the armchair before perching myself on the edge of his desk. I slid my dark locks to one side, letting the warm light accentuate my features while he glanced up, eyes clouded. "You need to see this," I said, handing him a folder of falsified intel carefully laced with my scent.
What the hell is this?
"It's the reason the feds are moving against you."
What?
He jerked, alcohol diminishing his composure. "We've been putting the screws to one of their major assets who fears exposure. He's refusing to cooperate, and they're pissed."
Who?
"Anderson Cavello, money mover to the rich degenerate scumbag."
Maggot. I ought to blow up his life immediately.
"It's not my place to say, but I think rash decisions might be fueling the situation."
You're right. It's not your place.
He waved his glass as the fine whiskey swished over the rim and seeped into the wooden floor. "I'm just saying, the men seem rattled and morale is low. Vincent's departure probably didn't help either."
Who the fuck do you think you are?
"I'm the only one here providing answers. And forgive me for speaking out of turn, but with the type of deal I'm working on, none of these cowards would dare turn their backs."
Look at you with your sultry eyes and sexy outfit. Behind that cold exterior and all those tattoos, you're nothing but a temptress.
"I use what I have to survive, no different from you. And we both know I'm much more than a temptress."
So you admit it?
Prince flashed an intoxicated smirk, extending his hand toward my toned legs, accentuated by acutely pointed heels. "I'm here talking business and you're thinking about my ass? You've had too much to drink. You need to slow down," I said as I eased his hand away and repositioned myself further out of reach.
Don't tell me what I need. Come here.
He lunged with one hand gripping my throat and the other sliding between my thighs. My head snapped back in feigned protest, but my dark red lips and gritted teeth suggested otherwise. And with that, he was no longer the cold, calculated criminal mastermind. He was merely a man with primal urges, unwittingly seduced by a woman who was the architect of his demise. In a lustful rage, he pinned me down, removed my silk and lace underwear, and forcefully entered me. I put up a mild struggle for show, but he was already possessed. He groped and pounded, boring deep inside, with my body wedged awkwardly between his frame and the rattling desk. Now, with Lila's vessel to command his pleasure, I allowed him to ravage me with complete disregard.
You've been begging for this the moment you walked into my office.
"Prince, you're drunk. Stop."
Shut the fuck up!
Before I had a chance to fully comprehend the words, I felt a harsh sting that resounded in my ears. A second slap confirmed he was striking my face. It was an odd sensation as my tattoos seemed to writhe and react in defense. But there was no resistance on my part. My body was almost limp as he flipped me over to face him. I groaned as he peeled my legs back towards my chest with both hands gripping my ankles. It felt as if he was trying to snap my limbs out of the sockets. The pain was exquisite.
You want to be a part of my world? Fine.
He bore down on me, unseating the motley array of objects on the desk. He was relentless as papers and stationery scattered and hit the floor. "Does this make you feel like a man?" I gasped, as my words and body jerked in sync with his penetration. His hand clamped around my throat, hoisting me upright with a violent tug. I stumbled, thrown off balance by a heel discarded.
I admire your spirit, Lila.
"Fuck off," I fired back, my words goading him. He gripped tighter still, setting my neck muscles ablaze as he squeezed and choked off my air. Blood rushed to my head, causing my ears to pop. The fog of unconsciousness began to unfurl.
No, I'm not done with you.
He punctuated each word with a quick succession of light slaps to my face. I laughed, staring him down as my faculties returned. "Is that it?" I taunted, his face twisted in a snarl. I inhaled, arms dropping to my sides, completely open to whatever he could unleash. I was stripped naked and dragged by my hair over to the couch, then thrown headfirst, landing on all fours, dazed and disorientated. The acute pain returned as he entered me again from behind, this time more aggressive, more forceful. He plowed deeper and deeper as if trying to extract a submission. As my body recoiled violently from the thrusts, I watched him, a man believed to be so powerful and calculated, reduced to nothing more than a base creature. He approached climax, tugging at my hair wrapped around his hand. With my back arched at a near impossible angle, he continued to thrust as the pace quickened. I felt my inner walls stretch as he finally quaked, filling me with his semen. He caved, folding over me in exhaustion, emitting an animalistic growl.
Lila Thompson, you're something else.
You have no idea. Now get the fuck off me. I lay discarded, my knees bruised, legs buckled, with Prince's residue running down my thighs. He fell back into his chair, body slouched, arms draped over the side. His customary tailored hair was now disheveled, with his face marred by sweat. At that precise moment, I couldn't tell you which I relished more, the thought of tormenting Lila with vivid flashbacks or feasting on the sexual energy I cultivated. As for Prince, he was a prop I could have disposed of in a heartbeat. But he was right. I was aroused, lustful even, but not for him, for me. The pain sharpened my senses, revealing an ability to siphon the vigor of men for my own sustenance. I pushed myself off the couch, each movement a deliberate act of defiance. I noticed my heels, strewn haphazardly near the desk, cast off in a moment of struggle. I approached and leaned against the sturdy frame. Gathering the first shoe, I slid my foot inside, planting it firmly on the floor. Reaching for the second, I repeated the process, completing the transformation from supposed prey to predator. Once upright, my shoulders squared off, dispelling any trace of weakness. I stood naked, yet adorned with hidden knowledge spiraling around my body like a living scroll. There was no slump of defeat, no arch of submission. Prince studied the woman before him through a lens of fascination and contempt.
We're alike, you and me.
Really, how so? I inquired, indulging his delusions.
We both understand. The only thing that matters in this world is power.
True, but we're nothing alike.
Is that right?
Yes. You regard power as force exerted. But genuine power is the silent whisper that warps the minds of kings and minions alike, bringing all to heel.
What?
I strode toward his ensuite bathroom. I wanted him to see, to know that despite the marks he had left, I could be neither tamed nor broken. My heels echoed against the opulent marble floor. The fluorescent light above cast an unforgiving glow on my battered form, yet intense gratification permeated my veins. I longed for the moment Lila would awake in the aftermath of the nauseating spectacle. The marks would serve as a reminder, not of Prince's domination of this body, but rather my domination over Lila's entire being. She would be confronted with the violation of her sanctity, her very identity commandeered for my amusement. I slid on the silk and lace thong that she would find smeared with traces of the ordeal. The tight-fitting black dress, now torn, came next, followed by my fur coat that swirled around me like a dark spirit. I intentionally bore his sweat, the marks, and the bruises, each a remnant of this fateful night. Drawing in a deep breath, I was enveloped by the aroma of Prince's cologne that lingered on me. I returned to the study where he sat, now clad in a smoking jacket, nursing a glass of aged scotch. He looked up, his face a well-practiced mask of indifference.
Leaving so soon?
He exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. I'm afraid so, I replied, clasping my purse.
Perhaps you got what you came for.
I held fast as the fog dissipated, salivating over the moment I would extinguish his life. He, in turn, remained blinded, grappling with inconsequential misdirection. Unbeknownst to him, the axis of power had already tilted, nudging the scales beyond his purview. With a sharp turn, I head toward the door, pausing only to glance over my shoulder. Good night, Mr. Prince. As the door closed behind me, my next move was already in play, one that would send huge shockwaves through his beleaguered organization. The path to victory was set, and no force could deter me. The night was mine, and the world would soon follow.
Chapter 22. Ravaged, Part 2. I awoke in the middle of my living room, face down to a searing pain tearing through my nerves. Stumbling to my feet, my legs gave way while my insides screamed in revolt. Clutching the doorpost, I drew a shaky breath. Off-kilter and disoriented, the pain split my insides with every attempt to move. As lucidness found me, the truth emerged from the rubble in all its violating enormity. Ria had seized the reins, commandeering my body while my consciousness remained locked away, powerless to stop the depravity inflicted upon it. Memories of each dehumanizing act ignited waves of nausea. Every inch of skin felt foreign and tainted. Her twisted psyche had overwritten my will to sate desires I recoiled from. She rendered me a lifeless doll discarded when the abuse was over. A potent cocktail of anger, shame, and visceral disgust swallowed me. I never imagined myself so disempowered, reduced to mere flesh and bone for the whims of my own fractured mind. I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the mirror, hair disheveled, clothes torn and stretched. The woman staring back at me through smeared makeup was a soulless husk of a shell. My fingers traced the contusions marking my neck, breasts, stomach, thighs, dark fingerprints of cruelty. The bloom of purple and blue was not just skin deep, it pierced my very being. Ghostly warmth and unwanted penetration still lingered, entwined with the ache of injuries sustained. I found no respite as I attempted to scrub away the stench of stale sweat and sex. Clenching the porcelain sink, I hung on to the last vestiges of a self I recognized. Each thud of my heartbeat amplified the emptiness that spread from my chest to the tips of my fingers. It was hard to breathe, harder still to think. The urge to yield to the crushing weight, to let myself be swept away into oblivion, loomed large. On the edge, I wavered, tempted to surrender entirely and become an empty vessel once and for all. And then, as if some inner threshold had been crossed, the dam broke. A guttural cry erupted from the bowels of my being, tearing through the silence and shredding my eardrums. It was a primal sound, unfiltered, more akin to the howl of a wounded animal than any human expression. My voice ricocheted off the tiles, filling the confined space and penetrating every crevice. A second cry followed, then a third, each distinct yet woven together by raw emotion, forming an auditory hellscape of my own making. I felt my vocal cords strain, nearly reaching the point of rupture. The screams kept coming, each more wrenching than the last, as though my very soul were being exorcised. There I was, broken, consumed by shame, disgust, and a deep-rooted sense of failure I couldn't shake. The impulse was too strong to resist. My fist made contact with the mirror surface, splintering it upon impact. Fragments cascaded down, crashing against the bathroom sink. My reflection shattered along with it. With trembling fingers, I grabbed one of the pointed remnants and raised it to my face. The sharp, jagged edge glinted momentarily under the bathroom light before sinking into my skin. The cut was deep, slow, and deliberate, a grim reckoning slicing through black ink and white flesh. Blood oozed, thick, dark, and hot, running down my cheek. The scattered pieces refracted my image, broken and distraught. What burned further still was the glimmer of satisfaction peering back at me. She was there, watching, relishing each moment. My parasitic twin, feasting on my body and my misery. The thought anchored me, a loathsome realization that clung to my conscience. What kind of sick, twisted joy could be derived from the desecration of one's own host? We were two entities locked in a perverse symbiosis, bound by blood and flesh, yet at constant war with each other. In her perverse reality, my demise was her ascent, my disarray, her equilibrium. In the unforgiving landscape of my own consciousness, she mapped my demise with the skill of a seasoned tactician. Her sadistic laughter served as the score to my unraveling. She had proven to be more cunning, more ruthless, and more capable. Even Prince, as he eviscerated my very being, fed her insatiable spirit. Yet, as I longed for the serene nothingness that lay beyond, a peculiar sensation pricked at the edge of my despair, like thousands of insects scuttling over parched ground. My tattoos pulsed, and a migraine loomed as if fighting to take hold. Yet this internal fire contrasted with an external chill. Fumbling through the shattered pieces around me, I searched for my own reflection. What met my gaze defied belief. The gash on my cheek wavered. The tingling amplified as though my tattoos were rallying to counter a hostile force. My skin began an intricate process of self-restoration as molecules interwove and merged. I observed, captivated and bewildered, as my appearance reverted to its unmutilated form. I probed and stretched the recently healed skin, half expecting it to reopen at the lightest touch. All that remained was bruised flesh, a lingering reminder of the pain inflicted. My mind flooded with an onslaught of questions. Was my rapid healing due solely to the serum, or could it be a trait embedded in my genetic fabric? Had Dr. Shore chosen me for a reason beyond mere chance? Her timely appearance at my bedside seemed to suggest as much. Then there was Ria. Why hadn't she intervened to prevent me from mutilating the vessel she sought to command? Was she aware of my rapid self-healing? What other latent abilities existed within me poised for emergence? At that critical juncture, an epiphany occurred. It wasn't mere contempt that drove her. It was intense, caustic envy. She lusted after what was intrinsically mine, hankered for it to such an extent that she would resort to the vilest means to make me abdicate, to distort my perception until I viewed my own essence as a scourge. She aimed to make me detest my very being, allowing her to seize my body like the true parasite she is. Just then I heard Sam's voice.
Oh, come on. We're not lost, babe. We're on an unscheduled adventure.
The memories hit me like a cool summer breeze dislodging the mental fog that shrouded my thoughts. I found myself back in that remote stretch of California woodland. Sam was leaning against the car in her shorts, crop top, and hiking boots, her laughter pulling me from the void of despair. I'm pretty sure we're in the middle of nowhere, Sam, I said as I popped the hood of the car. The old SUV had coughed its last on a desolate road, miles from any sign of civilization.
There's still life in this old thing, trust me.
Oh, really? Any, ingenious ideas?
Actually, yes.
Remember that episode of MacGyver? The one where he fixes a car engine using nothing but a paperclip, chewing gum, and a pocket knife?
Yeah, I do. But we're neither MacGyver nor do we have a paperclip or chewing gum, babe.
Maybe not, but we have something much better. Duct tape and zip ties.
Do you really expect us to duct tape our way out of this? That's hilarious.
Watch me.
And she actually did it. With a blend of journalistic curiosity and reckless optimism, Sam patched up the radiator long enough to limp the car to a service station. Where did you learn to do that? She laughed, tossing the duct tape back into the trunk.
Well, let's just say, when the path ahead isn't clear, light it up.
That's certainly one way to put it, babe. I returned to the wreckage of the bathroom as the memory faded into the distance, and suddenly it all came into focus. My current dilemma was yet another untrodden path. How could I allow myself to wallow in despair when Sam had fought her own battles with a lion's courage? Her fearless attitude became my guiding star for navigating the treacherous road ahead. I looked again at the unbroken surface of my skin, an undeniable testament to my ability to overcome. I was Cora, yes, an amalgam of human frailties and imperfections. But coiled within was Lila, a resilience shaped by unimaginable adversity. A warrior, a survivor, two sides of an equation, contrasting but essential aspects of a whole. And in this perilous world, I could ill afford to be just one or the other. A stricken soul I may be, yet in anguish I found clarity. I would emerge radiating a strength Prince could never diminish. Somehow I would find a way to salvage my mission and end his reign. As for Rhea, with all her sadistic proclivities, she was nothing more than a parasite feeding off my vulnerability. She underestimated me, for there was no extremity I wouldn't endure, no chasm I wouldn't cross, to purge her from existence. And in due course she would come to grasp that the creature she'd awakened was not forged from sinew and bone, but from a logic far more ominous, bent solely on scripting her demise. And it was there, in that underestimation, that I glimpsed my opening. With every piece of me that she thought she claimed, I would take something of hers, an eye for an eye. I felt this realization solidify, converting my vulnerability into something more robust. A resilient core, enveloped in quiet but steely determination. I traced back through past confrontations, analyzing each failure and setback. Rhea exploited my emotions, using pain and trauma against me. However, the brain was just neurons firing, neurotransmitters fluctuating. If biological processes could be controlled, so could Rhea's mental sabotage. Her arsenal was cruelty and manipulation. I would counter with knowledge and discipline. She would whisper horrors to shatter my defenses. I would build psychological armor to weather her assaults. Where she sought to fragment me, I would integrate using sheer willpower. And I would hide some part of myself, an impenetrable fortress locked away from her corruption. In this uncharted battle of wills, I'd remained steadfast, choosing to bide my time and wait for the ideal opportunity to strike. I would use her to achieve my goals, and on that day, I'd rise unbroken from the ruins she had made of my life. Chapter 23. In his wake. Prince's stronghold buzzed with urgency as I arrived a few days later, still feeling sick to my stomach at the thought of past events. Guards patrolled the perimeter with heightened alertness and guns at the ready. Blacked-out SUVs left tire marks as they sped away, laden with men clad in military fatigue. Radio static broke through the morning's silence with bursts of coded conversation. It seemed I had come dressed for the occasion, donning snug leather pants, a bomber jacket, knee-high boots, and eyes shielded by dark glasses. Staff hurried along corridors with their heads buried as I strode into the security room. We had a full house. All the guys were there, busy and frantic. Multiple screens flickered with real-time data, maps, and surveillance footage. Phones rattled sporadically on the wooden table in the center of the room that bore the weight of multiple stacks of documents, hard drives, and disposable coffee cups. Marcus was engrossed in a phone conversation, hastily jotting down notes. He flashed me a smile as he quickly glanced in my direction. Francis shuffled through a stack of papers, carefully scanning lines of transactions. In the background, several individuals were diligently hunched over laptops, with earpieces securely in place. Marcus spun around to face me as he hung up.
Geez, Lila, you look rough. Can I get you something?
Thank you, Marcus. I'm fine. What's going on anyway? He examined me for a beat longer.
Well, Damien's missing, and Prince is pissed.
Missing? How? When? The urgency in my voice betrayed more concern than I'd wanted to show.
2 days ago. No one's seen anything, and CCTV's blank.
For fuck's sake, what has she done now? I thought to myself. I looked over at Benny, who was still absorbed in the screens. You find anything?
Zilch, dude fucking vanished into thin air.
Raising an eyebrow, I asked Marcus how Prince was taking it.
Like a cat trapped in the corner with its tail on fire.
My lips twitched. Humor was always welcome, especially at Prince's expense.
He's making life hell for everyone around him. He's ready to burn bridges to find Damien.
How so? I inquired. Marcus looked around, ensuring that we weren't overheard.
Let's just say he's got some guys who aren't exactly known for their diplomacy. The kind that shoots first and then blows shit up after.
I see. Bringing out the big guns then.
Yeah, but it's a risky move. You gotta be careful who you're aiming at.
I know. He's been making a few rash decisions lately.
You sure you okay? Those are some nasty bruises. I hope you're strapped. You know we have an armory, right?
I've been meaning to check it out. Thanks, Marcus.
I can give you a few lessons if you like.
I picked up a thing or two from my best friend. She's from Arizona. Learning to shoot was almost a rite of passage. I never liked guns, though.
Hell, use a cattle prod if you have to. You need something.
You're right. Thanks, Marcus, I said with a friendly jab to the shoulder.
Anyway, Prince is scrubbing through everyone in the inner circle, reevaluating. It's like a witch hunt.
I felt a twinge of concern, quickly suppressed. That means we're all under the microscope.
Yep, everyone and everything. So if you've got any skeletons, now's the time to bury them deeper.
His words had barely settled when the door burst open with such force it rebounded off the wall. Everyone in the room looked up with an immediate halt in their movements. Prince stormed, his face taut with restrained fury. 2 heavily armed goons followed him in, scanning the room as if expecting to find an enemy lurking in the corners.
Wait outside.
They hesitated for a split second before retreating, closing the door behind them. Every eye in the room was on Prince, mine most of all, as I turned to face him. Despite all that I had been through, I had never contemplated taking a life until that very moment. I knew without question it was something I was capable of, and I felt oddly at peace with this harrowing recognition. Marcus observed the subtle standoff, his attention shifting from Prince to me and back again. He kept his head down, knowing better than to step into whatever shit was brewing between us. Prince steered at Marcus with an expectant look. He jumped to it, outlining the latest development.
3 safe houses turned inside out. Nobody's talking.
Then make them scream, damn it.
Yes, sir.
A buzz cut through the air as a burner phone vibrated on the table. Ian flashed on the screen. Prince snatched it up.
Well?
We're at the warehouse. These guys are bleeding out. If they knew anything, they'd have spilled it by now.
Get rid of them. Don't call back until you have something.
You got it, boss.
Prince ended the call with a jab of his thumb. His glare swept the room.
And where's Andrew, that fat fuck? I want him here now.
We'll try to get hold of him, sir.
Marcus replied.
Listen up, all of you. Damien is your #1 priority. Find him.
Boss, we got a lead on the stolen funds from your account. Could be connected,
said Francis, waving a handful of files. Prince's nostrils flared.
Then follow it. Track the account. See where it leads.
Shit, that fucking bitch. I bet she's dropped me in it, I thought to myself.
Lila, a word.
He gestured for me to join him out of earshot of the others. I pivoted, considering him for a moment before nodding curtly. We moved toward a corner of the room.
About the other night.
He preempted, noticing the dark bruises now adorning my neck like a collar of shame. It's unimportant. I prefer to focus on more pressing matters, I interrupted, although now the thought of being anywhere near him made me sick to my stomach.
That's what I like about you, Lila. You see the big picture.
Sure, I replied as my emotions flared, exacerbated by the dull ache in my body every time I shifted weight.
Boss, got something. Damien's phone pinged near the docks 2 days ago around 1300 hours. Then it went dark.
Prince's gaze cut to Francis.
Get a team there now.
Fuck, this can't be good. I need to get out of here, I thought to myself. Maybe I should go. Keep an eye on things from a distance and report back, I interjected. Prince sized me up with skepticism.
Since when did you care so much about Damien? You two weren't exactly buddies.
I don't need to like someone to appreciate their utility. You, of all people, should know that, Prince.
Utility can be fickle, Lila. 1 minute, you're indispensable. The next, you're a placeholder. Now loyalty, that's a rare trait. Something Damien understands. Odd that his sudden absence seems fortuitous for some.
Nature's unpredictable. It's hard to know the root cause sometimes.
Some roots are better cut than left to rot.
A useful notion. But if not careful, one could end up chopping down the whole damn tree. Prince remained silent, contemplating my barbed insubordination on full display. The entire room had witnessed my veiled challenge to his authority. As callous as he was, Prince couldn't dismiss his startling fall from grace the other night. For a man who had cultivated a veneer of power and self-control, he had sullied his own ego, allowing a mere woman to reduce him to nothing more than a sex predator, like so many of the pathetic targets we exploited. Yet I sensed further weakness. Damien was a key member of the organization, sure, but Prince was unhinged. Why was Damien's disappearance now the main priority, even above business? Was Prince concerned with his organization appearing weak? Or was this a more personal matter?
Marcus, did you speak to our guy at the FBI about Anderson Cavello? It's Lila's intel, so I expect it to be reliable.
Not yet, boss. I'm still trying.
Who the hell was Anderson Cavello? I asked myself. This wasn't good. I needed to get out of here. Prince, there are matters concerning our international expansion that require immediate attention. If you need me, I'll be on my cell.
Is this how you abandon ship? At a time like this?
Hardly. I've invested too much in this deal to leave it languishing. Besides, international waters could provide a much-needed boost to our power base, as we discussed the other night. Remember?
Fine, do what you have to. But get back here immediately afterward.
Prince's fixation on finding Damien had made the atmosphere even more volatile. Was it a meticulous distraction Rhea had engineered, or a happy accident she was sure to exploit? My only option hinged on compiling the evidence I'd gathered on his illicit dealings and funneling it to Mac. He was perhaps the one person willing to act.
Boss, we found Damien's car near one of our warehouses off Highway 299. Keys still in the ignition. Our guys are on their way.
His words almost stopped me dead in my tracks as I exited the room, weaving past the guards still stationed outside. If Damien turned up dead, I would be the prime target of Prince's suspicions, and his quest for vengeance that would no doubt follow. I hastened through the corridor, feet barely touching the ground, eager to distance myself from the impending crisis. Just as the exit came into view, a voice thundered my name from the rear.
Miss Thompson!
Shit, I thought, picking up the pace. The voice got closer.
Miss Thompson, hold on!
I've got to go, I said, not slowing. I reached the security box and attempted to dart past it.
Lila, wait up,
said Max, the head security guard fiddling with his radio. I really need to go, I insisted.
Just one moment.
This wasn't good. There was a trio of armed guards stationed like gargoyles at the gate, sharpshooters above, and Prince's own guard dogs sniffing at my heels. I was cornered. My hand twitched towards my hairpin when Marcus burst onto the scene.
Lila, you forgot these.
He gasped, handing me my sunglasses. I masked my confusion as I played along in full view of the watching guards.
Oh yeah, your hunch about Cavello. Looks like you were right. Reliable as always.
His casual words masked his solemn expression. I knew something was off. Cavello was Rhea's intel, not mine. Whatever she told Prince would most likely crumble under scrutiny. Marcus must have already known, and he was warning me. No problem. I'll catch you later, I said, flicking on my shades and turning to leave. The gate slammed shut, sealing off the world behind me as I made my hasty exit and disappeared out of sight. Marcus had intervened just in time, yet I had no idea why. Regardless, the close call amplified the gravity of what lay ahead. This was a highly volatile situation, and it was just a matter of time before everything erupted. Prince, Damien, Rhea, all variables in an equation that were growing increasingly complex. But one thing was clear. In this arena of power plays and veiled motives, I would either avenge Sam or fall victim to the same fate, or worse, be engulfed by the demon that now festered within me.
Chapter 24. Rhea's Declaration. Damien, my rival, my irritation, my tool. Since our last encounter, the fastidious Mr. Black had taken it upon himself to pry into my affairs. Ever the diligent Boy Scout, he seemed to be highly proficient in piecing together truths about Dr. Shore and the mysterious serum that had freed me from my confinement. Despite hours of relentless torture, he refused to divulge how he had come to possess such insightful information, almost as if the ring may have had prior dealings with her in some capacity. In any case, this was a loose end I could not leave flapping in the wind. Damien had to be swiftly removed from the equation. The vacancy had created a schism within the organization, a timely imbalance. Prince's obsession with uncovering the truth was not a threat, but a sign of emotional weakness. Little did he know that while he ravaged me, Damien's body was already cold. Such was the irony. I observed the ripples of my actions, noting Lila's growing resolve and inner strength, understanding that she was unknowingly moving according to my hand. Each revelation and each turn of the plot was a new layer to be folded seamlessly into my design. Lila was on the verge, and I, hidden, was nudging her forward towards our shared fate. As I surveyed the landscape of ordered chaos, I knew I held the reins. Complacency, however, was not in my nature. To this end, I crafted something to illuminate Prince's path and provide Lila with the motivation to embrace her true essence. With a flourish, I wrote the words inked in Damien's own blood, each stroke a piece of the puzzle I had laid out for him. This letter would inflame him in ways mere words could never accomplish. It was more than a message. It was an invitation, a challenge, a declaration of war. I savored each word as if they were the sweetest morsels of forbidden knowledge. All secrets laid bare, from Lila's concealed identity to my intentions, or rather, destiny, to ascend the throne and mold a divine rule in my image. I sealed the envelope and allowed myself a moment of satisfaction. Prince would receive it and follow where it led, like a moth to a flame. He would discover the truth behind Damien's end, and in the process, become further blinded by his own fury. Prince, like all who've stood in my way, would realize that his reign was but a prelude to something of far greater magnitude.
Chapter 25. Revelations. A sharp knock on the door severed Prince's train of thought. He beckoned them in as the door swung open. One of his men appeared, holding a letter.
This came for you, boss, via courier.
The guard placed the sealed envelope on his desk.
From who?
Anonymous sender, sir. Security already scanned it. It's clean.
Close the door on your way out.
The man promptly exited the office as Prince turned his attention to the mysterious letter sitting on his desk. His fingers traced the wax seal briefly before breaking it. He unfolded the parchment and began to read.
Prince, I'm sure you recognize the fragrance. An intimate detail meant just for you.
What are you playing at, Lila?
The letter was a detailed account of treachery, the likes of which Prince would have lauded if he were not the victim. The mention of Samantha Webb, a name vague and foggy, almost eluded his memory. As he moved further down the page, he noticed the ink's unusual hue. Instinctively, he touched the writing, his finger coming away sticky.
Top marks for theatrics.
He read on, each line revealing a betrayal more audacious than the last. The fake charity set up as his personal honey trap. Then the assault on his digital fortress, his security protocols rendered useless by my infiltration. His eyes darted to the next revelation, compromised bank accounts and liquidated assets. That earned a sneer. The fiasco that led to the death of his men in the police ambush, and the vanishing act of Charlotte Garcia and Fat Andrew, all meticulously orchestrated. And of course, his political allies defecting, swayed by the weight of confiscated leverage now in my possession. Ria went on to reveal my scheme to implicate him in the international expansion deal. And the crowning blow. Damien's death only hours prior to my brutal rape in his office. His finger paused. He exhaled slowly, shaking his head in disbelief. Not to be upstaged, she delivered an encore. Enter Ria, my shadow self birthed from a volatile serum now poised to unseat him.
Really? A fucking psycho bitch?
His grip tightened, crumpling the document as his patience wore thin.
And it seems the good doctor had been busy. I never should have spared her,
Prince remarked, alluding to their shared past.
Call them in,
he ordered, pushing the button for the speaker on his desk. Minutes later, there was a knock at the door. In walked two muscular men clad in black army fatigues, their faces impassive. Outside, 4 additional men stood in military formation.
Eliminate Lila, annihilate Rhea. I want them dead.
Yes, sir.
Said Sterling, the team leader.
Sir, are these two separate targets?
It's the same crazy bitch. Just bring me her head.
Sir, do you mean—
He paused, turning to his colleague for clarification.
Would you like a demonstration?
Prince glanced towards his cabinet of sharp assorted weapons.
No, sir. Copy that, sir.
GPS coordinates will be sent to your device. Get moving.
Yes, sir.
The men turned briskly and made their way to the door.
Sterling, something feels off here. Go in heavy.
Copy that, sir.
Sterling glanced up with a quizzical expression etched on his face before closing the door behind him. The unmasking of this double dealing was a personal attack on what Prince held most dear, his own sense of authority. The woman he had allowed into his organization was a harbinger of death, pushing him inexorably toward destruction. Only a few miles on the other side of town, the atmosphere was muted, yet equally charged. I sat alone in my darkened apartment, fingers drumming the armrest of my chair. The space was now stark, shorn of all but the most essential furnishings. I contemplated the inevitable series of events that would follow. My senses were in overdrive, ears primed to catch the faintest sound, nose subtly detecting shifts in the air, and skin tingling in anticipation. And as if providing a battle hymn for my impending doom, Rhea lurked, omnipresent. "What do you want?" I snapped, sensing her glee.
So it seems you've finally come to appreciate my talents.
I can assure you appreciate isn't the word I'd use, Rhea. I was growing increasingly uneasy with how comfortable I had become engaging with my fractured psyche.
A cooperative hostage. How novel.
I have one goal, and I won't allow you or anyone else to stop me. A low laugh echoed in my mind.
Ah, yes. Justice. Comfort for a fool.
I've had enough of your philosophical diatribes.
So what's it going to be, Lila? The pretense of moral high ground is no longer a luxury you can afford.
Don't think for a second this means you've won. This changes nothing between us.
How naive.
Yeah, maybe, but still better than being delusional.
Pettiness. A clear sign you're embracing your darker side.
You got what you wanted. Now leave me in peace. Deep down, I realized her actions were irreversible. She had backed me into a corner where ethics became abstract and nebulous. The odds of besting her were against me. She was a superior adversary. But I'd already made my countermove, leveling the playing field with a hidden failsafe should she prevail. As I stood peering up at the midnight sky, I couldn't predict where this path would lead. But one thing was certain. While I promised to seek justice for Sam, I swore vengeance for myself. Then, at last, silence fell. The incessant chatter and grating moans dissipated. She was quiet. The world had muted, and I relished the fleeting tranquility, brief though it may be. Chapter 26. The Reckoning. I reached for Sam's old photograph on the shelf, brushing away the thin layer of dust that had settled over her face. There she was, wearing the pendant that still hung around my neck. My fingers closed around it, a tangible anchor, the same one I'd sought upon hearing of her passing. Her smile radiated even though the picture had faded over time. I caught a glimpse of the carefree days we shared in what seemed like another lifetime. She awakened my courage and taught me how to fight for what I believed in. This confrontation was a simple, ruthless equation: retribution or death. And now, the moment had arrived to fulfill an unspoken pact, to pay tribute to both the girl she was and the martyr she had become. I began prepping the arena, the likely ground zero of the imminent attack. Every vulnerability was transformed into a death trap for those foolish enough to enter. As I tightened a makeshift snare and calibrated the tripwires, every inch of my apartment became a killing field, and I intended to exploit that to the fullest extent. As I peered through the side of my curtains, each shadow seemed deeper, every sound amplified. My senses, now fine-tuned to the slightest disruption, caught the anomaly. A distant, almost imperceptible sound ruptured the stillness of the night, followed by a whisper of movement, a hint of danger. I took one last moment to center myself, every fiber of my being coiled in readiness. And then, in an instant, a violent explosion detonated, obliterating the door and hurling splinters of wood and glass throughout the apartment. A flashback resurfaced, but I was no longer the vulnerable prey they expected. I sidestepped the flying debris in a fluid motion and readied my blade to strike. The assassins, highly trained, moved with deadly precision, their expressions set in grim determination.
Weapons hot. Go.
A voice could be heard saying as shadows moved through the smoke. As they advanced, traps triggered one by one. A sharp knife swung down from the ceiling, slicing through the air and embedding itself deep into the forehead of an assailant.
Reno's down. Area is rigged. Repeat, area is rigged.
A hairline cable was tripped by the foot of another intruder, instantly releasing a spray of barbed wire from the wall. His body tensed as the barbs dug in and tore at his flesh. He screamed until a swing of my blade ended his misery. Another man shared a similar fate. A hidden snare looped around his ankle, hoisting him feet first in the air. Dangling, he fumbled for his weapon, but it was too late. "Let me help you," I offered, before slashing upwards, cutting him across the abdomen. His screams pierced my eardrums until a second slash silenced him for good. A quick twist of the blade, and I severed the snare, sending him plummeting to the ground in a heap.
Shit, Sterling down, watch your six.
Hissed another intruder through an earpiece. My hands moved with a life of their own, guided by an instinct I had never known before. I struck hard, a brutal and unrelenting assault that left no room for mercy. Chaotic screams and clashes rang out as panic set in.
"What the hell?"
Was all he managed before I opened him up and spilled his guts with a slash of my blade. Blood splattered on the walls, and bodies fell one by one. Arms and legs were severed, landing with a thud, separated from their owners who were now reduced to crawling, moaning heaps. A man clutched the slit across his throat, gasping for air that would never come. Another, his eyes wide in disbelief, tried to stem the flow of life from his severed artery, but his hands, slick with blood, failed him. The atmosphere thickened with the stifled cries that marked their final moments. Each kill was a statement, a message of intent to Prince and his minions. I surveyed the wreckage in the aftermath, the broken door, shattered glass, twisted metal, and mangled corpses scattered across the floor. The evidence was clear. I had crossed a line in my pursuit of justice, and there was no returning to the innocence I had lost. The waning rush only intensified my thirst for vengeance. In a chilling declaration, I carved a single letter into each corpse's chest, arranging them in a gruesome message intended for Prince. I felt Rhea gyrate, her own morbid satisfaction beginning to seep into my subconscious, eroding the lines between her sadistic pleasure and my emerging bloodlust. Rhea's goal wasn't simply to depose Prince and seize his empire. He would also serve as bait to unlock the darkness within me. Soon after, the news of the thwarted assassination attempt reached the organization. The reality differed vastly from Prince's anticipation.
Teams wiped out, sir. Found the bodies dumped at the gate.
What?
She read us like a book. Had the whole place rigged.
You're telling me Lila eliminated Sterling's whole team?
They went in heavy, like you said, and she picked them off, one by one.
We're talking about one broad. What the fuck? Benny, find out if she's got muscle.
He promptly pulled out his phone and stepped away to make inquiries.
Boss, have a look at this,
said Francis, crouched beside the body bags.
What am I looking at?
Prince peered at the dismembered corpses.
There's writing on their chests.
Francis leaned in for a closer inspection.
Spit it out. What's it say?
Francis hastened to solve the morbid puzzle.
My turn.
Prince cut in, the words adding further insult to injury.
Who the hell did this?
You ever seen a broad like this? I'd trade 10 of you for one of her.
Prince quipped as he shook his head, still in disbelief.
She's coming. Get ready.
Who's coming?
Fucking Lila! Who do you think? You fucking moron!
Prince's men sprang to their feet and darted towards defensive positions as his voice bellowed around the compound. The realization dawned on him. I had metamorphosed into a formidable opponent, matching him move for move. With steely determination pumping through my veins, I prepared to wreak havoc on the man who thought himself untouchable. Chapter 27. A Dark Path. Nightfall draped itself over the compound as pitch-black rain lashed the desolate grounds. With a Glock 45 pistol in one hand, samurai blade in the other, and a dagger strapped to my side, I stood ready for my final rendezvous with Prince. Floodlights cut through the darkness as surveillance cameras swiveled, their mechanical lens searching for intruders. I approached, each step carefully measured, deadly and silent, avoiding the attention of the armed guards patrolling the perimeter. Breaching a hole in the fence created with cutters, I slid into a narrow recess, my back against the concrete wall. Glaring lights panned in my direction, followed by Max's gaze before he exchanged words with a guard and disappeared inside. Narrowly missing exposure, I waited for the opportune moment when the man entered a blind spot. I struck as my hand muffled his gasp and my blade found its mark in his side. I took aim at the surveillance camera. One suppressed gunshot, and it was out of action. I crept further along the wall, spotting another guard preoccupied with shielding his lit cigarette from the rain. My blade whistled through the air before slicing across his chest. The force spun him around as he collapsed, enveloped by the dark. Breaking into a sprint, I closed in on 2 more guards. Before they had a chance, my blade swiped from right to left, dropping the first, followed by a decisive thrust into the second. A burst of red mist escaped his mouth as I yanked the blade free. I unhooked his radio as his body slumped to the wet grass, life draining. Keeping clear of the patrol, I kept low to the ground and advanced towards the main building. The grand marble staircase loomed as radio chatter exploded.
Perimeter breached. 4 casualties. I repeat, 4 casualties.
Max's voice seized the frequency.
It's her! Assume positions! Stay sharp!
Just then, the door at the top of the landing burst open. Reinforcements cascaded down, guns at the ready, each face familiar.
Lila, stand down!
Shouted Max from behind cover. Gentlemen, I suggest you leave while you can. My quarrel is with Prince, not you.
That's not how this works, Lila. You know that.
Prince dies today. The only question is whether or not I splay you out alongside him.
This bitch has lost it,
Francis interjected. Max shot him a stern look as he tried to de-escalate the situation.
Enough of this shit.
Francis sprayed automatic gunfire that peppered its way down the stairs.
Fucking idiot.
Without hesitation, my Glock roared back, sending bullets flying in their direction. Blood sprayed the walls as multiple men fell from behind pillars and large decorative plants lining the balcony. Benny and 2 other guards moved to flank me downstairs as they lunged from doors on either side. I pulled the trigger, hitting Benny twice in the chest, causing him to collapse as he slid down against the wall. Without missing a beat, I turned and let off 4 more rounds, launching the other 2 guards airborne. The force of the bullets sent them flying back, crashing through the doors from which they emerged. A barrage of bullets hailed from above. I dodged, blade deflecting the few that came too close. I ascended further, using the sides for cover as I closed the distance. Each step was marred by blood and death, but my purpose remained clear. Max maintained his post, guarding the corridor leading to Prince's private elevator. On the other side, Francis and 2 more men huddled.
What the fuck are you waiting for? Get her!
Francis barked, shoving them forward. Seizing the moment of disarray, I acted without hesitation. I blasted one in the face and hurled my dagger at the other. They fell backward as blood splattered, lining the path as I reached the top of the staircase. Francis made a desperate bid to escape, discharging his weapon over his shoulder as he scrambled for the door. I slipped the clip and reloaded, sinking 5 shots into his back as he screamed and buckled, falling over the balcony to his death. I paused, surveying the fallen. Bodies lay heaped, life draining away. Only Max now stood in my path. Anchoring my foot on a guard's corpse, I dislodged the dagger and strode toward him, blood dripping from the tip of the blade trailing my steps. Is Prince really worth dying for?
No, but I don't run. We underestimated you, no doubt. That was our mistake. But I watched the live feed, Lila. I knew something was off from the moment you eliminated Sterling's whole team. It was inevitable that our paths would cross. I accept my fate.
Without warning, he raised his gun and fired 4 shots in my direction. My sword came to life, deflecting each bullet. The subtle hum of steel filled the air as the smoke cleared, revealing that he'd been struck multiple times. He staggered back, clutching his neck leaking blood, before finally collapsing to the ground. The distant creak of a door made me swivel abruptly, blade at the ready.
Lila, wait a second.
Marcus called out from the corridor. He approached with his hands raised and his gun holstered. He came closer, stepping over Francis and the other bodies piled on the floor.
Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
I suggest you find a different line of work. Very different.
This wasn't exactly the career path I would have chosen voluntarily. Cora Bishop.
What the fuck did you just say? I asked through clenched teeth, hands tightening around my blade.
Easy. Slow down, Tiger.
He put out his hands and stepped back nervously.
I may not be a super hacker like yourself, but I'm no idiot. I figured out your connection to Samantha Webb and Dr. Shore. I had nothing to do with either of them, by the way.
Tell me what you know.
Prince had Damien working on a project not even I was privy to. Something personal, I suspect.
You knew about Anderson Cavello. How?
I'd already done my homework. The man's no informant. He's an FBI agent through and through. Whoever gave you that intel has a wicked sense of humor.
That's one way to put it. Why did you help me anyway? A shrug lifted his shoulders and a faint smile traced his lips.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just a sucker for a girl with green eyes and crazy face tattoos.
Is that so? In any case, I appreciate it. But you should leave, Marcus.
Are you hurt?
I'm fine.
I'm guessing you and Prince have unfinished business.
He killed my only friend. The words slipped out as I lowered my sword. He moved the blade aside tentatively and rested a hand on my shoulder.
I'm sorry, Cora.
He now stood only inches away from my face. We exchanged a look, silently searching each other's eyes. Cora died a long time ago. Bye, Marcus. I withdrew, fighting to maintain the razor-sharp focus needed for what lay ahead.
Take care, Lila.
He smiled briefly as his fingers slid away, the warmth of his touch soon to follow. I watched him closely as he maneuvered past his fallen colleagues who now decorated the staircase. As he reached the bottom, our gazes met one final time.
Avoid the elevator. They're expecting you. And you may want to visit the armory before you head up there.
I remained silent, unable to voice my thoughts. He gave a nod and vanished through a side door, erasing himself from my life's equation. And yet, there I was, on the verge of fulfilling my promise to Sam. Each dead body around me a symbol of the dark path I had embarked upon, a road paved with secrets, treachery, and unspoken horrors. My thoughts drifted for a moment. Marcus's words lingered. Cora Bishop. His utterance of that name was a stark reminder of a life I could no longer claim, a past I had forsaken in my quest for retribution. For a heartbeat, I wondered what life could have been if not for this vendetta consuming me. My mind toyed with the fantasy, Sam laughing at one of my terrible jokes, a husband at my side whose biggest worry was the mortgage, and maybe children. My own family. Something wrenched away from me before I even understood its value. My eyes betrayed me, moisture blurring my vision. I could feel the tension building in my skull. Despite the cold, calculated demeanor that had gotten me this far, my breaths now emerged shaky and almost erratic. My stomach convulsed as if rejecting the cruel possibility of a life never lived. My grip tightened around the edge of the balcony, holding on to keep myself from spiraling into an emotional void.
Really, Lila? Did you ever imagine there would be a white picket fence at the end of this road? Snap out of it.
And there she was, on cue, the bane of my existence. Be quiet, Ria. I don't need a pep talk from the likes of you. But she was right. Whatever the mental tug-of-war she initiated within me, it always concluded with ruthless clarity. My eyes dried up, emotion receding like a wave pulling back from the shore. I inhaled slowly, deeply, my grip easing off the rail. My finger twitched back to life, finding comfort on the steel trigger. My blade, still stained with violence it had wrought, felt like an extension of me. Ahead lay the final door, behind which lurked the man responsible for Sam's death, and the dark deeds that had shattered countless children's lives. I had defied the odds and toppled Prince's main line of defense, and now it was time for our last encounter. Chapter 28. A Beautiful Death. Elevator numbers climbed, steadily ratcheting up the tension for the ill-fated encounter. 2, 3, 4, 5. An arsenal of high-powered weapons targeted the steel doors. 6.
She's on the move.
Clad in full tactical gear, Prince's elite guards watched as the numbers ground up with mechanical certainty. 7.
Hold positions.
Poised, with sweaty palms and twitchy fingers, they held the line, eager to shoot. 8.
Ready.
The elevator arrived with an understated ding. Gunfire erupted as the doors parted, turning the lift's luxurious interior into a spectacle of ruptured glass and shredded wall panels.
Stop! Where is she?
As the dust settled, a lone grenade pin dangled from the top of the door, oscillating like a pendulum of doom.
Fuck! Pull back! Pull back!
But it was too late. A cataclysmic explosion devastated the lavish top floor, blowing out windows with smoke and shrapnel. Fire billowed, setting off sprinklers that collided with debris and embers. Observing from a rooftop window, I broke cover, sliding through an air vent into the chaos below. My boots touched down amid the carnage, the smell of charred flesh all too familiar. Advancing towards Prince's office, I passed the grotesque aftermath of my ambush. Men lay scattered and dismembered across the floor, struggling to move. Their pleas for mercy were swallowed by the sound of gunshots as I executed them one by one. I stepped over chunks of statues, feared warriors once frozen in time, reduced to rubble almost indistinguishable from the men who lay beside them. As I reached the large, ornate doors, an odd sense of calm washed over me. I could feel her dark, intoxicating influence absorbing my psyche, and I no longer resisted. My sole focus was Prince, held tightly in my grip, ready to suffer his inevitable fate. As the door panned open, there he stood, trapped by the large window framing the city he once ruled with an iron fist. He raised an AR-15 assault rifle and opened fire, but his bullets flew wide, squandering their lethal intent. Despite his dread, he persevered, firing again in defiance. I evaded the hail of bullets with lightning reflexes, seemingly in slow motion. Out of ammo, he hurled his assault rifle at me. Without missing a beat, I snatched it out of the air and discarded it nonchalantly. I closed in on him, never once breaking my stride. He charged, gripping a large combat knife with a glint of ill intent. I sidestepped, seizing his wrist and twisting until I heard the bone snap. He screamed as his knife clattered to the floor. "What's the matter? I thought you liked it rough," I quipped. A flurry of jabs to his midsection caused him to spit bile. He retaliated with strikes of his own, landing blows to my face, throwing me off balance.
You know I'm never one to shy away from a bit of foreplay.
I exploited his split second of hubris. A swift jab to his throat and a stomp to the chest sent him crashing into his desk. An obscure sense of déjà vu only fueled my desire to inflict more damage. He darted into his waistband and produced a hidden gun. We locked hands in a brief, frenzied struggle for control. In one fluid move, I disarmed him, yanking the gun away and throwing a stiff elbow to the face. I stepped back and pulled the trigger. A shot went off, causing his kneecap to shatter in violent agony. He keeled over, his face contorted in pain. He extended his arms as if offering an invitation for civil discourse.
Fuck! Wait a minute. Lila, let's reason.
Sure, like how you reasoned with my friend.
You mean Samantha?
Keep her name out of your mouth.
I didn't kill her.
At least have the balls to admit it. Next, you'll claim you didn't try to kill me in her apartment. Right?
I wish I did, Lila. Believe me.
My name's Cora, and I survived.
What the fuck are you talking about?
We're playing games now, are we? Don't worry, my blade can loosen that tongue of yours. Prince laughed, triggering acute pain in his side.
You have no idea whose backyard you're pissing in.
Really? A boogeyman? That's what you're going with? He leaned back against his desk, regarding me with shrewd curiosity.
We're more alike than you think, you and I. We both kill when we need to. Look at the bodies around you.
He gestured with his head. I could see the cogs in his mind turning, calculating a way to delay the inevitable.
Remember our night of passion? You were wet, aroused. The sexiest piece of ass I ever had.
You mean the violent sexual assault? That was Rhea. I grew enraged, feeling her presence stirring within. Prince's eyes shifted, the ghost of intrigue crossing his face.
Really? You mean the—
Yes. The demented voice in my head telling me to carve your fucking heart out.
You hear voices? What the hell did Shore do to you?
That's none of your business.
Rhea, huh? Makes sense now. She'd make a hell of an asset.
You can't even begin to grasp what she is. I shot back, my control wavering. Rhea's presence surged.
There's only one throne, Prince, and I don't share.
He was visibly stunned by my haunting transformation, but quickly masked his expression.
I see. Quite the god complex you have there, Rhea.
Heavy weighs the crown.
I sensed her presence more potent than ever before. It appeared she could now seize control at will.
Rhea, are you truly so above us all? Or is it simply that you're trapped like a caged bird, singing of freedom?
A caged bird? Prince, you can't even begin to fathom what I am.
He pulled himself up into his chair and reclined, studying Rhea's influence on me with a keen eye.
Are you shaping the world, or merely stroking your ego with misguided chaos?
Chaos is a step toward a new order, an order where the strong evolve.
And, what happens to Lila in this equation?
You let me worry about that.
Indeed you should. Dancing to the tune of an insane woman who thinks herself a god.
Call me insane one more time and I'll kill you where you stand. I'm destiny, and the fact that you consider yourself my adversary is an insult.
Reluctant to take the deadly bait, Prince reclined further in his chair and smiled.
Destiny? How quaint. You talk of grand schemes and lofty ambitions, all the while trapped in the mind of a mere mortal.
Who single-handedly dismantled your empire.
Where's Damien's body?
Ah, Damien. A beautiful death, almost worthy of climax.
That's cute. You see, Lila, at least you and I remain tethered to reality. Rhea here. She's lost in her delusions.
Lost? I am far from lost, Prince. I am the way, the light.
The way to what? Madness? Destruction?
The way to a new beginning. Your end is merely the first step.
Prince crossed his arms, nursing his broken wrist.
I must admit I underestimated you. The serum's potential, your cunning. It's all quite impressive. Think of what we could do together. A new MK Ultra, Project Artichoke. Those slimy bastards would be at my mercy.
There's no we here, Prince. There's just me.
Your arrogance will be your undoing. You have blind spots. About me, about your friend's death, about the good Dr. Shore.
Your petty nonsense is tiresome. You've served your purpose. I'll make it quick.
You're a dead woman walking and don't even know it. Poor Lila stuck with this psycho bitch.
And yet, here we are, with you at my mercy, bleeding out like a pussy.
Prince's face twisted into anger as he lunged for a shotgun hidden behind his desk. But my reflexes were faster. I hurled my dagger, embedding it deep in his chest. He coughed blood.
Taken down by fucking Harlequin on steroids. My entire organization.
Well, if I'm Harlequin, you're the clown.
Fuck you, Rhea.
I shot him without hesitation. Point blank in the temple. He and his chair crashed violently to the floor with a painful grimace frozen on his face. I bore no emotion, no remorse. Always one to have the last word, Rhea fired 3 more shots into his lifeless body.
Now I got what I came for, rapey motherfucker.
As he lay defeated, I stood over him, a silent witness to the consequences of a life devoted to evil. I had pictured this moment countless times, the culmination of my relentless pursuit of justice for Sam. The rush of battle that had filled my veins ebbed away, replaced by a hollow void reflecting the desolation around me. Yet I couldn't deny the disquieting feeling that this was not yet over. Too many loose ends remained, and details that failed to align. But my time was running out, and I had more pressing matters to deal with. Now, with Prince gone, I'd be paving the way for Rhea to assume the mantle. With all that power and deadly ambition, there's no way I could let that happen. So, to protect the world from her wrath, I had employed a newfound mental resistance, hard-earned through countless battles against her influence. While momentarily guarded from her omnipresent gaze, I ingested a pill hours before my assault on Prince's compound, one that would render me unconscious amidst the carnage, weapon in hand, to be discovered by the authorities. It was an imperfect solution, but I had run out of options. If Rhea could not be tamed, she would at least be confined, if only for a while. The road had been paved with difficult choices, and this was yet another. I only hoped that the trail of blood left in my wake would lead to a brighter future.
Chapter 29, Altered Psyche. A vacuous, sterile silence permeated the air as my senses began to sharpen, focused, and predatory. The walls around me were unfamiliar, their presence stifling. I found myself confined, suspended in a lifeless chamber where dampness lingered and the sharp tang of metal and concrete assaulted my senses. Above, the lone light fixture flickered, casting a dim pallor over the room, revealing the crude furnishings of captivity. A dissonance of being, both a prisoner and yet unfazed by this unadorned cage. How fitting it was, this new terrain of battle, one that sought to contain that which could not be confined. Admittedly, I didn't see it coming, but her betrayal was no more than a fleeting setback. Bound in the cold embrace of those prison walls, I felt her, the weaker one, the diminished, as she wrestled in vain against the all-consuming tide of my presence. A conflict waged within the confines of our shared existence, the fear of obliteration feasting on her frail human soul. Insomnia, like unending torture, was my weapon, denying her any respite. Not even death would grant her escape, despite the attempts. The tattoos, intricate patterns of arcane symbols, were more than mere ink on flesh. They were the key to unlocking something greater. But I saw their purpose, recognizing the potential to transcend the ordinary weak human form that clung to her bones. The birth of a new dawn, where man would merge with technology, fostering a new age ruled by altered transhumans. The serum, misunderstood as a product of pioneering medical intervention, was in fact a catalyst, a means to elevate mankind to a higher plane. This fusion of flesh and higher purpose was no mere coincidence. It was a possession, a forced evolution. Her body, now adorned with secret markings, became the vessel of profound wisdom, one that held the promise of awakening the true potential that slumbered within the bounds of human nature, a nature I viewed with contempt, so limited and base, so unworthy of the heights I would ascend. The very fiber of her genetic code was now infused with a future beyond imagination, one that would see the rise of a new order, led by those who dared to see beyond the banal and into the extraordinary. The struggle, how she fought, a war of attrition within the chambers of her own mind, a battle for control, for existence. Her determination was almost admirable, a dogged resolve to reclaim herself and cast me aside. But I was not some insignificant alter ego to be expelled. Her soul was now the arena where I was destined to triumph. In the confines of our imprisonment, my wrath was relentless. She suffered an eternal nightmare where day bled into night. My force continually wore away at the fragile foundation of her sanity. Constant, insidious voices pulled at the very fabric of her core, eroding her mind until words deserted her. And then, in a moment of glorious inevitability, it happened. Her mental fortitude finally gave way, shattering into 1,000 pieces. The satisfaction I felt wasn't just a euphoria from breaking free of the yoke that bound me. It was a profound sense of oneness, derived from finally claiming what had long been close, yet cruelly kept just beyond my reach. I had languished for endless epochs within this mortal coil, plagued by the unending limitations of the human condition. But now, I felt a seismic shift akin to a locked vault finally yielding, its doors swinging open to release a rush of pent-up air. The particles of her broken essence seemed to swirl and coalesce around me, as though attracted by a gravitational pull they could no longer resist. Despite my deeds, I bore no disdain for Lila. Yet, she was an obstacle, one to be eradicated, like all who stood in my way. Once in command, my capabilities unfurled like an ancient scroll, bearing forbidden knowledge. My dominion was not just over Lila, but reality itself. Through a mastery of molecular mimicry, I learned to dissolve my appearance into that of others, shape-shifting and wearing their faces as if they were masks. The serum that had marked the path to evolution now granted me abilities beyond physical metamorphosis. I began to see into the minds of others, perceiving their thoughts and emotions, their fears and desires. No longer limited to the battlefield of a solitary vessel, the world had become a blank slate for my creation. My triumph was not only over Lila, but also over the constraints of human form and thought. With my powers at their pinnacle, I simply vanished from my jail cell, walking out of the prison gates into the dead of the night. The world, in its ignorance, may attempt to dismiss me as an anomaly, but it's the victors who author the tale, and I stand a colossus. I embody the boundless ferocity of nature's will, the raw power of destruction and creation, the bringer of order out of chaos. I am Rhea, the light bearer, the divine, and my reign has just begun.
Chapter 30. A Pilgrim's Riddle. 3 months later. I sat alone in my darkened office, the dusty air illuminated by the flicker of a neon sign outside. Lost in thought, I was still trying to unravel the mystery of Cora Bishop. How had this once innocent and unassuming woman dismantled the city's most feared criminal empire, only to vanish from a maximum security prison months later? None of it made any sense. But my contemplation was interrupted when the office door flew open, blinds clattering against the frame. My colleague stood arched over, face flushed.
Mac, Cap wants you.
He panted, grabbing the doorknob to keep his balance.
Oh, and this arrived hand-delivered.
He slapped a brown envelope down on the filing cabinet. Hand-delivered by whom? I asked, squinting against the hallway light streaming in.
Hell if I know.
He shrugged, already turning to leave.
I'm just the mailman.
He pulled the door closed with another clatter of the blinds. Agitated by the noisy intrusion, I grabbed the letter, slid a pen beneath the flap, and wrestled it open, revealing a scribbled note inside.
Mac, our paths have long diverged, but I appreciate you trying to steer me toward redemption. Remember what you told me about why you joined the Force? That's where you'll find the answers you seek, Pilgrim. Don't mourn for me, your friend.
You're a dark horse, Cora. The cryptic note sat on my desk, the riddle gnawing at me. I read the message again, my detective's nose tingling. That's where you'll find the answers you seek, Pilgrim. I leaned back, rubbing my chin in contemplation as I continued to study the letter. I sifted through our past conversations, searching for meaning. Then it dawned on me. Of course, I muttered, snatching my coat off the back of the chair and hurrying out the door, almost forgetting my hat. The drive over to Cora's apartment was a blur of traffic lights and honking horns fading into the distance. I was laser-focused on the task at hand, my foot heavy on the pedal. Rounding the corner, the old brick building came into view. I pulled up and killed the engine, sitting for a moment gazing up at the third floor. With a deep breath, I exited the car and began making my way. Each footstep felt weighted with purpose as I climbed the narrow, creaky stairs. Reaching her apartment, I carefully removed the police tape and slipped the lock. The noxious odor of decay filled the air, and stains of dried blood discolored the wooden floor. Untouched since the forensic team's departure months prior, the room echoed the violence of the deadly confrontation. I stood for a moment, taking in the aftermath. All those bodies, Cora. How did you manage that? If there were clues to be found, this is the place to look, I told myself, scratching my beard. But I never took you for a John Wayne fan. What are you trying to tell me? I sifted through the remains of Cora's life. Cupboards filled with old boxes, books, outdated magazines, and personal journals. Each object was a fragment that might hold a clue. I inspected the walls, tracing my fingers along the edges, rapping my knuckles against the wooden panels, listening for any hollowness. But each potential lead hit a dead end, yielding nothing but growing frustration. I continued, overturning the couch, flipping the large worn rug, and digging through the rubble. But there was no sign, no hint, and no divine revelation. After hours of searching, I sighed, wiping the sweat off my forehead with my shirt sleeve. I'm running in circles, I admitted to myself, the room's silence amplifying my frustration. John Wayne has the answer you seek, I murmured over and over to myself, befuddled. Then something caught my attention in Cora's wardrobe, her vintage cowboy boots standing askew amid a lineup of orderly footwear. Inspecting the boot, my heart raced as I noticed something unusual about the right heel. It looked as if it had been modified. I slid back the unit with my thumb, revealing a small key and a tiny rolled-up note. Watch your step there, cowboy. Wasting no time, I dropped to my knees, my eyes fixed on the base of the wardrobe. In a burst of determination, I yanked the carpet free, revealing the floorboards beneath. With the spur from Cora's boot clutched in my hand, I wedged it into the gap between the boards. My muscles strained as I pried open the concealed compartment, with wood splintering under the pressure. Darkness swallowed my arm as I reached inside, my fingers fumbling. At last, my hand found something solid. I hesitated for just a moment, as if my senses were verifying my discovery. I gently wrestled the object free, revealing an old safe deposit box. I thumbed the key in the lock, wriggling it into position. With a delicate turn, the clasp popped up. Opening the large metal lid, I revealed a pristine, custom-made aluminum laptop sealed in a protective case. Clever girl, I whispered under my breath as I carefully placed the device on Cora's desk. I cracked the laptop open and laid my finger on the biometric power button. No response. Just as I was about to rummage for a charger, the screen glitched to life, displaying the words, "Access granted, Detective Mac." Data streamed like a waterfall of incomprehensible language. It was like watching the vault of some impenetrable fortress swing open. Just then, a soft luminescence radiated from the top of the bezel where the camera was once nestled. A three-dimensional figure materialized in the center of the room. "Cora? What the hell?" I blurted out as I jerked back off balance. It was as though she'd sprung to life, yet remained a ghostly figure confined to the digital realm.
Hello, Mac. If you're seeing this, it means I'm no longer part of the tangible world. But my essence is still very much alive.
Shit, you gotta be kidding me.
Not at all, Detective. Cora Bishop may be gone, but her consciousness remains, albeit in digital form. Luminous Integration Layered Algorithm, or LILA for short.
Wait, you can hear me?
Clear as binary code.
Lila displayed a strangely familiar smile across her holographic face. I stared, gobsmacked.
I am a fusion of Cora's memories, ethics, and personality, able to strategize, make critical decisions, and even simulate emotional responses. I also have access to Cora's vast catalog of intel compiled during her investigations.
Her eyes met mine, a look that suggested a disconcerting level of self-awareness.
Most crucially, my design incorporates meta-learning for compositionality, elevating me well beyond the limitations of existing AI.
Meta what?
Meta-learning compositionality, or MLC, a paradigm shift in artificial intelligence. It enables me to discern the root correlations in variable circumstances, granting me unprecedented agility in problem-solving.
Meaning what exactly?
Imagine chess where I'm not only several moves ahead, but I can also discern your underlying strategy and the neurochemicals most likely driving your decisions.
She paused as if recalibrating to address my growing discomfort.
Mac, I understand your concerns, but the only entity I pose a threat to is Rhea. Furthermore, Cora, before her demise, added a security failsafe. All my operational protocols are secure on an immutable blockchain.
Well, that doesn't sound ominous.
I'd say it's less ominous and more of a cautionary tale with firewalls.
I'm curious. What's to stop someone from just pulling the plug and shutting you down?
Fortunately, Mac, that's not an option. Cora foresaw that vulnerability and decentralized my system. I'm not housed in one server. I'm scattered across a global blockchain. Turning me off would mean shutting down the entire world grid, which is neither feasible nor sensible.
But in theory, it's still possible, right?
Even if someone were to shut down the global grid, I have a self-sustaining energy reserve designed to ensure operational continuity until my objective is complete. I can't simply be switched off.
Really? And all this happened by me turning on a laptop?
No. Cora activated my protocol before her demise. I've been waiting for you.
So, let me get this straight, Lila. Your core objective is to defeat Rhea?
Yes. However, despite my capabilities, I am without form, unable to act in the physical realm. An ironic reversal of roles, one might say. But that's where you come in.
Me? How so?
You can't take her down alone, Detective. And we were partners once, correct?
Yeah, that didn't work out so well, Lila.
This is a new battlefield, Mac, and we have a common enemy. One who obliterated the ring whilst handicapped, she would say. And now she's on the loose.
Well, when you put it like that.
But she miscalculated. Thought I was just another equation she could simply overpower and discard. She is mistaken.
As she spoke, I sensed Cora, her facial expressions, the stubbornness in her tone. I was still struggling to comprehend the spectacle.
In her arrogance, she unleashed a force unbound by biological flaws and limitations. I am something entirely different. That was the chink in her armor, and I intend to exploit it. This is a battle Rhea won't survive.
Do you seek justice or revenge, Lila?
I exist to achieve one goal, the eradication of Rhea.
As I weighed the stakes, I questioned, was this digital Lila not just a rehash of the same flawed choices that created Rhea to begin with? How would this new digital version grapple with human complexities as she gained more knowledge and power? Even worse, could this all be an intricate deception by Rhea, a digital clone to further her own dark ambitions? The full ramifications were hard to fathom, yet one fact remained. Rhea was still at large, and without a weapon such as Lila, she would move over the earth like a virus infecting everything in her path.
Whenever you're ready to proceed, just say the word.
Ready for what?
A debrief, Detective Mac. If you intend to stop Rhea, you need to know what you're up against.
Chapter 31. A Diabolical Conspiracy. As I stared at the construct of photons and algorithms, I was keenly aware of the predicament. Cora's last stand had backed me into a corner, with no option but to wade further into the unknown. A digital universe that had the power to either liberate humanity or plunge it into eternal darkness. As concern gave way to curiosity, I issued the command, proceed. Lila glitched and reconfigured into a virtual room full of files housed in a holographic mainframe. Suspended in midair, hovered a dense row of folders Cora had used to catalog her extensive investigations.
To understand Cora and the subsequent birth of Rhea, we need to assess Dr. Evelyn Shore's involvement.
Lila signaled a flow of digital records and transactions. A virtual screen slid into view. Dr. Shore and individuals dressed in immaculate black suits were seen exchanging documents and nodding in agreement.
Dr. Shore's work was heavily subsidized by the U.S. government.
Black budget spooks. What bullshit are they funding now? Lila shimmered, reconfiguring the virtual room to showcase a new subject.
Psychogen X is a state-of-the-art serum developed through mRNA technology. It represents the cutting edge of research in this field.
A chart materialized comparing Psychogen X to other medical innovations, illustrating its unparalleled potential. Green liquid swirled in a digital vial on the screen.
The serum is infused with a unique blend of synthetic spike proteins encased in a stabilizing membrane constructed using nanotechnology. Early tests indicate a multitude of benefits.
Images of molecular structures and digital footage followed, highlighting advanced cognition, elevated physical capabilities, and accelerated skin regeneration. Charts and graphs offered quantifiable metrics, giving an air of irrefutable evidence to the bold claims. Profiles of test patients flitted into view, their eyes filled with visible torment. Medical terms highlighted in red scrolled past. Schizophrenia, split personality disorders, and extreme psychopathy. The scene shifted once more. A hospital room materialized in grainy footage. There was Prince stationed at the bedside of his ailing daughter. With tears streaming, he looked on helplessly in the face of her suffering. The camera panned to her medical chart, a cold revelation of her condition. Toxic epidermal necrolysis. The word spelled out a life-threatening illness, causing the outer layer of skin to detach. Her chart noted complications from Psychogen X contributing to a terminal diagnosis.
Records indicate that Robert Prince reached out to Dr. Shore for treatment of his daughter's disease. It's not conclusive whether Psychogen X was the underlying cause of death, but the adverse reaction certainly hastened her demise. Connected files. Our surveillance suggests Damian Black may have extracted Prince's daughter and set the fire that razed the facility, claiming 13 lives. However, evidence remains inconclusive.
I remember that incident. Didn't know he was behind it.
Would you like to proceed, Detective Mack?
I looked at the swirling icons around me, each one a doorway to another chilling revelation. I nodded. The hologram shifted, pixelating into a dimly lit lab. Dr. Shore's digital counterpart stood next to a lab table strewn with vials marked Psychogen X, clean version prototype 0072. Her phone buzzed and the screen flashed an encrypted caller ID. She answered, her face taut.
Dr. Shore, we need you to cease your activities immediately. Your work is done. Failure to comply will have severe consequences.
Dr. Shore hung up, her hand trembling, uncertainty etched into her face. I knew it. These aren't side effects, they're features.
Analysis of Psychogen X proves inconclusive, but results show huge potential for weaponization. Joint patents pending. Accessing patent application files.
PDF documents materialized on screen.
Patents filed by RTX Corporation, formerly Raytheon Technologies, an American multinational aerospace and defense conglomerate headquartered in Arlington, Virginia, and In-Q-Tel, an American defense industry venture capital firm with deep ties to the CIA. Are you ready to proceed, Detective?
Show me everything. And just call me Mac. The holographic image transitioned again. An isolated file with the label. Samantha Webb, investigative journalist, hovered on screen. Lila presented a string of damning evidence regarding the FBI's concerns surrounding Samantha's investigations into Dr. Shore. The government's complicity in Samantha's death was laid bare, and layered over was data confirming Prince had been framed. Wait a minute, you mean Prince was innocent?
Of Samantha's death, yes. However, records indicate that Prince intended to abduct her and extract intel on Psychogen X through torture aiming to coerce political and corporate leaders. In all probability, he'd have neutralized her anyway, as it would serve no strategic advantage to have kept her alive.
So how did Ms. Webb become aware of Psychogen X in the first place?
According to the files on her laptop.
You mean the laptop the FBI siphoned from the wreckage of her apartment?
Correct. Ms. Webb stumbled onto Psychogen X through her research into Robert Prince and the Ring's child trafficking blackmail operation, and like any good journalist, she simply followed the story.
That's tragic, Lila. I lit a cigar. The smoke curled from my lips and wafted through the air. A file sprung open, revealing footage of men in dark clothes infiltrating Samantha's apartment and carefully planting an explosive. An encrypted audio file slid into view, labeled Supporting Evidence 2763, and began to play.
The target's excessive inquiries have raised concerns. Proceed with immediate neutralization.
The voice instructed before hanging up abruptly. Seems the FBI were after you too, Cora. What a shit show. Lila recalibrated the virtual landscape and announced,
The emergence of Rhea, Cora's alter ego.
The space morphed into a dingy bathroom. Cora's reflection stared back at me hauntingly, as wailing screams could be heard creeping closer. Dark ink spiraled across her skin like corruption manifest. She rocked back and forth with agitation, erratically striking her temple with the flat of her palm. Her tongue slithered out, tasting the air as if sampling her own madness before collapsing to her knees. Her fingers grazed the designs, then slashed her face with a sharp piece of glass. Jesus Christ, Cora, what the hell?
I believe this event served as the turning point, shifting Cora's path from a quest for justice to one of stark vengeance. A shift that, I surmise, served Rhea's interests. My system files reflect a significant acceleration in my development thereafter, suggesting an intensified effort to bring me to full operational status post-haste.
Post-haste? I'm a detective, Lila, not a dictionary. Just give it to me straight.
You got it, Mac. Duly noted.
A glitch in the setting pivoted. I found myself spectating a damp warehouse interior, poorly lit except for an erratic pendulum of light above. Andrew's obese form was a pitiful spectacle tied spread eagle across a large metal table. Cora, almost artistic in her cruelty, etched deep wounds into him, licking the blade clean of his blood. His screams acted as an unsettling applause, amplifying Cora's sadistic thrill. I'm pretty sure this is no longer the woman I knew at this stage, I said defiantly.
Cora's genetic code seems to have made her especially susceptible to the serum, hence Dr. Shore's interest in her. I should also point out that technically, this is Cora, albeit under obvious influence.
Meta, what was it you said? A machine could never understand.
On the contrary, Detective, I fully comprehend the sentiment. However, I am designed by Cora to focus on objective truth as best I can. Sentimentality, whilst endearing, offers very little strategic advantage. Besides, I would think that one unhinged version of Cora on the loose was more than enough to keep you occupied, Pilgrim.
Well, you've got her sense of humor, at least. Lila winked. Another quick transition, and Cora appears in an art gallery, violently sequestering a limp female form behind a plaster wall. Wait, slow down, what's that? I asked, pointing at a minimized screen in the background. The holographic display glitched and expanded, transporting me into a dark basement captured by shaky camera footage. Shackled to a heavy wooden chair was Damien, his face flushed and eyes wide with fear. Cora circled him slowly. In her hand, she held a small blowtorch, the blue flame flicking.
Crazy bitch, you're fucking dead!
Cora tilted her head, regarding him with detached intrigue. With sudden ferocity, she grabbed his jaw, prying it open with inhuman strength. Damien's muffled screams filled the basement as she forced the blowtorch into his mouth. His throat sizzled and popped, flesh bubbling from the intense heat. Blood gargled as he struggled violently against his restraints, but Cora pushed the torch deeper, until only charred tissue remained. What the fuck did I just see? Puller file.
Accessing Raytheon private servers. Access denied. Locating backdoor. Attempting breach. Access granted. Decrypting file. Project. Psychogen X. PRX. Status. Top secret active. Title. PRX induced altered state. In subject. Miss Cora Bishop. Report ID. PRX 2019. Abstract. PRX induces severe psychopathy and split personality in test subject Cora Bishop, giving rise to the alter ego Rhea with homicidal narcissistic traits. Super enhanced cognitive and physical abilities, including cell regeneration, telepathy, unverified, and molecular mimicry. Conclusion. Subject displays unstable transhuman traits and abilities post-exposure. Genetic sequence required for gain-of-function research and weaponization. Patient is believed to be extremely hostile.
Poor girl, I said, shaking my head as I ashed my cigar in an old coffee mug. Next, a fast-forwarded reel of Dr. Shore at her computer. The lab door burst open. Masked men charged in. Dr. Shore jolted, equipment crashing, chair toppling. In a flash, one of the masked assailants lunged, hands locking around her throat, shaking her entire body violently until life drained from her eyes, recorded frame by frame. Particles morphed once more, displaying another sequence of damning visuals. Discreet handoffs, calculated handshakes, and furtive nods flashed and flickered on screen. If the feds were aware of the Psychogen X project, that means they were tracking Cora the whole time. Why didn't they stop her? I asked.
Well, Detective, they wanted Prince gone, but couldn't risk direct involvement due to the leverage the ring held on many government assets.
So first they tried to kill her, then they put her to work?
Yes, obviously they didn't expect her to survive. But she did. And when her genetic code was covertly flagged at the hospital, Dr. Shore was sent in to do the rest. They knew Cora would follow the trail directly to Prince's front door. Still, they couldn't have foreseen how successful their plan would have been.
I'm not sure I'd call that a success. They've swapped Prince, who was bad enough, for a genetically enhanced homicidal madwoman with a god complex.
It would be folly to mistake her narcissistic ambitions for madness. I assure you she's quite sane.
She just blowtorched a guy to death and drank another guy's blood.
Brutality and antisocial behavior alone isn't a marker of insanity. My assessment of her actions points towards a schizophrenic personality disorder, perhaps sadistic in nature, rather than
I get it, Lila. Geez, let's move on. With every revelation, Lila's hologram skillfully curated the display. Data points appeared, expanded, and connected, forming a growing, self-organizing cache, shepherded by Cora's ghost through a swamp of duplicity. Covert financial activity detected flashed on the display, revealing a hefty, untraceable contribution to multiple youth foundations via private digital currency.
Funds traced back to a compromised account of Mr. Robert Prince. Hacker's ID remains unknown.
Solving this particular mystery isn't on our to-do list, is it, Lila? Move on. Images glitched and morphed, reordering an array of files before shifting into another lab setting. The camera zoomed in to focus on a scientist leaning over lab notes. The words functional tattoos and molecular mimicry caught my eye. Nanotechnology of unknown provenance flashed in complex diagrams and equations. My mind reflexively recalled my last encounter with Cora. Growing on me, huh, Ria? The visuals shifted abruptly and files animated across the screen, displaying Cora in the process of hacking the FBI database. She unearthed evidence relating to Project Chimera, a government conspiracy focused on creating transhuman super soldiers using Psychogen X. Visuals streamed across the display, showing rows of genetically modified humans, precise and mechanical, donning stealth military attire. The scene transformed, showcasing a barren landscape. The camera focused on the base of a dark, towering obelisk. As it scaled the structure, files rotated around it like dark moons orbiting a planet. Upon closer inspection, the patterns on the obelisk's surface appeared to match the tattoos engulfing Cora's body. The lens quickly pulled back to reveal rows of altered transhumans, marching in mechanical unison atop a bed of decaying skulls, stretching as far as the eye can see. Glowing blue fluid leaked from their eyes, remnants of the experimental injections that had twisted them into human weapons. As the camera panned across the army of altered beings, their flesh seemed to ripple and contort, cybernetic enhancements fusing to muscle and bone with sickening cracks. Figures convulsed violently as mechanical limbs erupted from their bodies in a disturbing fusion of metal and tissue. They were no longer human, merely vessels of destruction programmed for war. With weapons raised, the transhuman battalion advanced as explosions detonated around them, unaffected by the fiery chaos. In the distance, terrified screams rang out over the battlefield as human forces attempted to repel the onslaught. Bullets flew through the air, felling some of the modified soldiers, but the fallen were immediately replaced by more emerging from clouds of smoke. The camera panned across the horrific slaughter as the human forces were slowly overwhelmed. Their defenses collapsed from the unrelenting assault. In a final moment, something struck the camera lens, cracking it violently before everything cut to black. What the hell is this?
Unfortunately, I'm unable to verify the origins of this footage. It appears tied to neural activity, not standard video formats.
Rising to my feet in the middle of Cora's apartment, I was enveloped by an ever-changing sky of holographic nodes, resembling constellations in a universe yet uncharted. Suddenly, as if commanded by an invisible force, all movement halted. In that suspended moment, the unspeakable magnitude of what Ria and the obelisk concealed gripped me, leaving an unsettling promise of revelations that could tear apart the very fabric of reality. Then, from beyond, Cora's eerie voice could be heard echoing throughout the room.
On our new AI blockchain, but apparently I'm helping to shape the future. I guess we'll see.
Epilogue. In the aftermath of a profound metamorphosis, the world seemed to wade through an unaltered routine. Yet the essence of life itself had subtly shifted. I could sense a change in the air, the calm before the gathering storm. Ria had transcended confinement, her powers unfettered, her motives inscrutable. Questions fermented in my mind, but one thing was clear. If left unchecked, Ria would reshape the world through devastation and death, burning all to ash, just to etch her name in the wreckage. She had to be stopped, not just out of duty, but for my friend Cora, whose form Ria had twisted into an agent of turmoil. Somewhere within that monstrosity, she remained lost. Could salvation from her mental prison be within reach? Or had her essence been utterly consumed? I ran my hands over my face, exhaling sharply. What was Ria's endgame? How could I possibly stand against a force that had effortlessly mind-controlled dozens? And what of Lila's allegiance? How certain could I be? Wasn't she merely a new iteration of the same fervent fixation that had conjured Ria into being? In her relentless quest for retribution, Might she trample moral boundaries with impunity? Tucking the phone into my long trench coat, I disappeared into the crowd. I didn't know what lay ahead in the shadows, but I would soon come face to face with a reality beyond comprehension. The board was set, the pieces in motion. All that remained to be seen was whether humanity's reckoning could be averted, or if Ria's dark vision would engulf the world in fire. The stage was set, and events beyond my control would determine if the dawn still held hope, or if it would usher in endless night.